was raining outside. Everyone was stomping through puddles under umbrellas. One guy was walking in the crowd, but only covered himself with his hand. He looked up sharply. The guy abruptly ran through the puddles in the direction of the nook. He was running through the wet grass. And finally, I went into the entrance, starting to climb the stairs. A silhouette stood in the entryway. He continued to climb calmly, and a light came on in one of the stairwells. His eyes widened in shock. In front of him was an unknown girl with a katana in her hands. She was looking at him aggressively. He couldn't say anything out of horror and stared at her. And finally, he saw the light. The guy immediately threw the keys out of his hands, jumping away from her. The keys fell on his shoes. Because of what the girl was afraid and squeezed into a corner, she continued to stare at him warily. The guy picked up the keys, realizing that this is a simple cosplayer. He continued to climb, looking at her in silence. Suddenly, he noticed something. He studied her costume in detail, marveling at the hard work and detail. The guy appreciated her dedication to work. When he reached his door, the girl called out to him to stop. The guy tried to explain that this was his house, not wanting to scare her, but the girl was cornered, retreating even further. He felt uneasy. He opened the door and started walking into the apartment. I decided to look out before closing. The girl was still standing in the same corner. Then the door finally closed. Later, he had already taken a shower. I put on my house slippers. Opening the refrigerator, he reached for a can of beer, and he began to get a pack of food from above, calling his cat Melon. He started shaking the package, and a cat with hunting eyes appeared from behind the wall. He cracked open a can of cold beer. He drank it down in one gulp. The guy felt incredibly happy. For him, a bath and beer were the best combination. He was sitting next to the cat, looking out the wet window. Outside, the rain continued unabated, and a thunderstorm was raging. Suddenly, he paused and thought. He armed himself with an umbrella. He peered cautiously through the peephole. There was no one on the landing, but he continued to stare intently. Then he carefully opened the door a crack, trying to find the girl. To his surprise, the girl jerked open his door. He felt uneasy when he looked at her. He tried to explain that he could lend her an umbrella if she couldn't get home, or offered to wait for her family to pick her up. The girl specified what kind of place it was. The guy explained that this was his home in Baewon district. She stared at him in silence, and then she clarified who he was. The guy didn't even know how to answer such questions, just handing her an umbrella. He specified whether it is needed or not, otherwise, he will take it back. The girl continued to stare in silence, and she confessed that she was a member of the Yan gang, not understanding how she ended up here. The guy thought that she just really got into her cosplay role, even though she was soaked in rainwater. He decided to just sigh and call a security guard to take care of everything. He suggested that she go inside, since the entrance was cool. While he was calling, the girl was walking into his apartment. Shuging tried to call Uncle Cho. Suddenly, something made her angry. There was a show on the TV where a lot of people were jumping. There was a strange sound that made Shuqing stop. He turned slowly to the girl who had run her katana through his TV. She was filled with anger and rage, exhaling heavily after being hit. Shuqing was frozen like a statue and couldn't even answer the phone. The girl gave him a murderous look. I decided to leave the guard alone. They stared at each other in silence as the katana poked out of the plasma. Shuqing started to shake and get nervous from her speed. He decided to find out where it came from. The girl was mad, not understanding where those people came from. I didn't know who he was talking to. In his mind, she was from an acrobat troupe, but the clothes were different. So I also pierced someone else's TV so easily. Shuging held up his hands, telling her to put down her weapon first. She tried to take it out of the TV, and I could, making a distinctive sound. He started asking about her name and where she came from. The girl slid the sword back into its scabbard. She introduced herself as John He, as a student of the SALT group. Shuqing was curious about various things, what kind of group it was and how many people there were. She was surprised he hadn't heard of her, but I decided to offer her some help anyway. He had seen her doused with water and strangely dressed, and he offered to help her by answering the necessary questions. She stood up modestly, wanting to go home to the Salt Gang. Shuqing said that they were in Yongkang district of Yangjiang City, but the girl had no idea what it was. He tried to convince himself that the girl couldn't have come from the past, deciding to ask who the emperor was. The girl heard the familiar words, remembering his highness. Shuqing clarified his name. The girl didn't understand the question, so Shuqing asked what year it was. She turned her head in confusion, because it was obviously the 16th year of Kaiyuan. Shuqing could hear the sincerity in her voice, and he asked for a moment while picking at his phone. He began to search for all possible information, and he began to list the names of the emperors, but the girl did not recognize him. Then the second name, and only on the third did it occur to him that she might know Qinlian Zushi. The girl's eyes sparkled because she thought that they might be familiar. In Shuqing's mind, there was only a computer game, Suddenly, a courier's voice was heard outside the door, causing the girl to get scared. She whirled toward the door, drawing her sword in the direction of the threat. He was shouting at her to stop. Shuqing explained that there wasn't a bad person standing there and asked them to move back and hide. For Jin He, it was equal to a servant, but it was just a simple food delivery. The girl couldn't even get the words out. And Wu Qing presented a bag of food in front of her, offering to eat together if she was hungry. She was dodging his offer. Shuing went further into the room to go eat. When he sat down, the girl asked why everyone had cut their hair, assuming that exiled people were exiled here. He didn't understand what she meant by everything. It turns out that she arrived an hour ago and had time to look around. Xu Qing's mind had a picture of her slaughtering people on the street in the middle of a thunderstorm. Fortunately, everything worked out fine. He hoped that no one had seen her, but Jian He was successfully hiding in the darkness. Xu Ying calmed down and took a bite of his burger. But then there was Jian He demanding answers. He called it a simple family tradition. He handed her the pita bread, which she certainly hadn't eaten. She stared at him intently, the fried chicken glistening in the lettuce leaves. Jian He tried to restrain herself by biting her lips, and still refused. Back then, Xu Qing offered her a soda since he had a can of beer. Suddenly, the girl flared up that he was belittling her and did not explain what he was offering. Xu Ying was trying to explain what a hamburger is, and at that moment, he accidentally bumped a beer can. The two of them watched as the beer spilled onto the floor. Then he silently looked at her. He wanted to explain that the drink was not poisoned, but simply carbonated. But the girl was already leaping at him with her sword. Jian He started to look at him suspiciously again. He picked up a new can of beer, and he started drinking it while she was looking at him. Xing glanced at her gaze. He was trying to figure out if he would need to lick the spilled part off the floor. But the girl immediately said no, and he let out a sigh. Xu Qing asked her not to draw her sword in any case, because he was a good guy for not leaving her on the street. Moreover, she scared the melon. Jian He put the sword back again. Yoging knew that in the presence of such a girl, he only had three options. First option, lure her outside and leave her there to die. The second option is to call the police and hand her over, since a person from another dynasty is here. She was born 1,200 years ago, so she needs to be trained, and the police will think it's a joke. If something goes wrong, she can get out and make a mess in honor of revenge. Xu Qing covered his face in horror so that he wouldn't see the image in front of his eyes. And the third option was to observe. He didn't know where to put the ancient girl with the sword in her hands. Xu Qing cringed in fear, knowing that she always drew her sword, especially if she knows Qinggong the technique of jumping from a vertical surface. He knew that sooner or later the police would catch her and he would feel sorry for her, not wanting to miss out on the chance to participate in a fantasy book. He handed her the shawarma again for her to taste. Jian He clarified what it was. Xu Qing offered to take a bite first to prove her safety, which made the girl's eyes light up and drool. He calmly took the first bite. Then he imagined her taking the first bite and dying. So I decided to cook her regular rice first, fearing that her body was not used to such food. She glared at him as he finished his shawarma, because she wanted it too. Xu Qing suggested that she sit down next to him and talk. Otherwise, he was afraid of her with a sword. She gingerly felt the sofa. She tried to slowly sit up while Xu Qing wanted to film it on his phone, like an ancient man sitting on a sofa. She finally sat up. Jian He didn't know anything, but she recognized the umbrella. After all, the man in front of her first wanted to give her an umbrella, and his room was very strange. The food was strange too, so she decided to be doubly careful. He clarified that they were in the city of Zhangchen and asked if she knew Li Bai. The girl assumed that he might know its location. Xu Ying wanted to explain it mildly to her, but first he asked her to put the sword away so as not to be afraid. She put the sword back on the table. Jian He really wanted to get back home. Xu Qing looked at her with a bit of regret, but he couldn't help her because she was so far away from home. Jian He was greatly surprised by his words. She also specified how far away it was. Xu Qing confessed that she was 1,200 years away. At first, the girl didn't understand, so Xu Qing decided to tell her in detail. It's been 1,200 years since her birthplace. He started listing names she might know, but they all lived 1,000 years ago and died long ago. The girl's eyes filled with horror at the news. She quickly jumped off the couch in shock and panic. Xu Qing explained that everything was unfamiliar to her, so she was now in a whole new world. He read out one line of Li Bai's poetry, but Jian He had never heard it before. Xu Qing assumed that he had written it after moving her. He tried to convey that the world is both safe and dangerous, and you need to remember all the rules. Jian He stood up from the sofa, not believing a word of it. Xu Qing understood that she had seen everything with her own eyes and had her own opinion on it. Everyone she knew went down in history, realizing that she was terribly scared at this moment. She tried to leave, trying not to believe it, and Xu Qing tried to stop her. At that moment, she separated them with her sword. Xu Qing advised not to brandish weapons on the street because this world has its own rules. She didn't understand why he was helping her. The guy remembered picking up a melon from the street. She didn't realize who Melon was at first until he showed her. Jianhe took it as a joke. She didn't know if all of his words were true, but he didn't look angry. It was just a guy who was walking home and accidentally met her. And when it got dark, he handed her an umbrella. She wanted to know why he had decided to help her. Xu Qing threw everything away to his curiosity after seeing this amazing case. Xu Qing didn't even mind turning the situation around and meeting her at her own time. Jianhe assessed his appearance as someone that only the ringleader could kill. The guy tried to explain to her that you can't just kill people here. He wanted her to find out the reason for her move and explore the world so that she could come back. Xu Qing forbade her from injuring people and break things like she did with his TV. Xu Qing wanted to help her with all his might, but if she wanted to leave, then it wasn't worth attacking people. He walked away, leaving the choice to her. She didn't even have a change of clothes for their time. She had nowhere to go, and she didn't even know where. Xu Qing asked her to lower her sword, offering to order more food. He knew it was a risk to keep her, and he couldn't let anyone see her and cut himself in half. She looked thoughtfully at the sword in her hands. I threw it on the floor. Xu Qing asked her what she ate on normal days to try and find something similar. According to her, she loved the omelet full moon. He realized that this was a bad idea and decided to order her rice and buns. Xu Qing suggested that she take a shower before delivering the food, asking if she knew how to use the shower. Jianhe didn't even know where the bathroom was. He opened the door, showing her the bathroom. Zhuring had asked her not to be intimidated by such amazing things, so that everything wouldn't seem harmful to her. But he assured her that he wouldn't hurt her. He began showing her the shower's ability to change water from hot to cold. I suggested that she try it out while filming it all on her phone. He told her about shampoo and how to wash her hair. And then he showed me the toilet and how to flush it. He was sitting on the couch in the lounge while she was in the shower. So I decided to get into my wardrobe. He was trying to find the right clothes for her. Xu Qing walked to the bathroom door. He opened it abruptly while she was busy with the sink. He'd forgotten that she didn't know how to close a door. Yu Qing explained that he didn't have any women's clothing, so he would buy it tomorrow. And he offered to teach me how to close the door. After that, he fell to the floor in fear, realizing that he almost lost his head. He sat down on the sofa and sighed. Jianhe was enjoying the shower in suds. She licked at the foam, which made her frown. Xu Ying pinched himself, trying to figure out if this was a dream or not. He carefully picked up the sword from the floor and took it out of its case. He examined the blade carefully. Zhuring would like to be able to take it to an appraiser to assess the antiquity. Jianhe finally got out of the shower. At this time, Xu Qing was sitting on the sofa, writing something on paper. She sat down next to him, curious about his case. She looked at him with a confused expression. Xu Qing showed her the shopping list, suggesting that she try reading it. She began to look at the paper carefully but couldn't make it out. Xu Qing suggested that we discuss it later. Jianhe felt strange in these clothes. He confessed that he thought she was beautiful. And at this point, he explained that it's normal for them to compliment people, and this does not immediately mean flirting. She sternly got up from the couch, telling him not to flirt. Xu Qing noticed that she was still wearing her sandals. He asked her to remove them so that he could buy her new ones tomorrow. Jianhe ran to hide them while Xu Qing admired her. When she reached the door, the food delivery guy was standing outside. He asked her to calm down because she had already seen the couriers. In his mind, she was no different from a stray cat, which was both curious and cautious. He took the food out of the bag, wishing her a good appetite. Jianhe sat down at the table. She admitted that she thought about the words of the deputy, that the person who does things for you must be a fraud. At his reaction, a smile appeared on her lips, but she knew he was a good man. Zhu Ying sat next to her as she ate. The container was already empty. Xu Qing suggested that they continue the conversation after she finished eating. He reminded her that she lived 1,200 years ago. Although it might be unpleasant for her, they would have to keep talking about it. He explained that she was safe in the house for the time being. He was beginning to think that if she killed him, she might be able to hide here for another week. So even after the murder, she would have 7 days of safety. Xu Qing once again asked her not to use the sword in any situation. He started telling her about the TV that makes noises and gives people safe entertainment. He pulled his phone out of his pocket. He started showing things for human recreation. By doing this, he tried to show that everything is safe and gave the opportunity to ask questions. She was sitting on a chair, her hands clasped together, but she nodded approvingly. Xu Qing explained that things would be more difficult outside the house. He described the world as safe and friendly, but it would be extremely dangerous for her. Jianhe tried to understand why. Xu Qing deduced that she might cause harm to others and decided to compare the world to a royal palace that she tries to sneak into with a sword but is captured. He explained how she would be recognized as an outsider. Xu Xing reached into the nightstand. I showed her the ID card that everyone has, and everyone is given a unique number. This card can help with arrests and searches, and there are a lot of police officers on the street that patrol the streets. And if someone does not have such a card, they will be invited to the police station. Moreover, there are very strict rules here, and she can be caught for harm. You can't resist arresting her, or you'll get an additional sentence. He knew that this card was the most important thing, but if someone found out its origin, it would become a global sensation. Zhen assumed that she was a refugee, but the situation was slightly worse. She was just an undocumented slave being held captive without help. Xu Qing immediately clarified that this was just an example. Her position in this world was extremely dangerous, but Xu Qing was very happy to meet a person from ancient times. Zhen was surprised by his words. He approached her, explaining that he wanted to help her with everything, learn everything, and gradually get used to it. The girl was nervous, not knowing how to trust him, wanting to go home. Xu Qing asked her to forget everything if she didn't want to trust him. But it will be hard for her to hide, and if someone finds out, she won't be able to hide. He decided to plan everything, but without trust, nothing will work. As time passed, they stood in the dark. Zhen would like to know what to do next. Xu Ying first asked not to show the sword to anyone, which might frighten the people. But I also decided to ask her if she wanted to ask any questions. She looked around, then turned to look at him. Zhen asked where his wife was. He sensed that women had a habit of gossiping. She felt uncomfortable. He explained that he is a normal single guy, that he is not married. Zhen couldn't believe that he wasn't married, and the room was filled with silence. Xu Ying sighed. He realized that she wasn't used to being alone with a man, and explained that she didn't have to sleep in the same room with him. So I decided to show her a private room. He said that he used this room as a warehouse, but no one has lived here for a long time, so maybe the room will be a little dirty. When they opened the door, there were suitcases and boxes. He started to clear the boxes from the bed. Zhen thought this place was too strange since he wasn't married at that age. Xu Qing was still trying to find a mattress. He decided to postpone the discussion until tomorrow, promising that it was clean and washed. Xu Qing placed a sheet on the bed, offering to rest after such a hard day. Because he was confused himself, and he hoped that tomorrow it would just be a dream. With that, he left the room. I decided to tell her my name anyway. He locked her in her room, wishing her a good night. Zhen stood up from the bed, holding her sword. She folded it and sat down on the bed. Night fell. Xu Ying was lying in bed. I stared out the window, unable to sleep. He decided to roll over on his side. Xu Qing felt like he was falling out of reality. He spent the whole day looking for work and didn't come home when it started raining. It was just another bad day for him. He continued to stare out the window. But in the end, the day ended with a girl who pulls out a sword in any situation. He covered his face with his hand, sighing from the heaviness. Xu Qing closed his eyes, wishing he could forget all about it and go to sleep. Sunlight filled his eyes. He slowly opened his eyes. He reached for the phone on the nightstand. The clock said 10 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He jumped out of bed, remembering the events of the previous evening. He began to walk slowly out of the room. Xu Ying cautiously looked out into the hall. There, Zhen was sitting on the sofa with a katana in her hands. She spotted him around the corner. She even called out his name. He started laughing nervously, glad it wasn't a dream. Xu Ying cleared his throat, smiling that she was already up. But it was already noon, so this question was awkward. He remembered that she must be hungry. Her eyes widened abruptly. She started waving her hands, and Xu Qing looked at her in disbelief. Suddenly, she ran into another room. Then she came back abruptly. She took his hand, holding something in it. There were 2 shiny stones in his hands. Xu Qing recognized the gold immediately. He knew that gold was always well valued. He didn't know how to apply for an ID card, but she wanted to make friends, even though he didn't have much money. Zhen started to take off her green stone pendant, wanting to give it back as well. But Xu Qing gave it all back to her, because he couldn't take her back with him anyway. He looked at her carefully. I decided to buy her some basic necessities. He asked her not to go outside so as not to get into danger. He started brushing his teeth, knowing she wasn't worth showing off in such a strange outfit. He also advised her to tie her hair so that it would be suitable for a walk. He was glad there was a police station near the house. If she doesn't act weird, then everything will be fine. Xu Qing went to the store and thought carefully. He started buying different women's clothing and noticed a delicate dress on a hanger. Xu Ying decided to take it as well. He walked on through the mall, and he was passing a lingerie store for women. Xu Ying realized that he needed to risk everything, but go there alone. An entire hour had passed when Xu Qing came out of the center with the bags. His bags were full of basic items and clothing. He blushed with shame. And as I was walking, I noticed a bookstore. He decided to take 2 books. Shuging didn't know if they would be useful, but he decided to buy them. And it was already time to go home. He was passing the gate of the house. He was spotted by a security guard who saw a pile of bags in his hands. He recalled his call from yesterday, but Shu Qing pretended to call by accident. Uncle Cho reported that there were thieves in the area, asking them to report anyone suspicious. Finally, he returned home. Jian-hee was standing in front of him with a sword in her hands and a fearsome aura. He reminded me that it was safe at home, so there was no need to be so careful. Shu Qing gave her a bento. Yu King informed her that he had bought her things, intending to sort them out after the meal. Suddenly, he had an idea. He imagined her thanking him like a warrior in his head, and I wanted to hear it in reality. He asked if he was considered a young warrior or a man. Jian-hee just thanked him as he wanted. It made him feel incredibly proud. Jian-hee looked at him in disbelief, but this feeling was called trolling. He opened the bento, suggesting that they start eating. The girl began to eat with great speed. In his mind, there was a picture of a demure ancient girl gently sipping tea, but he started enjoying the food himself. Finally, they finished their meal and he started talking. Shu Qing bought her clothes, not knowing what size would fit her, but judging by her height. He showed her the shoes and the dress, if she liked it. The shoes were designed on a flat course and would be more comfortable than her sandals, and I wanted to show her something else. But she had already taken out the top of her underwear from the bag, causing Shu Qing to start panicking. He wanted to show her how to wear a dress and offered to show her a video if she didn't know. Shu Qing just handed over a bag full of things for the women to look into on her own. She didn't understand his reaction as she stared at the contents. He handed her the books he'd bought for her to explore the modern world. Then he decided to teach her how to use a computer so that she could learn everything on her own. Shu Qing could see how tired she was, but he didn't get much sleep himself. He suggested that she take a break and continue later, asking her questions. Jian-hee inquired about his status in this world. He described himself as a graduate, that he would become a social worker, but still out of work. He compared himself to an imperial examinee looking for a job to provide for his family. Jian-hee thought he was a rich kid, but he didn't have a rich past. There are so many professions in the world, but he doesn't want to be an official. In her mind, he looked like a person from a feudal family. She started discovering fiction. There were illustrations of Chinese antiquity, and silently looked at the pictures with tears in her eyes. Shu Qing didn't know how to go back, but it would be more difficult. He asked her exactly how she got here. Jian-hee recalled chasing a thief in the rain and getting lost in the woods. After a while, she saw a small house. Shu Qing didn't remember that there were any forests around. He suggested that she survive first and then think about returning. Zhu Xing inquired about her military rank and martial arts skills. According to her, she was considered the strongest in the Yan gang. The boy's eyes lit up as he started asking her about her skills, wondering how high she could jump without injury. Jian-hee walked slowly to the window. She pointed, suggesting that she might jump off. She pointed to a 4-story building. He began to wonder what techniques she had. Jian-hee had no idea what he was talking about. He asked her about Kung Fu, wanting to try it too. The girl thought it was too old to even try, but Shu Qing still wanted to learn. He sighed, realizing that martial arts had such strict rules. According to her, there were only a couple of movements. I decided to show him anyway. The first training session was waist training, which trains stance and ground strength. She was already starting to attack before Shu Qing even noticed the start of training. Jian-hee explained that it would take a long time, and everything depended on the speed of mastering the skills. Shu Qing begged not to train the stance, but it was impossible in learning martial arts. He asked about the duration of the rack's training, and it took 3 whole years. Shu Qing didn't want to do this so much, imagining that he might as well join the army. He remembered that he could still learn sword fighting techniques, but he didn't have the speed to fight with a sword. The guy was very sad and pressed his lip. Then he asked her to try on some clothes to check the size. He left the room. He decided to take advantage of the opportunity by jumping on the closed sword. He opened it slowly. He began to swing his sword. He fell to his knees, realizing that the sword was too heavy. Jian-hee finally changed her clothes and went out. She was embarrassed to go out in ordinary clothes. Of all the clothes, this one was the best fit. He kept asking her to spin around to get a better look, and it annoyed her. Zhuing remembered that he had forgotten to buy her hairbands because her hairstyle didn't fit the look. So he asked her to let her hair down. She let her hair down and waited for approval. Ewing blushed all over, trying to calm down. He fell to his knees in tears, realizing what a smart and easygoing girl she was, and not even causing any problems. Zhuing suggested that they take a walk in the evening and buy a hairband. After a while, Jian-hee peeked into the room. He was sitting at the computer, minding his own business. She slowly opened the door and walked into the room. Jian-hee asked him what he did. Shu King was watching some video on the monitor. He tried to explain what a computer is and said that you can see things at a great distance. Shu King asked how the process of reading the book was going, and it was difficult for her. He told her to take it slow, imagining how hard it would be. Jinhee blushed at his kindness. He picked up the mouse again. I started writing in my notebook. Jinhee remembered that he needed to work, but for his work, he needed to think. A picture of the businessman appeared in her mind. Shu Qing let her count like this, waiting for her to become more familiar with the world. He suggested that she start with the basics first, reading history to understand the latest developments. He was overjoyed. His video was saved, and he decided to continue the conversation. He started asking about her martial arts leader, and Jian-hee admired his strength. Shu Qing smiled slyly. Then I opened the saved video. An ancient battle appeared on the screen, and there was a battle between two warriors. Her eyes lit up at the familiar sights, and she stared intently. He immediately turned it off before Jian-hee realized how it was possible. Zhu Ying was also motivated, assuming that real battles were just as powerful. He was trying to get her to rate these warriors, and the techniques on the screen were godlike. She had a mental image of herself fighting the characters in the movie and was shaking with fear. He asked her to watch carefully as one of the guys attacked the enemy, and with one hand he presses it to the ground, leaving no trace of it. Jinhee was truly soaked in fear. Shu King asked her assessment of what she saw. She began to worry that these were real shots of modern humans, but Shu Qing tried to explain that they were just fake shots taken with various devices. Shu King explained that this wasn't entirely true. Jinhee wanted a full answer, and he explained that martial arts aren't real, but the movie is. He showed her various films about antiquity, showing her representations of people from the past, and he showed the idea of modern people about martial artists. He described how people create environments and create equipment for filming, but it was too much for Jian-hee. Yu King knew that this would happen, so he decided to wait for her to familiarize herself with the world in more detail. Her master was about as skilled in martial arts. He didn't know what exactly was wrong, but according to her, people usually focus on one movement. But only the second miss had such skills, and even then, she would not be so good, because such a divine hand strike is not possible for anyone. Shu Ying thought for a moment. An idea came to him abruptly. He was showing her the multi-hand technique, asking if she could do it as well, moving his hands so fast that they were blurry, and he was very interested. Jinhee thought about his words, and I remembered something. She focused on the wall. I started using one of the techniques. He was looking at her with wild admiration. She was able to move her hands very quickly, as if she had stepped out of a movie, and Shu Qing couldn't believe his eyes. She offered to teach him the same thing later. I was ready to show him my training sessions. He fell to his knees in delight, unable to believe his luck. He was jumping up and down with happiness while Jian-hee was feeling uneasy. Suddenly, she kicked a ball on the floor, and a melon appeared in front of her. She looked at the cat. I closed the door on her. She felt that everyone in this world had ulterior motives, and there were no people without intentions here. Everyone wants to get a profit. It was clear to her now that he had wanted to learn martial arts from the very beginning. She felt defenseless in such a dangerous world. Jian-hee looked around the room. She liked the large amount of space. She slowly opened her sword and delivered a sharp blow. Shu King heard suspicious sounds, but he thought that she was already asleep. He was already yawning as he prepared to go to bed. So I flopped down on the bed. He lay down and thought hard. Shu Qing thought of Jian-hee sleeping in the next room. Suddenly, he was startled by a sharp sound. Evening came. Zhu Ying slowly woke up, trying to figure out what time it was. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and he hadn't expected to sleep that long. He slowly opened the door. I knew it was time to take her outside. While she was getting dressed, he taught her not to talk unnecessarily and would answer questions when she returned home. He told me not to jump, not to run, and to be quiet. He asked if she understood or not, to which Jian gave a positive answer. Shu King suddenly started taking pictures of her, and in the photo she looked emotionless. He asked her to smile, and she tried to put on a smile, but it looked more creepy. Shu King was even a little scared. He asked me not to make unnecessary movements, because walking is also safe. He asked her to put down her sword, but she clung to him. He admitted that there were weaklings like him walking around on the street, so she wouldn't even need a sword. She clenched her fist, assessing her strength. At that moment, he snapped a picture of her from under his shirt. Jen didn't understand what it was for, but Shu Qing had already called for her to come out. It was sunset outside when they left the house. Shu Qing went down the stairs. He calmly left while Jian cautiously peeked around the corner. Johnny looked around frantically as Shu Qing talked about the neighborhoods and residential buildings. He pointed to the entrance to the courtyard and the road. There were various shops there. The girl was afraid of a passing courier, but Shu Qing calmed her down. He was so proud of himself that he was able to bring an ancient man out on the street. As they approached the gate, Uncle Cho was standing there with a woman. She noticed them immediately, and especially John He. Xu Ying hit her behind his back, but the girl looked familiar. Uncle Cho thought he finally had a girlfriend, but they're just friends. Suddenly, the woman remembered the mad woman who was standing in the corridor with a sword. Uncle Cho didn't understand what she was talking about, so the woman started describing. Xu King was not at a loss and explained that it was a normal cosplay that is very popular among young people. Auntie knew about these things thanks to her grandson, and Uncle Cho was also trying to understand. He grabbed Jian He's arm. He quickly led them away before they started asking more questions. They watched the couple leave. John He abruptly released his hand, and a little shy. Xu King asked if they had seen her yesterday, but he decided that his aunt had decided not to talk to her and to pass her by. She was lucky it wasn't a security guard. Suddenly, John He noticed something fast on the road. Zhu King told her what a car was like, as if it was a carriage without horses. Jin He represented the horse car. Then he showed the camera on the pole, which allows you to shoot the same films. And he began to frighten them with the fact that they are being watched around the clock. But he explained his joke and warned that the authorities would come here for bad actions. Surprisingly, Jianhe headed in a certain direction. She sat down by the grass collecting rocks. She came back with a handful, not knowing what they were for. Unexpectedly, she swung a rock at the camera while Hu Qing tried to stop her. She turned to look at him in disbelief. Xu King sighed heavily and ordered the stones to be put back in place. They reached the intersection. Xu Qing showed her the traffic light and told her when to cross the road. This rule must be followed, otherwise it can get into danger. The traffic light turned green, and Hu Qing gave permission to go while John He looked at the cars. She stared at the lantern in surprise, and I looked at various boutiques and shops. Each time she twitched from passing cars, and I was especially afraid of one of the dogs that was on a walk. Zhuing handed her a fluffy hairpin, asking for her opinion. But when he imagined the hairpin on her, he changed his mind. He started looking at the rubber bands to find a suitable one, and Jin He also wanted to take a look. There was a whole box of different jewelry for girls. Everything inside glowed with a bright light. Jin He's eyes couldn't tear themselves away from the glitters either. But she was interrupted by Xu Qing, who gave her a rubber band with butterflies in it. She abruptly began to stretch it, not knowing what to do with it. Then Xu Qing started tying her ponytail. And in the end, she got a neat hairstyle. Xu Ying even blushed a little at the matching hairstyle. It was almost dark. Xu Qing came to his favorite place, ordering 2 servings of chili pancakes and cucumber salad. He explained that you can find food in such places. It was from this place that lunch and dinner were brought to them yesterday. Jan He looked around in amazement. Then suddenly she looked the other way. Her eyes filled with different colors. The entire window shone with the light of the bright streets. Xu Qing was watching her closely, and even a little stared. But they were interrupted by a loud voice that served them food. He held out his chopsticks, offering her something to eat. Jen He thanked him. Xu Ying sipped his lemonade as he watched her. She ate quietly, but it was a little more difficult for him to get her out into the world. Then he decided to do everything in order. The plates were left empty and Xu Qing demanded the bill. When they left the restaurant, he was full to the brim. Xu Qing suggested that we return home. Jen He was washing her hands in the sink. He clarified whether she believes him now or not. She looked at him in silence. Again, she didn't answer. Xu Qing didn't see anything wrong with the modern world, where people live peacefully and enjoy life, and there are various kinds of entertainment. He sat down next to her and suggested that she even try to enjoy things that were not of her time. Xu Ying relaxed and made himself comfortable. Jen He confessed that she wanted to go home. Xu Qing immediately cut her off because there is little chance that she will go back 1,200 years. She was getting nervous, not knowing how to deal with this situation. Xu Qing promised to look into it, even though he wasn't that good at it. But first I suggested that you get used to this society so that you can safely hide it. Her cheeks were flushed with shock, and she sincerely thanked the young hero. Xu Qing's eyes sparkled with such prowess. He explained that personality is important in this world. Suddenly, he noticed something. He asked me where yesterday's sheet was. It turned out that he crumpled it up and threw it in the trash. He was speechless. Jen He was afraid that she wouldn't be able to solve the ID card issue, and this would deprive her of the rights of an ordinary citizen. She will have no rights to housing, food, or clothing, and she won't even be able to work in the most ordinary positions. She won't have a home of her own, and she won't be able to rent an apartment. She won't be able to travel or even take a train, and she can't even file a lawsuit, meaning the state won't protect her. Jin He realized that she just needed to find a way to earn money in a home so that she wouldn't have to make an ID card, but Xu Qing explained that without her, she wouldn't even be able to get a number or create an account. He was unhappy that she was so far away from her time and everything was so hard. Zhu King thought about asking the world authorities for help, But the situation was unusual, and the outcome was unknown. She immediately drew her sword when she heard about her transfer to the authorities. Shuking suggested that she read history to build a basic understanding of the current world. He continued to dig through the computer while she stood there in silence. Jianhe was starting to get a little nervous. She deduced that she was hindering him, but Shuqing was fine as long as she didn't swing her sword. Melon mewed beside him. Shuqing had completely forgotten to feed him. He lifted the fat cat in his arms. He suggested that Jianhe study for a while. She accepted his offer. Shuqing was lying on the sofa with his laptop, but he still couldn't find anything suitable. And I decided to get into the phone. One contact got out there. It was his best friend Qin Hao, who was a nice local policeman. Shuqing didn't know if his probation period was over, so I decided to write and ask. He imagined a disgruntled Jianhe coming with a sword because of this. Shuqing hoped that as an official, he should know something. Abruptly, he got up from the couch and decided to take a shower. After a while, he came out of the tub. He sighed with pleasure. He remembered that Jianhe hadn't showered today. I decided to give her time to get used to it and not wash so often. He remembered that he had forgotten to buy her pajamas. Suddenly, he realized that he was standing in only a towel. And only then did I realize what a risk it was in front of her in this form. So I rushed to my room to change. Jianhe slowly opened the door. Then she began to walk slowly out. In one swift motion, she sprinted to the bathroom and quickly closed there. She began to take a shower because the ancient people also washed every day. Saturday came. Shuqing showed her a graphic tablet that could recognize different Chinese characters. He gave her a chance to write something. Melon stomped on the sofa. He began to meow loudly. He asked her to sort it out while he fed him. Jiuqing started to fill the bowl with cat food, and Jianhe asked what it was. He showed her the cat food, and she thought that they specially grow food for cats. A tree appeared in her head where bundles of food were hanging. He explained that this is a common processed food. At that moment, a courier knocked on the door and brought her food from a fast food joint while he went to meet a friend to discuss her paperwork. He would show her how to contact him from the computer, but he asked her not to leave the house. Jianhe happily started eating her burger. Next to her, a melon began to meow, and he began to stare at her with tender eyes, begging for food. Shuqing grabbed it, reminding him that he had his own bowl. Jianhe didn't know that she couldn't feed him this food. Shuqing explained that it was junk food. The girl was shocked, her mouth hanging open in frustration. The hamburger didn't look so appealing anymore. It was already quite dark outside, and the only light came from the apartment buildings and streetlights. Shuqing had already created an account for her to send emails, suggesting that she write to him using the tablet. He explained that he didn't hide in a computer, and it was a type of martial arts that allows you to communicate over long distances. Shuqing left the apartment, and he hoped that she would be all right. He took the bus to the right place. He looked around for a friend. Qin Hao was already sitting on the doorstep of a certain restaurant, actively calling out to his friend. Shuqing couldn't see it in the dark. He was having a rough day, and he started pouring a drink for his friend, offering to drink to the meeting. He didn't expect cops to be allowed to drink alcohol, but he was off duty. After all, he was just an ordinary civilian right now. Shuqing wanted to order something to eat, starting to pick up a bunch of kebabs and portions of grilled eggplant and a whole bucket of beer. They bumped their cups together. Shuqing started asking him about his job and how his dreams were being fulfilled. His expectations had long since been dashed. He wanted to heroically save people from scammers, but he doesn't do anything of the sort and just goes about doing unremarkable things. Usually he separates the fighting couple, or it destroys disputes between neighbors. And I haven't caught a single criminal in all this time without expecting so many minor problems. Shuqing didn't see anything wrong with it. It still made the world a better place. He asked about his colleagues. Qin Hao had always dreamed of becoming a police officer, even though he was small in stature. When he didn't reach the minimum height for the profession, Shuqing ruined his dreams. After a while, the minimum height was reduced, and only the strength of the jump that Qin Hao trained every day was measured. And now he's fulfilled his dream of becoming a local police officer. Qin Hao went crazy every day at work. He watched the passers-by as he sat there, and I was hoping to meet an armed criminal to apprehend him. Shuqing tensed, imagining Jianhe on the spot, and asked him to drop such daydreams. He glanced around so that there were fewer people nearby. Then he started asking a question he wasn't sure about. He pretended that this was just a hypothetical question, but began to talk about the tramp, that he wanted to get documents and find a job, but there was no way to confirm his identity. Qin Hao explained that it was impossible to get the documents that way because this person would not be a registered citizen. Shuqing said that this was the reason why he needed to get the documents. Qin Hao turned on work mode, starting to suspect his friend of hiding such a citizen, but he made it up by pretending that it was a relative with such a friend who asked him, but Qin Hao didn't believe him. He explained that without a pedigree or other evidence, it would be impossible. Xu King wondered if they would have dealt with an unregistered homeless person, but Qin Hao didn't see the need, only asking such suspicious people questions. He noticed his friend's suspicious behavior. Xu King pretended that it was just a friend who was too absorbed in his work because he wouldn't be covering for a prisoner. Qin Hao believed him, but in this situation, the staff would ask a few questions just to get some basic information about the person. If he can clarify his identity, but if he has lost his memory, then that's another matter, and you will need to check all the bases and escape prisoners. Xu King wondered what would happen if he wasn't in the bases, but Qin Hao couldn't stand such questions anymore. He was just trying to keep the two guys talking. Xu King realized that he could get him involved further, but he was willing to try anything in life. Suddenly, he's a missing child who was picked up on the street. Qin Hao fought off his jokes. He explained that after that, the bases of other countries are being checked, and if there is nothing there, then they release the person, because he did not do anything illegal. Xu King asked if they were helping people with documents, but the answer was no. Qin Hao gave the example of a man with a knife who wants to stab someone in the back. And after the crime, he went into hiding to have plastic surgery, and then started claiming memory loss and lack of parentage, and didn't think he had the right to get a new identity. If there is a person, then there are traces of him somewhere, and he could not appear out of nowhere. He cited a quote from Edmund Lockhart, the father of criminology, saying that everything leaves traces. Xu King reminded him that he was just a police officer who handled old ladies' disputes. There were a ton of empty bottles on the table. Qin Hao was already lying around drunk, about to become the biggest detective ever, and Xu King reminded him about his business tomorrow. Qin Hao demanded the bill, but Xu King was willing to pay. He came to the cash register to pay while a drunken Qin Hao was grabbing him. They had a promotion where for buying kebabs for 100 yuan, he would get another 50 yuan. He imagined how delicious Yanhee's kebabs would be. So I decided to take some more fish kebabs with fish tofu. He put a drunk friend in a taxi. He sighed heavily. He wondered what lay ahead. He knew that many people and events were lost in the sands of time. But one of the grains of sand fell on him. After a while, he had already reached home. Zhenhe was lying on the sofa sleeping. She was snoring a little and lying on the couch with her laptop and a melon. Xu King was speechless after seeing such a scene. An unknown feeling appeared in his chest. At that moment, she opened her eyes, noticing that he had returned. He showed her the bag that he had bought her food. Xu King recalled how he had asked her to thank him. Johnny was shy, but she still thanked young hero Xu. He pretended it was nothing. Zhenhe smelled alcohol, but he only drank a couple of bottles. He opened the yogurt, telling her to lick the lid first, and he began to lick the rest of the yogurt. He suggested that she try it, and she was shy, but decided to try it. She really liked the taste. She continued to lick the lid with relish as Xu King watched in fascination. He asked me to eat the kebabs before they got cold. He really liked the feeling of being waited on at home. Later, he got out of the shower. He watched as she continued to study. Xu King had advised her to wash every day if she wanted to, and not to skimp on it. He asked her if she had sorted out the women's clothing. Zhenhe didn't understand what he was talking about at first. Then she remembered her underwear. She blushed sharply. She tried to push these thoughts out of her mind, and Xu King felt uneasy. Then he decided to teach her how to use a hairdryer. Time passed. Zhenhe watched intently. She stared at the delicate dress in her hands. I didn't know how to dress properly. Then she threw the dress on the bed. Then she went to take a shower. Zhenhe took out a towel from the basket. I started drying my hair, not realizing that I could wash every day. She is very lucky to meet such a guy, which allows her to learn at her own pace. She knew better than to rely entirely on him. And it is better to do everything gradually. Zhenhe wanted to know how the world worked. A warm breeze blew through the curtains. She went out into the hall and started yawning. Xu King was sitting on the sofa with a laptop. She hadn't expected him to be working again, but he was just looking at the news. Zhenhe was beginning to suspect that he was working for the authorities, but in that case, he would have helped her with the paperwork long ago. Xu King suggested that they prepare breakfast and keep him company. She refused, going into the bathroom. Xu King suggested that she watch the news while he cooked. After a while, he calmly walked down the street, but Uncle Cho called out to him. He approached the crowd, not understanding what had happened. His aunt glared at him. I began to wonder if he'd heard anything strange that night. Xu King didn't know what she was talking about. He slept soundly at night and was worried that a thief had snuck in during the night. They sensed that someone was entering the building. After all, his dog has been scared for a couple of nights, hiding under the bed, and does not want to come out. Xu King asked if Uncle Cho had seen anyone. He took a silent drag on his cigarette, and he told me that the cameras had caught everything. They came to his room in a crowd to watch the recording, and Uncle Cho opened the app. The cameras showed 2 houses at night, and in an instant, From one side of the balcony flashed a quick silhouette that jumped from house to house. And then, as if he wasn't there, everyone was horrified. He realized that only Jin-hee could have done this, and now it's worth asking why she doesn't sleep at night. Everyone began to discuss the presence of a ghost in their house. Shu King specified when this happened, but it wasn't noticed this night. He decided to assume that it was a ghost that just passed by. Everyone wondered if a ghost could pass by on its own business. Shu King hoped that he had solved the problem. When he got home, he started yelling at Jian-hee. Even though he was furious, she didn't hide it. She didn't understand how he knew about this, but he reminded her of the all-seeing eye that noticed her on the streets. She sat like a hunted kitten. Shu King sat down tensely on the sofa, sighing, and asked what kind of clothes she was wearing. Jin-hee was wearing black clothes and had her face covered. Then Shu King relaxed because no one would be able to think of them. He asked her to talk about the next outings so that he could go with her. Jin-hee was worried that she would have problems, but Shu King made sure that everyone thought about ghosts. She had no idea about ghosts. Shu King nervously started Googling movies about people who have moved to the present from ancient times and are being killed by gunfire. He wanted to show her what would happen if she went out and did something illegal. And then she will definitely be afraid. Jin-hee began to worry as she fingered her t-shirt, suggesting her solution. But Shu King wanted to quickly teach her how to survive in the world. He offered to order the food she wanted. Jin-hee smiled gently. And I chose something useful, thanks to my young hero. Shu King then offered her some cat food. He left, leaving a furious Jin-hee on the couch. Shu King returned and passed by with a basket of dirty clothes. He began loading the dirty laundry into the washing machine. He began to tell her how she washed her clothes and what to do. He was sure that she washed better than she did with her hands, putting powder in it. Jin-hee quickly ran to her room. She came back with her clothes in her hands. She tossed in her black t-shirt. Shu King offered to drop off whatever she needed, but suddenly noticed something. From under his t-shirt, he took out a white ribbon, causing Jin-hee to turn red. She quickly took it out of her hands. Then she bolted out of the room. Only later did Shu King realize that they were foot cloths used by Chinese women to bind their feet. The washing machine started washing. Shu King felt a little tense. He remembered her taking off her shoes, but her legs looked normal. I doubted that she could practice martial arts in a sling, so I started Googling. He continued to read the information. He asked me to show him his leg, but Jin-hee resentfully refused. Shu King addressed the recent moment, but Jin-hee remained silent. Suddenly, a realization hit him. He understood why she didn't try on new underwear, because her body was tightly bandaged, and that tape wasn't for his feet, and he had a terrible step. Jin-hee whirled on him. She started to draw her sword with a wild look, calling him Dan Tu-zi. After the threat, she left him on the floor shaking, and she went to another room. He stared after her in silence. He coughed a little to get his attention. He began to recite poems about the beauty of women from Chu province, but the most beautiful Donglin rose above them. She was the perfect height and was so beautiful that she didn't need any makeup. Everything about her was perfect. Her smile dazzled many. Then he remembered Deng Tuza's wife, who always walked around with tangled hair, crooked teeth and mismatched ears, had a hump and skin with scabies. But Deng Tuza was madly in love with her and had 5 children. He was considered a debauchee because of his love for such a woman. Shu King couldn't believe that they had 5 children. After his marriage, he expressed great love and had many children and grandchildren, so he accepted her compliment with great honor. Jin-hee stared at him in silence, and suddenly he remembered something. He knew that in her time, when paying a debt to an ugly person, they would say that they would become their slave in the next life. But if he was beautiful, they offered him a body, a heart, and a soul. She yelled out, calling him a lecher, but Shu King was just joking. He abruptly held up a melon in front of her. And then he asked her to use the things of the modern world and forget the old customs. They turned on the tutorial and Shu King was going to wait. 5 minutes later, he left the room to check on her progress. She was sitting in front of her laptop with a red face, not sharing the modern lifestyle. Jin-hee was embarrassed by their loose image. Shu King didn't understand what she was talking about after all. They were just wearing comfortable clothes and enjoying life. But she considered it shameless, as long as Shu King didn't understand what she was talking about. And she couldn't find the words to describe it. Shu King reminded her of the girls on the street who wore casual, loose clothing, and they chose to dress like that. After all, men have the right to be naked, so women have the same rights. He poked her with her outdated concepts, telling her not to insult anyone in the face. She glared at him anyway, and for her, it was still completely unacceptable. Shu King suggested that we talk about something else, since she doesn't like the topic. He decided to show her computer games. Shu King guessed that she would really like them. He launched the game Super Marie, Her eyes sparkled at the bright pictures and loud music. There were a lot of different characters and new things around while she was learning to play. She was very stuck in the game, and it was a good way to distract her from her late-night adventures. Xiuqing was already calm that she was more familiar with this world if she wanted to leave, but it was better to let her sit and play. He distracted her from the game, which she had been playing for an hour. And then he suggested playing Diju, a card game in China. Jianhe continued to play actively. Xiuqing decided to take a nap for now, since Jianhe was busy. He locked himself in his room. And while I was packing, I was glad I hadn't found a job that day. He flopped down on the bed. He wouldn't be able to work if he found this girl. Xiuqing lay on his side, realizing that everything needed to be done step by step. He slowly closed his eyes. Outside the window, sunset was already falling as Jianhe sat at her laptop. Xiuqing came out after his afternoon nap, yawning. He reminded me that it was almost time for dinner, so he invited me to walk to the Eastern District. He suggested that she put on a dress and let her hair down, since it was tied up last night. It might help to hide from people. Jianhe accepted his request. After a while, she left the room. She showed up in a long dress, waiting for him to give her a grade. Xiuqing just stood there blushing, and I started to get a little embarrassed and nervous. He asked her to change back, because it might attract more attention. Jianhe was very angry about this, and she slammed the door in his face. He started imagining her in different clothes, and I Googled different women's clothing so that I could let her try out other styles later. They went outside and Uncle Cho noticed them. Xiuqing reminded him again that they were just friends. In his hands was a rod made of peach wood. It was used in the fight against evil spirits. It wasn't a peach stick, but he had already proved one, and this one was only wrapped in talismans. He hoped that he looked like the divine gatekeeper Qin Chong. Xiuqing pretended to see the similarities. He looked at Jianhe with a pained expression, knowing that this was a sin. They continued down the street, and Jianhe started looking around. She looked ahead again, as if searching for something. She tried to figure out which girl the man was talking about, but Xiuqing explained that it was the same as a friend. But it was called a girl because she was a girl herself. She tried to understand why she wasn't his girlfriend back then, but Xiuqing didn't even try to explain it to her. Xiuqing predicted what would happen when he learned about the concept of this word. He asked her about her thoughts on the fall of the Tang dynasty, where the transition from one dynasty to another took place, but she had no comment. They continued walking along the sidewalk in silence. Jianhe noticed that there was no curfew, no food stalls, or rough mud roads. There was an extraordinary atmosphere here, and she had never been in such a peaceful place. She didn't feel so peaceful even when Second Miss talked about the prosperity of the world, and she was very calm as she looked up. There was a dreamlike sky. Xiuqing offered her a bubble tea and she didn't know what it was. He ordered a portion of bubble tea and one serving with kumquat and lemon, less ice and sugar. He handed her a glass of tea, doubting she'd ever tasted it. He explained that at the bottom are black balls that are edible and sweet. Jianhe looked at this counter, realizing that people made a living this way, not knowing if she could do the same. Xiuqing called it a job, but she couldn't do it until the documents came out. This upset her greatly. He gradually resolved the issue and promised to do everything, demanding to try the tea. Jianhe started drinking from the straw, but her face was displeased as Xiuqing waited for her assessment. She couldn't contain her expression as she tried to chew everything. It was strange for her to drink such things, and the balls were hard to chew. Xiuqing agreed with her, because he didn't like this kind of thing. Jianhe didn't understand why he bought it if he didn't like it. He assumed that girls like sweets, so he bought one. But then he offered her his, but it was sour. Xiuqing started teaching her how to use a straw so that she could only drink with her own, and she tried to put it in the glass. Then she took a sip of his drink, and she really liked it. Then Xiuqing exchanged drinks, offering to finish it, because it's a pity to throw it away. He smiled, glad that she liked it. Jianhe sensed that something was wrong, but I decided to forget and continue to drink yummy food. Afterward, they ate at a small restaurant. Xiuqing sighed in pleasure as he stuffed his belly. He suggested that she take a walk so that the food would digest faster and then go home. The two of them walked down the bright nighttime street. Suddenly, he noticed something. I decided to show her something. A bus pulled up to the bus stop, and Xiuqing decided to show her public transportation and asked her not to worry. They went in, and Xiuqing paid the fare in coins. Then they walked a little further into the back row. He invited Jianhe to sit by the window and watch the streets. The bus moved forward, and they were driving down the road in a traffic jam. Jianhe was stuck to the different lights outside the window, and Xiuqing noticed that this transport was going smoothly. Xiuqing thought that she would be more enthusiastic, but she was too relaxed after all. Jianhe had already ridden in a horse-drawn carriage. They arrived at the Lanjiang bus stop and got off the bus. Xiuqing decided to show her Lanjiang. Before their eyes, skyscrapers opened up in front of the night sky. where lanterns shone brightly. He had assumed that everything was dark at night in her time, but now she was looking at a modern city. Jinhee stared ahead in silence. I still couldn't believe I was 1,000 years ahead of myself. Xiuqing knew that in her heart, she knew the answer to the question. In all these 1,200 years, the world has undergone many changes. He relaxed and leaned against the fence. Her eyes sparkled and did not leave these fascinating views. He'd taken pictures of her while he thought her return was impossible, and he didn't think it was a bad idea. He was ready to get her the documents, ready to start climbing the highest mountains and deepest seas. Jinhee turned to look at him, and he promised her a plane ride in the sky when the paperwork was ready. She looked up and his words sounded fantastic. Xiuqing extended his hand, confirming his promise. I was even ready to go to the moon one day, but that was another topic. He asked her to stay home while she explored the world. Jinhee kept wanting to learn more and more, and she wanted to know what would happen next. And after she learns everything, she can live on her own. And one day, she will be able to find her own lifestyle and stay with this world. Jinhee could enjoy a prosperous world for 1,200 years. Suddenly, Xiuqing looked at the time and knew that something was about to happen. Jinhee turned back to the landscape. There were colorful fireworks going off, and all the people were watching. Xiuqing thought this was the best era where there was room for another girl. And even if it just happened to come here from the past, Xiuqing asked her what she was thinking at such a moment. Jinhee only thought of the second miss who would be happy to see this world. Xiuqing smiled at her answer. I decided to give her an order on behalf of her superiors to fully enjoy this world. He welcomed her to this era. It was already October 10th on the calendar. Xiuqing was reading Yang Cheng's news, and he grimaced at the terrible news. All the people were afraid of the night bandit, who forced people not to go out at night. Now the night streets were jammed with patrols, and it would be quite dangerous to go out in the morning too. She saw a lot of people not knowing what they were looking at. Xiuqing also looked out the window. I was immediately shocked. He held his head as he saw a priest performing an exorcism on the street. As they ate their burgers, she didn't know if everyone was living in this world like a prison. After all, their schedule consisted of the same tasks day after day. Xiuqing called it seclusion, which was his lifestyle. Jinhee had no idea. He had a choice to go outside or not, so he stays at home. He compared it to a landowner who just sits at home doing nothing. Jinhee wanted to go outside and look around. Xiuqing didn't expect her to want to go alone. He began to explain that there was nothing for her to do there alone, and she would have no shelter, and she would have to steal food. Xiuqing could give her some money, but without income, it would quickly run out. He believed that she had nowhere to go, and could only hope for another meeting with the good man, and there were not even sources for hunting around. Jinhee was eating her burger in frustration. She understood that she could not do anything without documents. Xiuqing understood his complexity, changing habits, lifestyle, and the world around him. So I reached into my pocket. He handed her a couple of coins because now she could take the bus and understand the local money, but Jian didn't think so. Xiuqing has seen the progress of her training, and now she can survive as long as she has money, and that's a lot of progress in a month. He asked her to take her time and wait for the ghost issue to be resolved. They looked out the window at the priest who was in the middle of the process. Xiuqing was waiting for her to get a job and repay him. He was willing to find a way for her to earn money, so she sincerely thanked him for it. Xiuqing sat down at the computer, knowing that there were other ways to earn money in their time. I even found something. Now games about ancient fantasy were trending, and filling the level can pass the time. There she will be able to communicate with players to get acquainted with the world. Xiuqing suggested that she try it out. She hadn't expected this option, thinking that she could work like him, watch videos, but Xiuqing had studied hard to get the job. There was a sudden knock on their door. He decided to send her to her room while he sorted it out, but it was one of his relatives who demanded to be opened. He decided to hide it in a room so they wouldn't see it. The man kept knocking on the door as he tried to push it in. Xiuqing slowly opened the door. And then there was his father, but he asked me to call him the landlord. He looked around, asking about his progress in finding a job. Xiuqing reminded that he was just a landlord, so he shouldn't care as long as he paid the rent. My father was disappointed that even after graduation, he couldn't find a job and was wasting his life. He tried to take it up, but Xiuqing had already paid the rent, and today was a public holiday. My father noticed a game running on the monitor, and he demanded to find a job by next month. Otherwise, he would raise his salary. Xiuqing accepted his words and asked about the priest on the street. He'd told him about the ghost rumors, so he'd better lower the rent. His father did not accept his request and ordered him to look for a job. Suddenly, he noticed something. He turned to his son. There were women's clothes and a dress hanging in the bathroom, while Xiuqing wanted to explain everything. Father concluded that his son had become a transvestite. They looked at each other. He knew that even the truth would cause him problems, but it's better to tell your father about the girl in the house than to lie about the transvestite. Moreover, you can't hide it for a long time anyway, because the neighbors have been seeing him with a girl for a long time. He confessed that it belonged to a friend of his, and he pretended that his friend's sister was temporarily staying with him. He knocked on the door for her to answer. The door slowly opened. Jin-hee was standing behind her. He introduced her to her father and hoped she wouldn't do anything ridiculous in front of him. John was only surprised to meet him, and suddenly I was thinking about something. She didn't know how to address him, so Zhu Qing told her to say uncle. Her father noticed that she wanted to call him daddy in a heartbeat too, so he looked at her suspiciously. She bowed, pleased to meet him. Zhu Qing explained that she didn't have to stay here for long. Jin-hee confirmed his words. His father tugged on his arm to talk for a while. He looked at her in silence. He asked her not to worry and mind her own business. They were locked in the next room, and my father was demanding true answers. Zhu Qing did not reject his story about his friend's sister and demanded not to frighten her and asked for a spare set of keys because the girl might need it. I held out my hand to tell him not to come when he felt like it. My father deduced that she was actually his girlfriend, but he denied it. But he had heard her try to call him father, but Zhu Qing had dismissed it as a bad rumor. Her father asked Jian-hee's age, and Zhu Qing said 18. The room fell silent. The man sighed, taking it as a sin. But she just moved in for a little while, and there's nothing wrong with that. Even if they were dating, it wouldn't mean anything. The father stood silently, drawing conclusions for today's events. How he came to his son to demand payment for rent, but met with a girl. He was disappointed that his son didn't even have a job. Wei reminded him that he already made money from blogging and immediately transferred the rent money to him, asking about utilities. The utility bill was 238 yuan. Xu Wing immediately transferred this amount, demanding to hand over the keys, reminding that the landlord is not allowed to come to the apartment whenever he wants. My father owned this house, but Zhu Qing rented it, so everything was fair. My father demanded to pay the rent on time and demanded to find a job to live here for free. He was even going to raise the payment. I handed him the spare keys. Xu Wing grinned, knowing that one day this house and property would be his. He was polishing his glasses when he told her that his mother had invited him to dinner. At that moment, he turned to the door, wanting to discuss that girl again, but Zhu Qing immediately interrupted him, explaining that she was just a friend. My father was not an idiot and understood everything. Zhu Qing was busy with work and would come visit when he was free. My father reminded me that dating a girl of this age can cause problems. He decided not to bring up the past and demanded to find a job as soon as possible. My father was almost at the door when he stopped in silence. Then he reminded her about the contraceptive method, and Zhu Qing shouted about their friendly relationship. At that moment, he remembered something. I asked my father to wait a bit. He showed him those Jian-hee sandals, and he said it was Tang Dynasty antiques because he'd spent half his life with antiques. The man started to doubt his hearing abilities when Zhu Qing talked about the period of this item. He hoped they were expensive, but his father just gave him a scornful look, telling him to see a psychologist. He left the apartment, thinking about another child. His father continued to condemn him for this nonsense and advised him to take a walk from a long stay at the computer. Zhu Qing realized that he wouldn't be able to get rich. He knew that the slippers were made recently and they were from the time of Kai Yuan. But it's amazing what a fine line of space and time, because it was worth touching it, and a person appeared out of nowhere. He suggested that his father take a closer look to determine their age. The father was furious with his son for continuing to lie to his face. Yu Hing reminded that he was not unemployed, but self-employed. And you can't let Jin-hee see that picture, or she'll think of his crazy plans with the slippers. My father lowered his head, repeating one word. He turned away abruptly. The man was enraged, insulting his son, because the issue of straw slippers for the appearance of a relic is not self-employment. He abruptly picked up the sword from the sofa. I swung at him to teach him a lesson, but he stopped to examine the unknown object in his hand. Zhu Qing realized that things weren't going according to plan, and he didn't want his father to take the sword, so he called it a toy. My father ordered me to let go of my sword, adjusting my glasses, but the two of them gripped the case together, not letting go. Zhu Qing tried to reassure him that it was a toy and not an antique. His father stared at him in silence, so he gave up, lowering the sword and letting it be examined. He started to open the case, examining it carefully. Zhu Qing only hoped that it wasn't a relic. The blade of the sword started to come out of the case. Zhu Qing became increasingly nervous. My father's face grew dim as he examined the sword. At that moment, he cursed like he was enraged. The sword flew into Zhu Qing's hands, which inadvertently caught it. My father was furious that he almost fell for his fairy tales and didn't think the toy was an antique. Before leaving, he reminded me again about finding a job, and the door closed with an incredible bang. Xu Ying was looking at the blade, which was not rusted once, so it couldn't be mistaken for an antique, and saw the blade. He let Jan-hee come out, handing her the sword to hide. Ju-hing remembered that she had wanted to address his father in a strange way, but she just didn't know how. He advised me to call him uncle and my mother aunt. Jan-hee promised to remember and offered to practice martial arts. He recalled how he only lasted 5 minutes with basic skills, and he wanted to find a quick way to become a professional. But there were no loopholes in martial arts, so he leaned back in frustration. In their peaceful society, knowledge of martial arts wasn't required, so it was even a bit dangerous. There was no point in learning a thing that didn't give any reward. So he got up from the couch, and he offered to play something. He wanted to teach her about life through small things, like a child who learns everything through games. Shu King put her in front of the computer with the same game. I started teaching them the basic rules. When they sat down at the table, she asked how she could earn money using the game. Shu King explained that she could play for others in the future, but Jan-hee didn't understand the mechanism. He told me how rich people play to kill boredom, like cricket. And there are hundreds of thousands of people who simply don't have the time to do it, so they pay someone else to do it. Jin-hee was outraged that they were paying someone to grind, but it was logical and it saved time. Shu King thought that it was better for her to be a girl on the internet than one who ran around the streets at night. Melon stretched heavily, and he went about his business. He clung to Shu Qing's leg, and he started playing with it. Then he went to see Jan-hee, who was playing on the computer. The cat aimed at the table and abruptly jumped on it, which surprised the girl. After that, he went down on her lap to sleep. Jenny smiled tenderly, finding this cat as strange as possible. Meanwhile, at the police station, employees sat at their computers and worked. One of them offered the children a snack if they were hungry. Everyone agreed, taking suggestions on what to order. The man asked for Chin Hao's opinion, but he wasn't particularly hungry. He looked out the window sighing. He was bored out of his mind during his shift today, but they all looked at him sharply. He didn't understand why they were all looking at him. The man explained that this is not allowed to say. Chin Hao didn't understand what he meant at first. At that moment, they immediately received a call inside, and they got up, abruptly leaving. The man asked him to prepare for the night's work. They quickly left the building. In the car, he was advised never to talk about a boring day at the station. He wanted to know why. The man told me about the axiom, and if you say so, then he will be busy all day without interruptions. Chin Hao didn't fully understand the joke. They had arrived at the location, and they needed to get to the 6th floor. And now they were patrolling the area at night, which reminded Chin Hao of the true job of a police officer. When they reached the stairs, there was a man sitting there with alcohol bottles. The man called out to him, and Chin Hao didn't see anything out of the ordinary. The drunk stranger waited a very long time for employees and begged them to ask his wife to open the door. Chin Hao held his nose against the terrible smell as the employee started knocking on the door. The door slowly opened. He assumed that she had called the police, but she explained in a shaky voice that she hadn't called the police, blaming it on the neighbors. The man started screaming with rage because she wouldn't let him go home, so he called the police. It was her husband who had been drinking too much and was rowdy, and she wouldn't let him in. The man began to threaten her, intending to drink even more, considering her guilty that she threw him out of the house. The employee showed the handcuffs, offering a short trip to the station for sobriety, but he immediately sobered up abruptly. Chin Hao smiled foolishly, realizing that the matter was completed. They were going down the stairs, and they were informed that there was a call in the 20th micro district. The man again confirmed his words that now they will not have breaks. Shu King slowly opened his eyes. He was woken up by some noise. He peeked out the door, assuming that Jan-hee had decided to roam the night again. Therefore, I immediately left, starting to read lectures right away. But at this moment, he took a closer look. It wasn't Jan-hee, but an unknown man who was rummaging under the sofa cushions. Shu King had no idea who he was, and at that moment, a sleepy Jan-hee came out. His eyes snapped open as he realized it was a thief. He immediately started running away, and Shu King ran after him, trying to catch up. Suddenly, Jan-hee grabbed his head, pouncing. She was clutching her hand with all her strength, her eyes fierce, and her fingers were pressing into his hood. Shu King was asking her to stop so that she wouldn't accidentally kill him. When they revealed his identity, there was a shaking guy with a modest appearance sitting behind it. Shu King glanced at the tense Jian-hee. He couldn't understand what was going on in this house. Shu King was looking at the guy that Jian-hee had instantly pinned down and almost killed. There were even marks on his arm from her grip. In her mind, she looked like a monster. He ordered him to stay here and not leave while he called his friend from the police. The thief started begging him on his knees not to do it. But just one look from Jian-hee made him cringe. He begged me to let him go, not wanting to do it again. But he knew the guy deserved to be punished, and he could work instead of stealing. The guy explained that it was only the first time, and he wouldn't do it again. He wanted to live to try again. The guy thought he was stupid to go to an area rumored to be haunted. The guy was horrified by Jianhee's energy, assuming that she was a master of arts. Xu Ying pondered and demanded an apology. The thief bowed and apologized. Zhu King didn't believe his words, so he started calling the police anyway, intending to take it as self-defense. The boy clutched at his legs, begging them to let him go. Zhu King doubted that this was the first theft since he was so afraid of the police. Then he thought of a way to get him out, and I suggested that he leave just as he had come in, through the window. The guy without hesitation began to climb through the window, thanking them for such a favor. He quickly started to climb down the rope. Xu Ying knew that his screams could wake up all the neighbors. Jianhee didn't understand why they were just letting him go. He started trying to close the window, reminding them that the police might be confused by the marks on his body, and if they start digging under it, they will find out about the absence of such a person in the database. Jianhee was outraged that he was a thief, but she would be asked for the damage. But in the modern world, theft and violence were different things, and it's hard to prove everything. He noticed that she was still wearing her street clothes, suspecting that she was planning an outing. But the girl just got used to sleeping in it and woke up because of rustling in the living room. Xu King decided to send her back to sleep. I went to my room myself, yawning, intending to call the master tomorrow to fix the window. He turned off the hall lights as he entered the room. He said goodnight as she stood in the darkened living room. Morning came. Xu King was standing in the bathroom, brushing his teeth, and he would go out, wiping his face with a towel. Jianhee was passing by, but he noticed something. She had a ponytail tied up and was practicing. She let her hair down. Xu King suggested that she leave the door open next time so that he could watch her training. I started trying to persuade her because a true warrior can't be so stubborn, but she immediately agreed. He was stunned that she had agreed to this so easily, but he resigned himself and invited her to have breakfast and then find a master to repair the window. Xu Ying shared his thoughts that she couldn't study properly while sitting at home, so he wanted to show her more so that she could hear and study more. He suggested that she discard all the old thoughts and ideas to treat everything as if it were completely new. Jianhee didn't understand what that meant. He took the situation with the thief as an example and decided to let her grab him, but not with such force, and asked if she wanted to break his neck. But she was already limiting her power. He saw the maximum of her strength in her clenched fist. Xu King didn't want her to harm anyone, so it's not worth killing anyone. She was wondering how hard she could beat up a person. It all depended on the situation. Jianhee was beginning to wonder how hard she might hit him if he sneaked into her room at night. Xu King froze, and he told me not to assume this because it would never happen, and he didn't look like such a person at all. But in Jianhee's eyes, he looked just like that. He started showing that he was a great hero who only did good things. Jianhee was willing to believe him just this once. He was annoyed that she had even thought of that. He remembered getting her ancient slippers out of the trash, but he promised her that he wouldn't talk about anything embarrassing again. Jianhee remembered him saying that before, and he said that he was already Deng Tutsu. Xu King explained that it was just a joke, and he was too weak to attack her. He paused. And yet I decided to clarify whether they really do so in such a situation. Jianhee didn't know if he meant violence. Now he was sure that she wanted to kill him. They finally came. Xu King started walking into a certain restaurant. I ordered a standard meal for two at the checkout. They sat at the table while Jianhee looked around. Xu King wanted her to study and feel life now, and for her to remember this day. She looked down at her hands. And I tried to remember the truth, that this wasn't a world where you had to kill someone with a sword, but she could see her hands covered in blood. Her thoughts were interrupted by the waiter's voice that brought their order. Many plates of appetizers and food appeared on the table. She picked up the dumpling, and I took a bite. It was delicious as Xu King watched her with a smile. He couldn't believe that such a cute girl came from the ancient world, and he wondered if everyone from the ancient world had the same good appetite. He offered her more if she was hungry, and asked her to call the waiter to order buns. Jianhee froze and stared at her plate. She was afraid that the buns would be expensive, but they were the cheapest of all the breakfast items, so he asked her not to worry. She got up from the table and went to the cash register. Xu King felt satisfied that he was teaching a child. While he was eating, Jianhee ordered 15 buns on the bill, causing him to spit out the soup. Xu King quickly clarified what the takeaway order was. He wasn't sure if she could eat that much. Jianhee was starting to worry that she had ordered too much and was giving him a puppy dog look. But Xu King only asked them not to attract so much attention and asked them to stick to a normal portion when they were outside. She was going to pay him back when she started earning, and Xu King couldn't wait for that moment. After that, they walked home with a whole bag of buns. Suddenly, something caught their attention. Xu saw the buffet and was going to take her there sometime for a new experience. There you can pay money and take any amount of food until you are full. Jin-hee was shocked at the possibility, but it was a very common type of restaurant. And people in this world work with their brains and manage various things without effort, so she cannot order a lot of buns and attract attention to her person. She took one of the buns out of the bag. Therefore, businessmen have opened such buffets to take advantage of the human factor because they can't eat so much, especially girls and children, but they have to pay one price for admission, even though they eat half the original price. Jin-hee wondered if people who ate too much were a problem for restaurants that could pay for those who didn't eat enough. Xu appreciated her train of thought and remembered going to the buffet with his father as a child and thinking that the owner would let people eat whatever they wanted. Jin-hee didn't understand why people with small appetites would eat in buffets. Xu explained that there were a lot of dishes available and you could choose from anything. Now she understood. Xu understood that because of this, she could learn anything, even though the world was complex but interconnected. Therefore, it can make progress by collecting information from all corners of the world. 2 days passed. Xu handed her his own phone, which she can use to call him. She looked at him excitedly, worried that the phone was expensive, but Xu pretended to have received it as a gift. She stared at the phone with a twinkle in her eye. "And I thank my young hero fiercely." He suggested reading the instructions immediately and trying to make a phone call. Xu knew that she was smart, so there shouldn't be any problems. And suddenly he was lost in thought. He felt like an NPC giving her tasks. Xu asked her to have dinner alone while he took a walk. And in addition to the game, he suggested that she watch some videos or dig into her phone. Xu was afraid that she would lose interest in the game when she found out about making money, but it was like she was hooked on it. Jin-hee was beginning to doubt that character management counted as a job. But Xu explained that if she wanted to play after work, it would already be considered overworking. But there was no pay for it and left her food on the table. It was already late afternoon, and Xu was waiting for a taxi at the gate. He knew that it wouldn't be the same again, just like he had taken Jian-hei in. The door of the house opened as he informed his mother of his arrival. He looked into the apartment, but it was quiet and empty. His father met him, and Xu asked where his mother was. It turned out that she was playing mahjong at such a late hour. Her father offered to call her and inform her of his visit, surprised that he had come without a girlfriend. He tried to explain to him that she was just a friend. Her father knew what young people were thinking in their time, and he wouldn't have let her stay if she was a guy. Xu reminded him that Qin Hao had also lived with him once, but his father felt that they would have already been together if he was a girl. Xu was shocked, not wanting to continue this conversation. His father asked him to call his mother. Xu knew how she forgets everything during the game and doesn't understand how her father puts up with it. He called his mother and quickly ended the call after a short dialogue. The father and son were sitting on either side of the sofa, doing their own thing. Xu suddenly told him about the thief who had recently snuck in, and now he had set up a security system, so he asked him to write it off. His father doubted that he had anything worth keeping in the house, and Xu found this infuriating. He clutched the paper in his hands and handed it to his father. My father recalled that he spent the whole night cuddling with his computer, so it couldn't be stolen. He awkwardly asked if he had hurt himself. Xu said that the thief had taken a good hit on the head and ran away, and decided not to mention the fact that he wasn't the one who fought him. The father shouted that he was asking about his son, not the thief, but that he had no injuries. My mother showed up at the apartment and said that she was surprised by his sudden visit, but he wrote about it in a group chat, but she ignored him. Mom thought she was too tired to remember, so I happily ran to make dinner while they watched TV. They noticed her mood, knowing that she was winning a lot. A woman was chopping vegetables. She started to ask Xu about the girl, but he reminded her that he didn't have one. Her father reminded her how he used to hang up her things, and normal friends don't do that. My mother didn't even know they were living together, and my father only just told me. Xu only begged not to make the situation any more absurd. He sat down at the table while his mother set the dishes. The woman wanted to see a picture of this girl. She actually wanted to go in and look at it herself, but her father dissuaded her because nothing is clear yet. He told her that it would be rude to come here like this, and it would be better to wait for his visit. Xu didn't see anything to look at her for. After all, she was just a friend. He knew how meticulous Mom was, so her eyes glittered as he took out his phone. He showed one of Jian-hee's photos on his phone as they watched the fireworks. She really liked her appearance and wanted to take a closer look. She realized that the photo was taken on the Lanzhong Bridge. I started flipping through the pages when I saw a whole selection of different photos of Jian-hee, and one of the photos was on the couch, where she was sitting with a melon. Mom didn't understand why there were so many photos of her friend, but he just asked her not to flip through them and took her phone. These photos were his notes on antiquity, but my mother comments on them as if she were his wife. My mother realized that he was photographing her every action, and even if he was talking about their friendship, he was still interested in her. And it was obvious to her mother that they were in love. She started asking him various questions, whether she was studying somewhere and how old she was. But she didn't go to school anywhere, which made my mother very surprised. Shuqing didn't see the connection between her studies and her good looks, and she had quite a rich family. My father doubted that a smart girl would be interested in him, because Shuqing was homeschooled, glued to computers, and doesn't have a normal job. Shuqing reminded him that he was living on his own, so he could bully him. Mom started asking about their dating history, suspecting that she wasn't from Zhengcheng. Shuqing preferred to continue talking about his independent life, and he knew that Ji and he needed to at least understand her place in her world rather than think about weddings. Later, he would leave the apartment and send his parents to bed. He asked my mom to stop playing mahjong all day, leaving my dad hungry. My father knew how hard it was to get my mother to stop playing mahjong. She remembered that there were rumors about a ghost in his neighborhood, and a ghost was heard crying in the middle of the night. Zhugang confirmed his words. After all, he had personally heard about this story. He advised his father to lower the rent after all, and he wasn't going to rent an apartment in a haunted neighborhood. He reminded me of how he had seen the priest in the middle of the street when he came in. My mother explained that it can be difficult for my son to pay rent with the appearance of a girl. My father reminded me that it wasn't his girlfriend. But now Shuqing swore that she was his girlfriend after all. The door to the apartment opened, and Jianhe trembled in fear. He saw her walking around the apartment with a sword. Jianhe pressed her lips together in silence and quickly ran to wash. She grabbed a towel from the room and ran to the bathroom. I ran past him. Shuqing didn't understand why she needed the sword in her soul, but she just wanted to take it with her. He knew something had happened while he was gone, but Jianhe denied it. He didn't understand who she was defending herself from, and he was afraid that she was afraid of him. But she thought he was good. With that, she quickly slammed the door shut. He didn't care as long as she didn't defend herself against him, and he was sure that he was a positive hero. He sat stiffly on the couch while she washed, and suddenly he blushed. Shuqing opened his eyes in embarrassment, and in his mind's eye there was a picture of Jianhe in the shower. But he shook his head, trying not to think about it. He wanted to remain a positive hero, and he noticed something on the table. The laptop was in sleep mode, but he didn't turn it on before leaving. He didn't care, because tomorrow he would still need to edit the video, and the second computer was for Jianhe. After a while, Jianhe stepped out of the shower, and she was holding a hairdryer to dry her wet hair. Her eyes were sparkling, her lashes were longer, and drops of water were dripping down. Shuqing was already blushing, but he decided to check if training made her more beautiful. He started asking her if her skin was destroyed to atoms, if it could still be as pleasant, and asked her if there were any special techniques. Jianhe reminded him that she wanted to teach him, but he refused. He didn't want to start with the basics, because someone could learn techniques instantly or by clicking, not wanting to go all the way from and to. Shuqing hoped that in the future, she would be able to open classes where she could teach people to become more beautiful through martial arts. But then I remembered that young people can take a maximum subscription to the gym and visit it only a couple of times a year. Jianhe plugged in the hairdryer. I started turning it on. She clarified whether the priest was able to exorcise the ghost a couple of days ago, but in their time, priests only deceived people. Shuqing explained that everyone had seen her, so they thought she was a ghost. And if an exorcism was being performed, she would be the first target. Jianhe was offended by this joke because she was a human, not a ghost. He offered to help her with the new hairdryer. She looked around, wanting to figure it out for herself. But in the end, I still gave the hairdryer to him. He began to slowly tease her hair as he discussed the latest developments. Shuqing explained that she was an ordinary person, but it was rare to meet someone who knew martial arts, so her inhuman movements were treated like a ghost. She didn't understand why the current generation didn't learn martial arts. But the quality of life in their time improved, and everyone just enjoyed life, and this is not so important now. Life has become easier, and training for days on end is no longer the norm. No one would choose to study martial arts if they wanted to enjoy life, but she didn't have to give up her hobbies. And if you look at the history, Ah Qin, who used a bamboo sword to defeat 3,000 soldiers, or Guo Jing, who defended the fort from hundreds of attackers. After them came Ling Hu Chun, who conquered the whole world with just one sword without martial arts, and when the Wei Xiaobao era came, it was all over. Jianhe hadn't seen them in the history books. Shuqing explained that this was old Master Jing's version of the story. And in the end, he decided to say that the need for battle was gone, and technology appeared. Jeon-hee silently gripped the sword in her hands. She suddenly screamed, confessing that she was defending herself from a ghost. Shuking once again explained that there was no ghost, and people mistook her for an extraneous spirit. But she began to tremble because she had seen him with her own eyes. I saw him while Shuching was away. Her eyes filled with fear and darkness as she recounted what she had seen. Shuing slowly turned off the hairdryer, frozen in fear. He couldn't see her words as coming from an ordinary person. Suddenly, she saw someone in the entrance wearing a mask. He decided to ask what the ghost looked like. Jeon-hee talked about her long hair, and I decided to show it clearly. She pushed her bangs down, giving him a murderous look through her curls. Juking was even startled by what he saw, and Jeon-hee continued the description. The ghost's face was pale, even whiter than those buns, and he was wearing a blue dress. He asked me to stop. He started looking around the apartment, which now looked grimmer than usual. He was sweating profusely, not understanding what she might have seen. In a shaky voice, Shuching insisted that ghosts didn't exist, and there wasn't enough room for everyone on Earth. He shrugged off her visions of excitement, telling her to dry her hair and go to bed. Jenny recalled how in her day, everyone was very afraid of ghosts, but they were feared even in modern times. The existence of ghosts was impossible, so this was the impression. Jeon-hee claimed that she definitely saw a ghost, but she didn't know if she could hit it with her sword. Shuing was getting more and more afraid, and Jian-hui was an ancient person who might not understand everything. In fact, if there was a phenomenon in the form of Jeon-hee, then ghosts could also exist in peace. He offered to borrow the peachwood sword from Uncle Cho. Jeon-hee's hair was completely dried. She sincerely thanked the young hero. Shuing asked her not to worry and go to bed. He unplugged the hairdryer from the wall outlet and was about to take a shower as well. But I still washed 3 times faster than usual. He could feel the difference between living alone and being with someone else, but he still got goosebumps. Shuing thought that he wouldn't fall asleep, so he wanted to prepare the video for tomorrow for now. But when I opened the laptop, I was shocked. Jeon-hee sat quietly in the room and looked at things. These were the clothes that Shuching had bought for her. She had seen strange clothes on the street, but this one looked more appropriate. And she smiled tenderly, knowing that she had met a truly good person. She reached under the pillow. There were the same clothes she had been wearing when she went back in time. It was much larger in the shoulders, and the material was rougher. And if she went back to the village, the mist would change these clothes for her and lengthen the sleeves. She recalled the teacher telling her not to be afraid of pain while studying martial arts, so that she doesn't feel sorry for anyone arrogant, because soon they will fall and no one will hurt her. Second Miss knew that it would be hard to marry her off if she spent the whole day practicing with the sword and didn't learn how to sew. She tearfully recalled her life and tried to contain her emotions. Jeon-hee was going to improve her skills and deal with the ghost so that she could live to the fullest. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door in the room. When she opened it, Shuching was standing behind her. He showed her a laptop with a picture of the ghost on it, knowing it was him. Jeon-hee immediately twitched, drawing her sword out of fear. Shuching opened the laptop and saw a movie on pause, which could suit her understanding of the supernatural world. He'd sent her to bed, and he was going to explain everything tomorrow. Shuking quickly closed the laptop. He pretended to lock the ghost back up. Jeon-hee believed meekly. Morning came. Jeon-hee woke up to the sunlight, making sure that the ghost hadn't appeared after all. She came to the door with her sword on her back. She remembered how she had promised to leave the door open once so that he could see her practice. After opening the door, she started practicing Ya's sword and used her skills to defend in this era. Shuking slowly walked out of the room, and I met her in the hall feeding the cat. He walked past, yawning. Shuing was glad that she wasn't stuck in place and bursting out of delirium, which meant that she would be able to survive here, and no one would even know about her background. And in the future, with her looks, she'll have a bunch of boyfriends. It wouldn't have been a good idea if her teacher had ended up here instead and been reported to the authorities right away. While he was brushing his teeth, he decided to find out what her teacher looked like. She described him as tall and bearded, and Shuching didn't expect anything else. She wondered why he didn't wear a beard, and Shuching called himself a scholar instead of a savage. She was startled to realize that scientists in her day wore beards except for one type. Shuching explained that they shaved their beards with special blades. He asked her to get ready so they could go to breakfast. Jeon-hee guiltily reported that her new phone was broken and couldn't be used, promising to pay for repairs. Shuching realized that he just sat down and was going to give her a portable battery. They left the apartment. It was the weekend, so they didn't have to work. He advised me to delve deeper into the study of the phone. She could call him or send him a voice message and then use it to make money. Then he showed her an online wallet that she can use to spend money. There is a balance here, and he decided to show her by transferring 100 won. Jun-hee immediately clicked accept. Shu King considered it a loan that she would pay back when she received her salary. He thought about it, remembering that few people can borrow money from him because they don't need it. And this was the first time he had lent money to anyone. Jun-hee thanked him for the opportunity. At the entrance, Chin Hao was humming a popular Chinese song. My father was sitting on the couch. Chin Hao came home and wanted to eat after a heavy shift, and his father informed him about the leftover porridge. He started helping himself to porridge, and his father started taking an interest in criminals overnight. Chin Hao couldn't catch thieves on a regular basis because there were so few of them. But his father knew how Shu Qing had caught the thief without even being a police officer. The guy was shocked, not knowing about this incident. According to his father, the thief snuck into Shu Qing's house, but he chased him away. Chin Hao was furious. He was angry that his friend didn't even tell him about it and let the thief go, so he was going to tell him off. Chin Hao had been waiting for a very long time for more important things to happen at work, but he couldn't do anything useful, and Shu Qing got the opportunity while he was just sitting at home. His father reported that the thief had long since been released, and it was rumored that Shu Qing even had a girlfriend living with him. Chin Hao had no doubt that with such an appearance, he had easily found a soulmate. But suddenly a realization came to him, and he didn't believe it. His father reminded him that even with this appearance, he had made an effort to find the girl, and Chin Hao had done nothing. Chin Hao didn't rush into relationships, giving himself up to work because he didn't have time. His father yelled at him that the job was not worth such happiness. But Chin Hao's dream was to catch thieves. My father reminded me that he hadn't caught a single one in all that time, but there are always criminals around, and he was going to get a girlfriend when he became a detective. My father realized that he simply couldn't find her. Chin Hao was offended by his words and was about to bring the most beautiful girl into the house. His father held up the slipper in his hand because he was annoyed by his empty words, and Chin Hao didn't do anything. Chin Hao knew that the young man could achieve his goal, but his father couldn't stand his sayings. Chin Hao didn't think he was wrong. He dreamed of more and wanted to succeed because he was a man. He got a call and refused to go out in the evening because he was on duty. After that, he got up from the couch and decided to go to sleep. He asked his father to wake him up at 4 o'clock. Shu King also received a call offering the same thing. The friend on the phone was angry at Chin Hao because he refused to take a walk and promised to send the address later. But Shu Qing needed to know exactly where they were going because he wasn't going to the bar. A friend convinced him that this was just a get-together, and Shu Qing decided to take Jun-hee with him, pretending that she came from the village. He told her that they were going to have some fun tonight. Jun-hee didn't know what to do there, but Shu Qing was going to show her clearly. He took Melon in his arms. Jin-hee asked if that strange technique of ghost movies was true, and she didn't understand why people would watch it. Shu Qing explained that people need adrenaline, so they get it this way. All things in the world made up for the human deficiency, and asked if there were any books about the supernatural in her time. She wasn't sure because she hadn't read it herself. He decided to give another example in the form of a storyteller in a tea house, the one that always tells all sorts of strange events and urban legends, but this is just filling the human need for news. Shu Qing spoke about the rules of supply and demand, that people get paid for solving someone's problem, and everyone pays each other, for example, for delivery or for food. And even the use of surveillance cameras solves human problems, for which people get paid. He cited the example of her work in the game, where she helps people upgrade heroes and then spends this money on herself. Jun-hee now understood why he lived like this. Jin-hee realized that a horror movie helps with boredom, and the company spends money on the production of these films. Shu Qing was surprised by her thinking. He abruptly tossed her a can of Coke, which she grabbed. This was her reward for answering correctly. Jin-hee stared at the jar in silence. She wondered if it would do him any good to take her out for a night of fun. Shu Qing thought deeply about this matter. He suggested that this might actually close his psychological need. Jin-hee was once again convinced that he was a good person. She calmly opened a can of Coke, but she flared up abruptly, dousing her with soda. He handed her a towel to dry off. In the evening, Shu Qing warned her not to worry about large crowds and allowed her to eat everything except alcohol. They looked at the sign, and you've already come to the right place. Jin-hee didn't expect this, but their goal was an unusual experience. So they entered the building, and Shu Qing knew that everything would be paid for. They passed through a bright corridor. Loud music came from all the rooms. They went to one of the rooms and opened the door. Inside, there was a huge booth with a large sofa where the crowd sat along. One of the guys noticed him right away. Shu Qing glanced at them, and I saw that the guys were already playing cards. He didn't expect that they had already started playing, but they didn't have anything else to do, so he suggested that they choose a karaoke song, but Shu Qing refused. They sat on the edge of the sofa. Jin-hee looked around anxiously, feeling uncomfortable. They sat modestly on the sofa while Shu Qing searched through his phone. Jian-hee snuggled up, nervous in such a crowded place. A hand suddenly popped out in front of her. He was worried that she was hungry, so he handed her nuts for a snack while they ordered a normal meal. But Jian-hee couldn't hear much over the loud noise. He decided to call out to her to open it and taste the nuts. With only 2 fingers, she cracked a nut. Zhu Hing guessed that they had such nuts since they had been around for a long time. She'd never seen them herself, but they tasted good. And then she tried the second ones, and I was shocked that they were no less delicious. Shu Qing had no doubt that with all the noise, no one would notice her opening the nuts. Even if they did, it was a common thing for the village people. He snatched up the bottle from the table. He offered Zijun a drink, but the guy was angry that he interrupted his song. He held up the bottle, announcing the beginning. And together they began to drink from the bottle in one gulp. After that, he happily wiped his mouth while Jian-hee watched him. She really wanted to try the same thing. Shu Ying was against drinking alcohol to the girl because it was harmful, but she had already drunk alcohol. He explained that these drinks had a high alcohol content and she wasn't allowed to drink, but Jian-hee only wanted 1 sip. Suddenly her eyes flashed. Shu King sighed, but he accepted it, pouring her a small glass. She began to drink slowly. Shu Qing asked her the grade while she sat with a pouty face. But she didn't like it very much, and Shu Qing couldn't quite hear it over the noise. Then Jian-hee whispered her negative assessment in his ear. At this moment, Zijun began to accuse them of being alone in front of everyone. Shu Qing only sent him to continue singing songs, but the guy moved over with interest. He put his arm around his friend, asking if it was his girlfriend. And I'd like to see it. Shu Qing introduced Jian-hee to him, but she was only his friend. And he introduced Zijun to her, saying that he was a decent rich man and a landowner, but the guy was angry at such a terrible acquaintance. Zijun became interested in the girl, wanting to get to know her better, to which Shu Qing immediately dismissed him. Shu Qing reminded him that he was no match for him in beauty, but Zijun was bragging about his condition. Shu Qing was extremely hungry while Jian-hee snapped the nuts with her fingers. Zijun was waiting for the rest of the crowd and offered to warm up the bundles, wanting to hear the song, "Here Comes Meow," performed by him. He was unhappy that Qin Hao was on duty today. Zhu Ying explained that he was guarding people and doing important work. All the people danced and sang. Jian-hee was worried about so many people and the noise. Shu Ying knew that karaoke wasn't the best place, but it would be useful for introducing her to society, so he suggested that it should be taken as a celebration. He explained that it was his friend's party and his girlfriend's birthday. Here all the people had different goals, some to drink, some to sing, and some to get acquainted. He handed her a handful of nuts to help her open. She started cracking nuts and passing them to him. Zhu Qing thanked her and asked about her singing skills, but she had never sung before. He wasn't even going to let her sing, even if she could, and pointed at his friend that he was about to put on a show. The door opened and a bespectacled guy walked in. Shu Qing didn't expect to meet him at the party as well. The guy looked blearily at Shu Qing. Then he passed by. Jian-hee kept cracking nuts. There was a handful of nut husks on the table. Shu Qing guessed that she was very hungry. Jian-hee is a little hungry, but the big birthday cake is coming soon. She drooled as she imagined a cake bigger than herself. She recalled that all the food here was delicious, and even the burger hidden for a couple of days tasted better than porridge. Suddenly, Wang Zi held out a microphone and invited Shu Qing to sing. He picked up the microphone, deciding on one song. Jian-hee poked at the microphone, not understanding what it was. Her question rang out across the room, causing her to jump back in fear. Shu Qing promised to talk more about it later. But now she will know for sure that if a person speaks loudly on the street, it is not his superpower. Jian-hee stared at the microphone with interest. He pursed his lips at the sudden urge to pinch her cheek. His hand reached out unquenchably, but she saw it right away, so he stopped abruptly. He pretended to just wave his hand, promising himself that he would pinch it someday. The boys stood up together, starting to sing a song. Finally, everyone arrived at the event, and it was time to start. A huge round box rolled into the hall. Wang Tusu thanked everyone for coming to his girlfriend's birthday party. Suddenly, he realized that his girlfriend wasn't there. One of the guests noticed her leaving. It was absurd to notice the absence of his girlfriend only at the moment of cutting the cake. Wang Zi peeked out, scanning the corridor. I decided not to look for her and continue the party until she came. Zhu Ying specified how long they had been dating, and their relationship only lasted for 2 months. He started joking that it was time to break up, and this was his longest relationship, but he genuinely loved her. Jian-hee didn't understand the words girl and love. Jian-hee listened intently to their conversation. She clarified whether the girl will be equal to the wife. But Shu Qing explained that this term denotes a person that is different from others, and his girlfriend would become someone else's wife, which made him angry. But when he thought about it, he thought it sounded true. Jin-hee had sternly started asking what girl meant to him, and he hadn't expected such a question. For such a nerd, a girl was everything, whether it was a card or a clipping. He was beginning to doubt that they were just friends, but Shu-ching awkwardly changed the subject, inviting an old friend to chat over a couple of cocktails. Wang Zi anxiously glanced at his watch because it was already late. He went out into the hallway to call his girlfriend. Ewing let out a relaxed sigh that he was able to get away from him. Suddenly, a painfully familiar voice was heard from behind, asking about his new girlfriend. But Shu-ching didn't want to answer his questions and rudely dismissed him. The bespectacled guy grinned maliciously, wondering where he could find such beautiful girls when he couldn't find the same ones. Shu-wing decided to answer his question. He couldn't find such beautiful girls because he was so scary. Silence filled the room. The guy tried to be friendly anyway, offering a toast, but Shu-ching immediately refused. He pretended to be benevolent, but he knew his true intentions, so he demanded to remove this mask from his face. He wasn't in the mood to mess with Lan Zi today, and their conversation was noticed by Wang Zi. He was afraid that they were about to start a showdown and didn't think that after all these years their feud wasn't over. And I hoped they wouldn't start fighting right at the event. Wang Zi stepped between them, wanting to hear a description of the situation, and asked Lan Zi not to provoke him. In response, the guy didn't see anything provocative in his actions, not understanding how he could have angered Hu Qing with the memories of the past. Zhu Xing realized that Wang Zi had invited him, and he immediately started to make excuses, thinking that everything had already been decided. He looked at him blankly. And I would like to start solving their problems right here. Wang Zi was nervous, not understanding why Lan Zi had come here. It had happened so long ago that it had become commonplace for him, but he didn't know that a simple, friendly gesture of toast would provoke him. Xu Qing interrupted him, reminding him that he was just tired of listening to him talk about manners and was just looking at it from a higher level. Lan Zi deduced that he was looking down on him, but Xu Qing reminded him of how he had been swept away last time. Zhen-he watched their quarrel, expecting it to come to a fight. The girls nearby were also whispering. Wang Zi was taken aback, not knowing when they had gotten into a fight. I wanted to understand what was going on between them. He suggested that Lan Zi forget about everything and just have fun celebrating his girlfriend's birthday. Lan Zi pretended that he had just come to make a toast, but it had turned into a conflict, and if Xu Qing had reacted more gently, nothing would have happened. He announced loudly that he wasn't going to make any toast. Then Lan Zi turned his attention to the girl next to him, offering her a toast. Xu Qing strictly marked out the boundaries that Yan-he wouldn't do anything either. He asked her to remember not to talk to him. Wang Zi loudly stopped their discussion. He decided to take Lan Zi aside for a moment. After that, he walked over to the seated Xu Qing and Jianhe. He started asking him about the fight, which turned out to be relatively recent, and he didn't want to come to a party where Lan Zi was present. Wang Zi didn't know about this and took all the blame on himself, intending to make up for it with drinks at his own expense. Xu Qing especially disliked people who spoke in riddles. Jin-he was eating a watermelon, still not sure why she was called sister. But Xu Qing concluded that it was because of Lan Zi's deformity. He pointed to it, offering to compare their external data. Lan Zi was standing in the crowd of guys talking, and Jin-he made sure that Xu Qing looked better. Back then, Xu Qing reminded her that she also looked beautiful, which made Jian-he take aback. Since two beautiful people were together, it made everyone think that they were a couple, especially if they were so stupid. Wang Tu stopped him, reminding him that he had also thought of them as a couple, and they began to argue too. Jian-he still didn't understand why people would assume that the right people for each other had to be together. Xu Ying also didn't understand their train of thought, but he advised them not to associate with such people, including Wang Zi. Finally, his girlfriend in a yellow dress came into the room, and he immediately rushed to cut the cake, ordering to turn off the light. The cake was opened, and there were 5 tiers, a lot of candles, and a lot of decorations. And on top of them were their figures. Jian-he's eyes sparkled with delight, and he looked like a toy. But at this moment, Xu Qing became suspicious, and I noticed that something was wrong with the cake. A cake exploded in front of Jian-he's eyes. She watched everyone fight with pieces of cake. A few minutes ago, Xu Qing abruptly grabbed her arm and started to lead her away. He sat her down at a table in the far corner. He asked me to sit still and not move again, promising to come back with a big piece of cake. She was very curious about what it would taste like, not understanding why she was hiding at such an important moment. She really wanted to eat the cake that had just been cut. The pieces were put on plates. But at that moment, one of them flew towards the guest's face. Everyone started throwing cakes at each other. Jin-he watched in horror. She reached out her hand wanting to taste it, but before her eyes, the cake was destroyed. At that moment, a voice came from the side. It was Xu Qing, who was covered in pieces of cake, but was carrying a whole one in his plate. He was very tired of pushing through the crowd of frantic guests, and he knew that Wang Zi had bought a big cake for the fight. But I managed to save a large chunk for Jianhe to try. She picked up the plate in silence. She picked up the spoon without emotion. Shu King asked for her grade, and she really liked the taste. But she would really like Second Miss to taste the cake with her. She's sure that Miss would have smiled at the taste, and she wouldn't even have needed to eat extra servings of sesame bread. They sat at the table while everyone in the background fought. It upset her that people threw such delicious food. But this was one of the ways to use it, and he suggested that she buy one at home so that they could eat it completely. Jianhe didn't say anything and stared blankly into the distance. She was surprised that people threw delicious food instead of eating it and were not afraid to get dirty, just enjoying life. And it was a great era. She glanced at the empty plate in front of her. This was called the Golden Age. Later, when the fight was almost over, Shu Qing went to the bathroom to clean up and go home. Jianhe was left sitting alone. At that moment, a voice called out to her. It was Lan Zi, who was covered in cake, offering to get to know each other better. She wasn't going to talk to him. Lanza realized that Shu Qing had turned her against him. He noticed that it looked too clean for a party like this. Lanza invited her to share the cake, intending to get it dirty. She immediately slapped his hand away, not understanding what he was going to do. Lanza continued to pull his dirty finger towards her. Her fist clenched in rage and veins were already showing on it. At that moment, he was grabbed by the shoulder. It was the enraged Shu Qing who was extremely displeased with his actions. He immediately punched him in the stomach. At most, his glasses were gone. Yu King walked away looking at the shaking Lingzi, but the guy wasn't going to back down. His eyes were wild, so he punched him in the face. This caused Shu Qing's nose to bleed. It bounced off the table. Everyone watched them fight and film on the phone, while Wang Zi stood there in shock. Shu King sat on top of him, punching him, but no one tried to stop him. Then all the guys joined in, trying to pull them back. Shu Ying was pulled by the collar while Lan Zi was held down by his hands. The boys were shocked by the strength of this girl who only used one hand, and Lindsay kept Wang Zi with the other guys. Wang Zi was very sorry that he had invited both of them to the party. Shu King blew his nose with blood. He suggested that Wang Zi hit Lan Zi for ruining the party, but he preferred to hit Shu Qing. Wang Zi apologized to the people for the situation and suggested that they meet again next time. The room fell silent, and he left them there. Zhu Ying covered his nostrils with napkins, suggesting that they continue or leave. Lanza started to say something but was interrupted. Wang Zi stopped their unnecessary argument. He was surprised at how swollen Shu Qing's face was, but he was fine. Shu Ying wanted to continue. After all, he had touched his girlfriend's face, and he wanted to settle this dispute right now. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Wang Zi couldn't even guess who would come in the middle of a party like this. Outside the door were police officers who had received a call about a fight. Wang Zi opened his eyes in shock as he recognized his friend. Behind the officer, Qin Hao stood frozen in shock, and he remembered bragging about this place where they often sat with friends. The staff went into the room. There they saw Shu Qing and Lan Zi sitting on the floor. Qin Hao saw how battered and wounded they were, and I realized I'd missed the fun part. Wang Zi tried to pretend that there was no fight and this was a fake call, and quietly admired the beauty of his uniform on duty. The officer began questioning witnesses. They tried to explain that there was nothing wrong with it while Jianhe cautiously peeked out. Shu King explained that it was just like that. Qin Hao deduced that they were fine now, even though they had been hit hard. The officer wanted to look at the documents, but no one takes them to parties. He noticed a broken bottle on the floor, asking if there had been a fight. Zhu Jing tried to pretend that they were just fooling around. At this moment, Lan Zi entered the conversation, saying that he had confessed to the fight and how Shu Qing had hit him. The officer looked at him suspiciously. I wanted a definitive answer, whether there was a fight or not. Lan Zi showed a mess in the entire hall, which proved that there was a fight. Shu Ying accepted his words, suggesting that it should be settled in the police station. Wang Zi tried to smooth things over by pretending that they were just drinking too much. The officer got tired of listening to nonsense and decided to take everyone to the station. Shu King asked me to take his sister home while he went to the police station. Wang Zi was willing to help him, but he didn't understand why he was constantly changing her role. But the officer was going to take everyone out of the party because every single one of them was a witness. Shu King was shocked to realize that they had been hit. He tried to explain that his cousin had homework to do, but the officers didn't believe him. Wang Zi didn't understand why Shu Qing was so stupid, so he offered to go with them to the police station and tell them everything. But they immediately rejected their ideas, intending to take everyone away. Qin Hao asked not to blame him, because he was just following the boss around and didn't have the right to speak. Shu Ging only asked not to frighten his sister who came from the village. Qin Hao reminded them that they were just asking questions. But he had already guessed that this girl was Shu Qing's companion. They all started to leave the building. Qin Hao started asking him about Yan Hui, trying to find out everything, but Shu Qing heard a note of suspicion in his words. Shu Qing immediately warned that his sister still didn't have any documents because she was just a high school student and had come for a couple of days on a field trip. Qin Hao introduced himself to her, offering to call himself Little Brother Qin, but Shu Qing didn't like it very much. Wang Zi was surprised that his girlfriend still followed him, even though she didn't accept his offer and gave her his car while he went to the police station. They were driving on a night road. The car's wheels stopped. Zhu Xing joked that the plot was like a second home for Wang Su. The officer only wanted to close the case as soon as possible because it was late. Xiaogang had a strange feeling of excitement, akin to guilt. And now it was clear that now you should watch your anger when you keep an eye on an ancient person. Jenny pulled herself together, trying to remember the false information. Shu Qing stared at her in silence. He smiled too, knowing they could get through this. The boys went into the office with the officer, and he was trying to figure out who started the fight in the first place. For Shu Qing, this was a normal fight based on insults, so he struck out first. The officer demanded more details, but Shu Qing suggested that Lanzi continue the story. He grinned, knowing that he wouldn't lose anything, so he wanted to try to make more of a fuss, and with the first strike, he had the advantage. Lanzi pretended that they were just fooling around, and Shu Qing hit him for no reason. The officer sighed heavily and sat in silence. He was furious that the boys couldn't tell him the details. And I wanted to know the answers to my questions, like what the joke was and what the answer was, what caused the fight to start. He was looking at them with a dark stare. The officer couldn't stand the silence, waiting for an answer. He suggested that Shu Qing start first. But at that moment, Lanzi stepped forward. He started to tell how he had offered Shu Qing a drink together, but he had refused and Shu Qing didn't insist. Shu Qing understood that Jian He wouldn't be able to cooperate with the police so early, and she wasn't used to it yet. The officer asked Shu Qing about the truth of his facts. He knew that Jian He was interrogating Qin Hao in another room, and he was afraid to even think about what was going on there. At this point, the officer brought him to his senses because he did not answer questions. Shu Qing only confirmed the beginning, but then Lanzi insulted him, so he hit him. He wanted to put the responsibility for the fight on Lanzi. Lingzi pretended to be just joking, and the officer couldn't believe their words that they were fighting over some joke. Silence filled the room. Back then, the officer offered to end it with a friendly handshake since they didn't want to deal with it, but Ling Si expected to be arrested. The officer reminded that they had a fight together, so if someone is detained, then both of them. In case of severe beatings, they can be removed from the doctor, and after assessing the situation, you can demand compensation or arrest. He had seen his abdominal injuries, but they were unlikely to be taken into account. Shu Ying knew that both of them wouldn't be arrested, and Ling Zi had a job to go to, so he suggested ending it with a handshake, otherwise they would be arrested. Ling Zi stood up in rage, reminding him who had struck the first blow and didn't want to be beaten in vain. The officer was willing to give Shu Qing a fine of 500 yen and arrest for 8 days, and Ling Zi a fine of 200 yen and 5 days of arrest. He gave him a choice: go to the doctor for a checkup or accept the truce offer anyway. He cringed, knowing he didn't want to go to jail. After a while, Shu Qing came out of the toilet. Qin Hao caught up with him, reminding him that the bruises would soon heal, and offered to take them home. Shu Qing didn't know that he was allowed to leave his post. At this moment, a hand was abruptly placed over his mouth. Qin Hao ordered to be quiet. He knew that there were secret agents working here who were called raised flags, but he decided to take him anyway, even though Shu Qing kept refusing, asking for Jian He's location. They were all waiting at the main entrance because she refused to wait for him at the station, and Wang Zi kept her company. Qin He wondered why his sister was so strange, but Shu Qing was sure that she was a lot smarter than him. Wang Su glanced at his watch, where it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. He didn't like the late hour. He didn't understand why Shu Qing didn't come out, even though Lan Zi had already left. Finally, he came out of the station, and Wang Zi wanted to sleep. Shu Qing was still willing to beat up Lan Zi once more. He started looking around for his girlfriend, but she was already asleep in the car. Back then, Wang Zi offered to give them a ride, but Shu Qing chose to order a taxi and send them home. He wanted to talk to Jian He alone as soon as possible. The roads were empty and the wind was blowing. The boys were already sneezing from the cold. Wang Zi was shaking terribly because it was quite chilly at night. But at this moment, he realized something. Shu Qing should give his jacket to the lady in such a situation. But he knew that Jian He wasn't cold, remaining the same gentle, modern guy as long as there was a sturdy, ancient girl by his side. Wang Zi couldn't tell if she was a sister or a girl, but Shu Qing didn't put her in either category. Finally, they got out of the taxi. They walked down the street toward the house. Shu Ying had a displeased face. while John He was watching him closely from behind. As they walked, Shu Qing suddenly noticed that she was walking very quietly. He had the feeling that he was resting alone and coming home alone, so he asked her to walk side by side so that they would be on equal terms. Jana Yi didn't put herself below him, but Shu Qing still asked her to walk beside him. She immediately sped up to match him. Now Shu Qing could definitely tell that they were going on an equal footing. He slumped down on the couch, letting out a relaxed sigh after a hard day. Shu Qing was very tired for today. I decided to start asking her about her interrogation with Qin Hao. Zhen He had told him that she was just a cousin who had come for a birthday party. Zhu Qing praised her, but he understood why everyone noticed her oddities. Zhen He noticed that police officers in this era don't even look intimidating. Shu Qing knew that they could even feed if they delayed the person for a long time. He stretched, knowing they'd done a good job. He didn't spend anything thanks to this fight, and it showed Jian He the police station. And the most important thing is that she was able to react correctly. Shu Qing reminded her that she was very dependent on him and would do as she was told. But Jian He did it because she didn't know anything. Shu Qing didn't understand such a blind power of attorney because he might set her up. But Jian He knew that he was a good person. After all, he had sheltered her, fed her, and if she didn't trust him, she would have to live on the streets. She is too unfamiliar with this world, and Shu Qing is the only one who can help her. Jian He reported that Lan Si did not try to touch her face, but Shu Qing knew about it, imagining the consequences of her blow. At that moment, he glanced at her. Embarrassed, he asked if their fight looked like a child's fight. She gave him a silent look as he hesitated to answer. But Jian He couldn't believe that people were calling it a fight. Jian He didn't know why he had hit him, but Shu Qing thought it was well-deserved. He explained that in similar cases, when a person annoys you, she needs to limit her power so that the enemy feels pain but does not get injured. There are all sorts of people in the world who want to wear expensive clothes but can't afford them, and they might see you wearing such clothes and look at you with disdain. But such people will only treat acquaintances this way, but they will think that strangers are simply richer and more successful. These are the people who can't stand it when someone knows more than they do. Johnny couldn't believe that such a thing could happen, but Shu Qing himself held two types of people in disdain. Those who behaved strangely were both sycophants, and Lan Zi was both types at the same time. She had no idea who sycophant was, but Shu Qing thought they were people who deserved to die. In her head, she imagined a dog licking its fingers, not understanding anything. At this point, he sent her to take a shower because it was already late. She went to wash. Shu Qing was satisfied that he now had someone to talk to, and then the thought caught up with him that he would like to cuddle with her before going to bed. At that moment, his eyes widened in shock. It was strange to be caught up in such thoughts. The door creaked and Jin He appeared in front of him. She was looking at him with a puzzled expression and a hairdryer in her hands. Shu Qing decided to leave her to dry her hair on her own, quickly jumping up from the sofa. I also went to take a shower, not looking at her, because my face was all red. He quickly locked himself in the bathroom, and he began to shake with shame, realizing that he had almost burned himself out. After a while, he stepped out of the shower while John He dried her hair. She saw that many girls go with short hair and assumed that this is the norm. Shu Qing explained that the hairstyle is a personal choice for everyone. He realized that she wanted a haircut, and Zhen He had a little desire. Shu Qing immediately dissuaded her because he liked long hair. In his mind, he imagined her walking around with her hair cut off to her ears. And then, he decided to help her dry her hair so that she wouldn't think about cutting it off. She didn't know if it was normal for a guy to dry a girl's hair. Shu Qing pretended that everyone did. He continued to dry her hair. He stared at them, and I took each curl, drying it separately. Zhen He sat quietly, staring at nothing, and they were silently standing next to each other. He put the hairdryer down on the table when he was done. Shu Qing went straight to his room and decided to turn off the lights in the living room, sending her to sleep. The lights were off when he said goodnight to her. Jian He stared in the same direction in silence, as if thinking. After a while, she was sitting in the room on the phone. Then she started tapping something on the screen. She was trying to write a word in the search to find out exactly how it was spelled. Her eyes sparkled at the bright screen. A word search returned a song with the same name, allowing you to listen to it immediately. She clicked on it immediately, and the phone started playing loud music that she couldn't turn off. So she hid under the covers so she wouldn't make too much noise. The song's lyrics were about non-reciprocal love, and she kept playing all over her room. Morning came, and Shu Qing slowly opened his eyes. He went out, meeting Zhan He at the computer. Shu Qing was afraid that he was up late, and she was hungry, but Jian He had already started work. He decided to get dressed and go get them some food. And thanks to Jian He, his life was filled with routine. He couldn't even remember what had happened before she arrived. Jin He was left alone in a quiet apartment. She looked back slowly. She began to write hieroglyphs slowly on the graphic tablet. Jen-hee went into the search to find out who the girl was, and I went to the Wikipedia site starting to read the term. At that moment, she began to understand everything. She continued to read it carefully. Then she started typing another query, only this time on the keyboard. Now Jin-hee wanted to find out if ghosts really existed. Time passed and Zhu-Qing returned with a bag of groceries for breakfast. But she refused to eat breakfast because she was working. Shu-Qing explained that she could take breaks, then she immediately wanted to eat. He advised me not to eat too much before lunch, and he bought some soy milk buns. Jin-hee had been playing for a while and wanted to start helping others. She calculated that for going to the mines, she would earn 18 yuan, which would give her the opportunity to buy 6 buns, and for a day in the mines, she could earn 3 days' worth of food. Shu-Qing was going to find her a client later, even though he had originally put her away for playing games so that she wouldn't go anywhere. She lit up with happiness, wanting to try working already. And in the future, he was going to find her a proper job when she was more familiar with the world. He was handing her a bag of buns, where she fished out one with meat inside. After the buns, she washed them down with soy milk. She smiled brightly at the delicious food. Shu-Qing didn't expect such a happy reaction. It wasn't her first time eating local food. But she liked everything here, from the buns to last night's cake. Shu-Qing clarified when her birthday was so that he could order her a big cake, but she didn't even have a clue. Shu-Qing looked at her in silence. I decided to put her birthday on the date when she came to this world. Jin-hee was surprised by his original idea, and she was awfully happy to be able to eat the whole cake on her own. She looked at him with a smile and sincere eyes. Shu-Qing didn't expect her to be so excited about a simple cake, but he didn't see a problem eating the cake today, so he wanted to buy her a cake for last year's birthday. She couldn't get enough of thanking him. But after a second, I changed my mind, thinking about the prices for such a cake. Shu-Qing asked her to relax and not think about it and just enjoy herself. After a couple of minutes, they were sitting on the couch in silence. Shu-Qing looked at the various shops and asked if she had any copper coins from her time with her that could be sold. But she didn't take any, because they were usually worn by the second miss. She had shards of silver sewn into the hem of her shirt, but when she looked up, she was wearing jeans. Her hand went automatically to her pocket, but I put my hand back in its place, knowing that this was not the way it was done here. Shu-Qing was upset that she didn't have any coins. There was no point in hiding the copper coins, and it was better to use a coin pouch, but silver shards were the only option. He couldn't believe that small money now had such a high price, and this was the power of time. The day was in full swing. Shin-ho rode around the city on a scooter. Grandma hadn't expected to meet him outside of her shift, but he was already done. He came home and was satisfied with his job, where he could protect ordinary people. Shin-ho opened the door, immediately announcing his arrival. But there was a puppy in front of him that he hadn't expected to meet. My father told me about Old Man Wang's dog and offered to train him as a service dog. He was disappointed that the policeman didn't know how to train dogs, but it wasn't an obvious skill. My father believed that if the dog was raised by a policeman, then it would also be a policeman. Chin-Hao didn't understand what he was talking about. He hadn't had time to come up with a nickname for him yet, but he wanted to radiate his power and authority through the name. Chin-Hao was surprised at how much attention he paid to choosing a name. At that moment, he remembered and asked if Shu-Qing had a cousin, but the man never heard about it. Thinking that his son was interested in her, Chin-Hao didn't mean anything by it and sat down on the sofa. At that moment, he thought about it. Their families were very close. They all celebrated together, and before the children were born, they wanted to get married. But when they had 2 sons, the families forgot about marriage. My father didn't understand why he was interested in my cousin, so he told me about yesterday's meeting with the strange sister. Suddenly, his father caught on to his words. I decided to ask Shu-Qing's father about it. Shin-Hao couldn't say anything about her, but when questioned, it felt like she didn't understand anything. But Shu-Qing's behavior wasn't much different. It was just that she felt more cautious. They went outside and Shu-Qing asked Uncle Cho about the ghosts, but he didn't see anyone else, leaving the credit to the exorcist. No one could influence it, so they just decided to believe in the best. Shu-Qing laughed awkwardly, knowing that when he retired, the whole household would embellish his stories, and then his grandchildren would tell stories about him. They quickly left the grounds of the house. Now she could see how her actions had scared the guard, so she promised not to do it again. She frowned deeply, wanting to say something. Jin-hee knew that everyone considered them a couple. Shu-Qing didn't even hide it, but she didn't see the point of such a lie. But he had already explained to them that this was not the case, and he could not influence their opinion. He suggested we go out and have some kumquat tea. Jin-hee was ashamed that everyone was thinking wrong, even though they didn't hide anything, because they lived in separate rooms without crossing any boundaries. They just eat together, go shopping together, and he dries her hair. Shuking had already ordered from the shop, and Jianhe decided not to worry too much as long as everything was fine. Later, she wanted to find out what couples do. To show everyone that they are not a couple, Shuxing started to list things that couples do, such as shopping, walking, and eating together. Jinhee listened intently as he explained that couples live together. Back then, she already suspected something, but couples still drink tea together, and this last point annoyed her. She wanted to do something about it, but Huxing considered their circumstances an exception, so this logic doesn't work for them. Jinhee didn't understand why friends couldn't just have delicious tea together. She saw a trash can nearby, thinking she should throw out the tea. But I immediately changed my mind, not wanting to give up such yummy food. Jinhee hoped that if they were calm, everything would be fine. Shuking knew that they had nothing to hide, so there was no need to worry. On their way, the candy store was right around the corner. Jinhee realized that there was truth in what he said, and there was no need to worry about the opinions of others. At the candy store, he was handed a birthday box with his order, and they went right out, taking her with them. She looked at it, knowing that it couldn't come cheap and that she would need to return more and more each time. Jinhee remembered that her job was to help others, and she would like to do something to help him. At first, he didn't understand, but it didn't occur to him that she wanted to pay off her debts. He didn't have any problems, and he can solve it on his own anyway. Jinhee wonders what kind of problems he has right now. He abruptly decided to tease her and called the lack of a girl a problem. Jinhee silently considered the decision, and he was afraid that she was taking it seriously. She was still thinking hard, and he was afraid that she would eventually agree. Shuking still wasn't going to do anything even if she agreed. At that moment, it dawned on her. She realized that she couldn't kidnap a girl for him, apologizing for the rules that the leader had set. Shuxing's face turned to stone in shock, realizing that he had overestimated her. He started opening the gift box. He really liked Jinhee's willingness to listen and believe in his words, even if she hadn't heard about it before. And if he tells her something, she will really think about it with interest. She tugged sharply at his jacket, and I began to wonder if it was possible to do this in the open. She was talking about the couple in the back who were standing there, kissing a hickey. Shuxing explained that it was indecent behavior in public. He thought that the people of her time were just as liberal and cited the example of Li Shimin. Jinhee had heard a bit about him, and Shuxing wanted to know more details. After all, his father had devoted his life to historical research, but it didn't fit with Jian's stories, so his studies weren't true. She didn't understand what he wanted, and he wanted to know if their society was truly liberal. Jinhee didn't understand what she had to do with the emperor and his subjects. At that moment, it dawned on him. He realized that he was really stupid. All historical data reflects the actions of emperors, scholars, and authorities, and they have nothing to do with ordinary people like Jinhee. He knew that the stories of conquering the world with a sword were just imagination. King wanted to know more about the Salt Gang, which he found very interesting. She looked at him and began to think back to the past. All she could see were images of corpses and bodies covered in blood. She clenched her fist, trying to shift the subject from her uninteresting life. Shuxing was willing to be patient and accept this as a history lesson. When he opened the cake box at home, Jinhee's mouth dropped open in surprise. He showed her the birthday candles, even though he didn't know how old she was, so he suggested 18. Jinhee placed the candles as she liked, and Shuxing ran to turn off the lights, which was part of the ritual. They were sitting in the dark in front of bright candles on a birthday cake. Shuxing introduced tonight's star, Jinhee. Now it was time to make a wish. He asked her to close her eyes and think about what she wanted and whisper it softly, and then blow out the candles. Her eyes sparkled with the brightness of the candlelight. Shuxing promised that any wish would come true. After all, it was her first birthday. He waited for her to whisper the long text, listening to her whisper. At that moment, it dawned on her. She turned to look at him, watching him eavesdrop. He pretended that everything was fine, and they quickly pulled away from each other because of their closeness. After that, she blew out the candles. She didn't understand the meaning of such a strange ritual, but she should get used to it soon. Jinhee wanted to take a picture of the cake to keep it forever. She immediately started trying to take a picture of him, while Shuxing taught her how to take a picture. Then he started teaching her how to cut a cake. She carefully made the incision. She immediately gave the first piece to Shuxing, and he only wanted to eat one piece and leave the rest to her. She stared at him, not believing that she could eat the whole cake alone. On the sign was a personalized birthday greeting. She also cut herself a piece but looked at it carefully. Shuxing was afraid that she didn't like the cake, but she didn't. She immediately took the spoon in her mouth. Her smile sparkled with happiness at how delicious the cake was. Shuxing just stared at the satisfied Jinhee, who continued to eat. He thought back to the first time he tasted cream and had the same expression on his face, but he had long since stopped loving it. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he just enjoyed a meal. so he just smiled. He handed her a can of soda, offering to drink Coca-Cola together. He had no doubt that she was glad to be here, and this was just a normal day for him. Lu Qing felt that he had been living for a reason ever since Jin-hee came into his life, which would be a delightful memory. They hit the cans while celebrating their meeting. The guys continued to sit in the hall. Jin-hee described how in the 4th year of the Kaiyuan era, locusts swooped down on the village, and thanks to Lord Tao, they were exterminated and the tragedy was avoided. But when the locusts were exterminated, the second miss escaped to the wasteland and ended up in Gusu. Second miss liked to say that it was a golden age and Lord Tao is a holy man. There was an altar in her home where she prayed for Lord Tao's long life. Regardless of the prosperity or suffering of the people, she always ate the least. The leader called her stupid, but she wanted to be content with only half of what she reaped, and the other half was meant for her savior to live long. Xu Hing remembered that they were all martial artists and didn't understand why they needed an altar for the ruler's long life. He realized that nothing matched the story in the books, where they always stand up to the government. If it wasn't for Lord Tao, the Miss wouldn't have been able to leave Lu Di, and there would have been a lot more casualties. Miss said every day that every day was a gift, but she didn't understand it. He realized that she really came from the Kaiyuan era, which was considered the golden age. At this moment, he thought about the dark times. Jin-hee talked about the plague, drought, flood, war, slavery, and it was everywhere. Their golden age was that there were no disasters, and Lord Tao helped deal with natural disasters. That's what the second Miss said, and she said that they were living in an exceptional time, and you shouldn't expect more. She remained silent. Jun-hee had no idea what time she was in now, since she had lived in an exceptional time before. In the 16th year of Kaiyun, the Yandi famine came. Her time was both good and bad, and now Xu Qing valued his life, comparing their fate that he was born in an era of abundance. He glanced at her as Jian-hee thought about her own situation. Joking decided not to think about it, since it was all in the past, and it was better to focus on the cake instead. Jian-hee thanked him for that. She ate 2 bites and decided to save the rest for tomorrow. Qing was afraid that it would already be tasteless, but Jian-hee didn't think so. She took down the nameplate with her name on it, and I was happy that here you can throw food around for fun, and people can bare their bodies on the street, and couples are not afraid of intimacy in public. This was the golden age, which meant the mistake of the second Miss not seeing it. Xu Qing interrupted her, offering another toast. He held up a can of Golden Age soda, and they hit the jars to drink to the Golden Age. She glanced up. She slowly closed her eyes. She stood there intending to explore this world on behalf of the second Miss. A few days have passed. Jian-hee was looking out of the room embarrassed. There was a strange aura around her, and Xu Qing could sense it. He asked her a question that she hadn't expected at all and was afraid of. Xu Qing couldn't figure out what was wrong with her as she quickly ran back to the room. I heard footsteps behind me. Jian-hee appeared in front of him, still looking confused. There was something in her hands behind her back, and Xu Qing knew that she had run out of feminine supplies, but she was too shy to say. Xu Qing didn't see anything wrong with it, going to order another box. But at this moment, he thought about it. I decided to transfer a few hundred yuan to her account so that she could go to the store and buy everything she needed. It was another step in learning to master in the world, and it's one of the most needed skills. He remembered that she had used the tape to check if she had thrown it away. Jian-hee was instantly covered in a red glow of shame, but Xu Qing was just worried about her and wanted her to look natural in public. She explained sheepishly that the clothes gave her back pain. Yu Qing was dumbfounded. This knowledge was incomprehensible to him. He decided to Google it, offering to try on the rest of it if it didn't fit. Jin-hee went to her room. She stopped abruptly in front of the door. She didn't know if their relationship was considered abnormal. Xu Qing didn't see anything wrong with it as long as they had nothing to hide. She took that to be true and went back to her room. The door closed, and she was standing at the door. In fact, she hid behind the door with a red face. A few days have passed. 100 yuan came to his account. It was Jin-hee who transferred the 100 yuan back to him. But her face didn't show happiness, and tears of bitterness began to flow. Xu Qing didn't understand why she was so eager to pay him back if she couldn't bear it. Now she had to think of something else to do. He asked her if she could cook. Jin-hee knew how to cook porridge and reheat leftovers, so Xu Qing offered to learn. It wasn't a bad skill for life, although it was a pity that her martial arts skills weren't relevant in their time, since she didn't have any other skills. Only he could help her explore the world and find talents in her, and he didn't take advantage of his roommate's ability to cook for him. Her eyes sparkled with delight that she could learn to cook. She won't be able to get a full understanding of life while she's sitting at home and making money. Although cooking has changed, this skill is always appreciated. Ewing invited her to the kitchen, suggesting that she learn how to fry potatoes. He didn't cook in the kitchen very often, so it had to be cleaned up first. She needed to learn how to do the dishes first, and while she was cleaning, he went to the store to buy ingredients. Zhu didn't cook very well himself, only knew how to prepare basic dishes. But girls usually learn faster, so he wanted to see her progress. He slammed the door behind him, and I went shopping. Jian-hee sighed as she finally finished cleaning up. The entire kitchen glistened with cleanliness. But at that moment, her stomach growled. She already wanted to eat and imagined beautiful dishes in her head. It was the peak of her dreams if she could learn how to cook such delicious food. At this moment, Shu-Qing finally returned with a bunch of ingredients. She looked at all the food items with interest. In the bag, she noticed a potato that she didn't recognize. Shu-Hing explained that it had a very high yield, although it looked unappetizing, and this vegetable was rich in carbohydrates and cheap. He asked for help to bring all the groceries to the kitchen, and Jian-Hee had no problem with that. Shu-Ying advised to wash the potatoes from the sand and then peel them. When she learns to cook, she can cook for him, and he can pay her for it. For example, 5 won per meal. But she was already living off of him, so she didn't want to be charged for basic care, especially since she was also eating, so it wouldn't be right. Shu-King wanted to make it a bonus, now advising to eat at home because it was much healthier. It sounded rather strange to her. He showed her a picture of how to slice the potatoes after they were peeled. But at this moment, he received a call from Qin Hao. He told her to put the sliced potatoes in a bowl of water while he was on the phone. Shu-Ying picked up the phone asking how things were going. Qin Hao didn't have anything to do, so he suggested that we meet for a couple of kebabs in the evening. He suggested that we wait until winter and then go to Hogo because today he will have dinner. Qin Hao didn't know when he would be free, and at that moment he fell silent. It was only after a couple of seconds that he realized that Shu-Qing had prepared dinner for himself, but he didn't see anything surprising about it. Qin Hao tried to find out what was wrong with his friend, but Shu-Qing immediately hung up. He is sure that the friend definitely wanted to come to eat at his place. I decided not to let him and Jian-Hee meet again. Jian-Hee was worried and entered into the search, not knowing if it was normal for a guy and a girl to cook together. She read various articles to calm herself down. Shu-King was telling her about the various ingredients on the table, and he explained when and what was being used. He asked her to watch carefully and remember how much and what he added, but Jian-Hee couldn't focus. After all, she was told that cooking together is very close, and this makes them a small family. Zhu-King hoped that she remembered everything, advising him not to add too much seasoning. She turned away and he stared at her. Shu-King knew that she was acting strangely, but Jian-He's mind was clear. He didn't catch her words, so she pretended to refer to the smell of the dish. After a while, they finished cooking and placed the dish on the table. Jian-He couldn't enjoy the smell or the sight of the dish. He handed her a large bowl of cooked rice. Shu-King knew that this was the first time they had cooked at home in 2 months. Jian-Hee took the first bite, and her eyes sparkled with the delicious taste. She didn't know if potatoes grew out of the ground. Shu-King thought it was obvious that she couldn't have appeared out of thin air. He was very fond of steamed potatoes because of their extra flavor. But I couldn't hold it in my hands because it was too hot. First, he gave 1 potato to her to try. It was understandable why she hadn't seen the potatoes that came from the west before. If she returned to her own time, she would be able to build a huge ship and sail to the southeast, where she would be able to get a lot of land. And it was so famous that it would be in the history books. Jian-Hee admitted that she would like to find land in this world and settle down. She would like to grow her own food to make food, and this may be the best solution for her situation. Shu-King didn't understand what she meant by earth. Jian-Hee dreamed of working in the fields. Although she did not know how to do it, she had a great desire to learn. Shu-Hing advised her to reject this not-so-good idea. He knew how much the people of her time loved to have their own land, but times had changed long ago. She didn't see it as a problem because she was strong enough to do it, and then she needed money and seeds for the farm. Jian-Hee wanted to find the abandoned land. She would need help when the crops came up. And in 3 or 4 years, she will have her own land, and then she will be able to earn money to work off the debt. Shu-King interrupted her daydreaming, reminding her that she needed to understand how the world worked first. He didn't want her to spend years setting up her own farm. Jian-Hee looked at him with her mouth open. She turned her head in frustration, but accepted his decision. Shu-King looked at her in silence. He explained that this place was her home, and he would take care of her as much as he could. Jian-Hee blushed deeply, not understanding what taking care meant, but he compared her to a melon. He was having a lot of fun with her, and he didn't want to waste that time, and in the future, they could find a solution. Jian-Hee cringed with shame and blushing. She still owed him a favor, and she wanted to pay him back as soon as possible, but not in this way. Zhu King tensed, realizing that he had made a mistake with this joke and had taken a wrong turn. Johnny couldn't consider this their home after all. This was Shu Qing's home, and they had nothing to hide. Shu Qing confirmed her words, but it was only temporary, and he wasn't going to do anything to her. She was once again convinced of how nice he was, but it reminded him of rejecting a girl, so he was annoyed. Later, they went about their own business. Jianhee was going through her computer and noticed something. She tapped the star icon on her desktop twice, and she ended up in the profile, deciding to go through it. Jianhee saw the album button and immediately clicked on it. And I came across something interesting. There was a picture of a red-haired guy, but she immediately recognized him as a young master. Xu Hing immediately started to brush it off because it couldn't be him, but Jianhee could see the obvious similarities. He tried to defend himself, but Jianhee crushed him with a glare. The girl was looking right into his soul, which made it impossible for him to force out a lie. So he had to confess, and Jianhee didn't understand what was wrong with him in this picture. The therapist advised you to give your eyes to other people if they don't need them. Xu admitted that he was very young and stupid with his style, and it was his dark past. These photos were stored in his personal album to remind him of stupid things, but they were seen by Jianhee. But he was glad that he kept the videos in an invisible folder. Otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing. Jianhee didn't expect him to have long hair before, but this was the 27th year, so she wouldn't understand it. Shu Qing recalled their previous conversation with shame, realizing that at that time, there was no need to be idle so that he wouldn't be in such a situation now. He couldn't believe that he was paying rent on his own family's house. Xu Wing suggested creating a separate account for her, and she could upload photos that would be stored there forever. He suggested making a password for the English version of her name, deciding to show her how to spell it. Jianhee carefully memorized how to spell it, and she succeeded. Xu King was immediately able to come up with a nickname for her, and entered Air Dancer in the line. Jianhee read it slowly, and Xu Qing was proud of his idea. He compared it to a pseudonym in the martial arts world, which is used to hide one's identity. He started clicking, showing her different tabs. So I decided to join several game groups at once, so that she could watch their communication and then join, but I advised her to ignore toxic people. And if she doesn't understand something, she can immediately enter it in the search. He slumped back on the couch, relaxed. He and Jianhee immediately became friends, and he wondered if she would become an internet addict. But that was a better option than her mining or lynching. He stared at her in silence, not expecting 2 months to pass so quickly, and even managed to get used to it. After a while, Jianhee will get used to it and learn how to live independently, and then become a real modern girl. Xu Qing stared at her. 1,000 years ago, she was just a grain of sand in the Kaiyuan era, but now she was a brick of the golden era, and Xu Qing was doing his best. Some time passed and night fell. Jianhee got up from her computer and decided to take a shower. Xu Qing explained about the new absorbent towels that she can wrap around her hair to make it easier to dry. After showering, she dressed in the bathroom. She was wiping her hair, realizing that Xu Qing was right. Everything she saw was designed to entertain people. Times were different, but before that, people did everything possible to survive. It's only been 2 months, but it's already significantly different from her first day here. She got out of the shower, and Xu Qing immediately called her over to dry her hair so that she could also take a shower later. By doing so, he hoped to thwart her idea of cutting off her hair. He began to slowly dry her curls. Jianhee thought that his hair would look good on him too, so she could help him dry it too. Xu Qing also liked the current hairstyle, and he didn't want to put himself through any more moral tests. She was embarrassed that only he was helping her with this, but it wasn't hard for him to do it. Xu King explained that the salons do this all day, and he wanted to take her to the barbershop for her hair. Jianhee thanked him with a smile. She imagined what would have happened if Xu Qing had fallen into her time, doubting that he would have survived with his kind heart. She would have liked to defend him, and then shrug him off, pretending it was an easy thing to do. Jianhee came to a realization. Its golden era is best forgotten and not experienced by anyone because everything is so good. After a while, people were already walking down the street in jackets. Jianhee also dressed warmly, and Xu Qing asked her to stand up straight. And I took a picture. His gallery was filled with photos of her as she gradually became a fashionista. He sighed and steam came out of his mouth. Xu King pointed at the window, showing her how cold it was outside and she wouldn't be able to go out without warm clothes. But he'd thought it all out and bought her some warm clothes. Then he remembered if she could withstand the cold with martial arts. It only worked a little, but she was definitely better able to handle this temperature. Xu Qing remembered that she was wearing straw sandals, not doubting that her fingers were freezing. Jianhee almost tore her hat off in anger at his joke. He decided to leave the apartment quickly, reminding her that she could cook her own food. The door slammed shut quickly. He walked slowly down the street. It was mid-November, and he still hadn't paid his rent, and his father had lowered the rent last year, so he preferred to take a walk, or he might show up again unannounced. Shuing was afraid that some people might misunderstand their life together with Jinhee. It's hard to explain to people that a single guy and a girl can do everything together. In his opinion, only a fool like Melon can believe it. At that moment, he sneezed. I didn't understand the reason. He wrote to his mother that he was coming to visit today. After a while, he came home to find his mother sitting on the couch. She immediately started looking for a girl around him, but he left her at home. My mother was annoyed that he didn't take her with him again. Shu King sat down on the sofa and picked up an orange. He didn't see the point in taking the girl with him. I could imagine my father complaining that his girlfriend had eaten for free. My mother sipped her tea while he calmly peeled an orange. She started asking how they were living together at such a young age and where she came from. Shu Qing didn't even know where to find a person to shelter. He explained that she had come to town for work and was now alone in a strange place. And she was like a little sister to him, but then they ended up in a relationship. Mom wanted to know where she was from. Shu King pretended that Jianhei came from the mountains, and she was wearing worn-out shoes that she didn't want to part with. Her clothes were patched and she was hungry. She didn't believe there were such people, but Shu Qing wasn't even exaggerating. My mother didn't believe me right away, but she remembered the pictures where she was different from the others. Shu Qing said that she took care of an impoverished family since childhood, so she was a little different from the carefree girls who were served everything on a platter. He was fully prepared to lie to the public about Jianhei. Mom asked about their future plans, which made him squeeze the orange in his hands. Shu Qing became very nervous as he explained that there was nothing between them and they were sleeping in separate rooms. He started to wipe the orange juice off his hands and decided to be more careful since he was only sheltering her for a while. My mother asked me to bring her next time, and if they are not compatible, they will break up soon. Shu Qing hoped that if they were compatible, then his father would stop making him pay rent. But my mother couldn't promise that. She realized that he still hadn't found a job, but he was on the lookout. It was already evening. My father finally came home. He looked at him haughtily, assuming that he had come to pay the rent. Shu Qing only smiled mischievously as he came to have dinner. My father frowned, and my mother ordered me to quickly wash my hands and eat. The table was set with beautiful dishes. Shu Qing was enjoying the homemade ribs, and I would really like to share them with Jianhei. He assumed that she had already eaten and was now working. His father saw the smile on his face and immediately asked why. Shu Qing snapped out of his thoughts, and his father thought he was crazy. After dinner, he started washing the dishes. They were standing in the kitchen with their mother. In the container, he saw a sprouted sprout and realized that it was ginger. The woman heard about its benefits, so she decided to grow a little. He studied the sprout carefully. He reached for them with a wet hand. His mother immediately slapped him on the arm to stop him from dragging his paws. He begged me to give him some, wanting to grow something too. Mom shared one ginger sprout. His thoughts were filled with Jianhei, who would really enjoy growing ginger. He had her face in his head, and how she gets the sprout and smiles gently. Mom decided to send him home and wash the dishes herself. All he could see was Jianhei's smile with the sprout in her hand. Suddenly, he turned to his mother, and with a red face, he admitted to himself that he was head over heels in love. My mother didn't expect anything else, because they were already living together and didn't understand what he was saying. After that, he went home and walked out of the gate. He pulled his hood closer. He exhaled the warm air, his face flushed. He didn't understand how anyone could fall in love with a girl from the past, and he doubted he could afford to. Shu Qing pulled up his hood, breathing heavily. Even though he was joking about their relationship, it was all just jokes. In Shu Qing's mind, she was a small kitten, which made it unacceptable for them to live together. He couldn't understand why everyone had normal girls, but he had a girl from the past, and it was as strange as possible. Shu Qing reached the house and opened the door. When he announced his arrival, Jianhei abruptly trembled. She started to get nervous and stutter. Without another word, he handed her the sprout in the container. Jianhei picked it up in silence, and she began to examine it carefully, not understanding what it was. Shu Qing explained that it was sprouted ginger, and she could choose a place for it, and it would be very interesting to grow it. Jianhei immediately ran happily to put it in the kitchen. He was looking at her back. He was deep in thought with a slight blush on his face. He asked her if she still wanted to play, but it was too late, so she wanted to go to bed. Shu Qing advised me to wrap myself up because it would get colder at night and called me over. The two of them sat down on the sofa, and Shu Qing couldn't get a word out as Jianhei waited. He asked for her hand, which made her scream like a wildcat. Shu Qing wanted to know if her hands were cold, but Jianhei immediately gave him an answer. But I gave him my hand anyway so he could check it out for himself. He carefully touched her palm because they felt different because of her sword practice. Jianhei was extremely nervous, not understanding what he was doing. Xu Ying only wanted to know if martial arts disfigure the hands, and if not, he wanted to learn it too. He considered buying her a hand warmer if she worked at the computer. Jianhee's face was completely red while she couldn't say anything and decided to abruptly head for the shower. She made a quick dash for the bathroom. She slammed the door shut, leaving him on the couch. He wasn't happy with her reaction. While she was gone, he darted to the computer to see what she was hiding from him. He started clicking around looking for anything suspicious. Her entire search history was filled with various questions that she was always interested in, but she was too shy to ask. Shu King couldn't even imagine what strange thoughts she had. After a while, she got out of the shower. Xu Ying gave her a skeptical look, which made her immediately nervous. He stood up, deciding to dry her hair right away. Jianhee noticed his strange behavior, but he'd been like this all evening. He hinted to her that the search isn't all-powerful and that her questions are answered by someone else behind the screen. And he asked her to blindly not believe in every result. Xu King explained that some people are even professionally engaged in deceiving other people, so you should not believe everything. Then he started drying her hair. She didn't understand why he had abruptly started such a dialogue. Zhu Qing pretended that he hadn't seen her search history and just decided to say it casually. Later, he went to bed and thought about it. Soon, Jianhee will be able to join the society, and it is not known what will happen then. He didn't want to deceive himself that Jianhee was his girlfriend, but he also didn't want to give her away to anyone else. The hand fell on his face of its own accord, hitting him hard. His face was still red, but he didn't want to deceive anyone, and there was only one solution: to become her boyfriend. In the morning, Jianhee brushed her teeth. She was a little tense, and there were bruises under her eyes. At this moment, she noticed Xu Qing nearby and began to suspect something. But he didn't do anything, just brushed his teeth. He couldn't contain his feelings, because the longer he looked at her, the more perfect she seemed to him. Then he suggested that she go to his parents' house if she was free. Xu Ying talked about his father's wild interest in why they lived together. So he asked them to pretend to be his girlfriend at dinner so they wouldn't be bothered anymore. Jianhee knew that people in relationships should sleep together, but Xu Qing didn't ask for much, just to enjoy the food. He'd given her the choice of sleeping together, of course, but she'd immediately declined. Xu Ying asked her to just pretend. Jianhee agreed to his request. He abruptly suggested that she practice, but she didn't see the point of doing it for dinner alone. Xu Qing realized that he was being stupid and suggested that we go to the buffet where you pay once and eat as much as you want. He had promised to take her there, and a man must keep his word. Jianhee started daydreaming about how she could eat as much as she wanted, even spicy food. They were out on the cold street, and he was afraid that Jianhee would be cold. But she was happy with her new clothes because they were very warm. Xu Qing joked that she would need a warm jacket in her time and suggested that she put some potatoes in her pockets. Jianhee even wanted to buy a computer and take it with her. But Xu Qing didn't think it was a good idea, and people might think it was crazy, so it's better to grow potatoes. After dinner, she wanted to look up information about growing potatoes. She still didn't have a home of her own, and if given the opportunity to return, she would take it. They went down the street and saw Auntie dragging a heavy bag by herself. Xu Qing didn't understand why she bought such a big bag of rice and dragged it herself, but Uncle Wang was under pressure, so she decided to ask Xu Qing for help. He took the bag over his shoulders. Xu Qing considered it lucky that she met him when he and his girlfriend were going out for dinner. Auntie didn't expect him to recognize her as his girlfriend after all, and would like to know the name. Jianhee introduced herself, and Auntie liked it very much. Finally, he carried the bag into the apartment and set it on the floor, exhaling heavily. Xu Qing was sure that they had seen Jianhee before, but the aunt didn't remember anything. She started knocking on the door for her uncle to open it for her. Xu Qing began to describe how they had met 5 years ago, when she wasn't so tall and had a rounded face, and they even chatted. My aunt tried to remember while my uncle opened the door. Xu Qing deduced that she had simply changed too much in appearance, so her memory might have been blunted. She decided to throw it away for her old age because it was a very long time ago, and Xu Qing hoped that they wouldn't forget her again. The woman suggested they come in for a cup of tea afterward, but they were already going out to eat, and since this was an opportunity, they didn't want to miss it. After that, they left the house and walked down the road. Jianhee didn't understand what he was saying to the woman, but if she had arrived 5 years ago, she would have endured the winters in the mountain cave. If no one but Xu Qing knows about it, then it technically doesn't exist. But only for society, and since it has no past, it has no future. A person's past is their foundation, and her past came from the Tang dynasty, and that was bad. She needs to adapt to live to the fullest. Aunt Chung was such a gossip girl, and she was spreading rumors about everyone. And because of that, everyone in the area would know about Jianhee, so that everyone would know about her existence. And it would be nice if their relationship was considered long-term. Jianhee thought about it and seemed to understand. They were walking across the courtyard, where Uncle Cho was sitting with tea and a cigarette. Shu King said hello, worried that he was cold. He suggested we go to a warm place, but Uncle Cho came out for a smoke. Shu King held Jen-hee's hand, announcing that they were going out for dinner. Everyone saw them walking out of the gate together. They kept walking, but Shu King couldn't feel her hand. It turned out that her hand was wrapped in the sleeve of her jacket. Shu King cleared his throat to attract attention. He immediately pulled back his hand, explaining that he was trying to show her presence to everyone. Jen-hee now understood why he was doing this. She held out her sleeve to him again, but no one was there. Holding on to her sleeve didn't give any pleasure. Shu King clenched his fist, knowing that making her his girlfriend was a difficult task. After a while, they were already approaching the restaurant. But at this moment, Shu King was afraid of something. In his path was Chin Hao in a police uniform, who had to be avoided. Unfortunately, he noticed it right away. So as not to arouse suspicion, Shu King immediately greeted him. Chin Hao wasn't busy at all and immediately ran over to them. He didn't know that his friend was here and felt that something had happened to him. Shu King said they wanted to eat hogo and called with them, but Chin Hao was at work. Chin Hao peered at Jen-hee, remembering that she was his cousin from high school, and he demanded the cosine theorem from her, which almost made her faint. Shu King defended her and confessed their relationship. Chin Hao couldn't believe it, not understanding why he had lied in the first place, since there was nothing shameful about a relationship. He deduced that something had happened to Shu King, but he didn't want to talk on an empty stomach, or offered to arrest him and go to the police station. Chin Hao was willing to let him go this time, but he would demand an explanation next time. He decided to score, and they quickly ran to the restaurant. Finally, they arrived and entered the building. Shu King chose a table where the light was better. They sat down and Shu King took off his coat. Jenny was afraid that she had ruined everything and shouldn't have left the house. Shu King didn't know what she was talking about and doubted that she would want to stay at home forever. She will not be able to learn if she stays at home, so she needs to gain experience to interact with society. Jen-hee noticed something outside the window and started to worry. There were officers standing there, but they wouldn't arrest anyone if they didn't break the law. They can even help you find your family if they have no documents and are homeless. Jen-hee recalled how he used to scare her before. He pulled her to go pick out food faster. There was a whole table of various delicious food in front of them. She thanked him for such a feast, but Shu King just asked her to take off her outer clothing. Jen-hee immediately took off her jacket and hat before eating. Shu King didn't know if there was any hogo in her time while he was putting meat in the soup. She'd seen a similar cooking method, but she hadn't tried it herself. Shu King had heard about a certain poem about hyogo, so he handed her more meat. She started eating the delicious meat cooked in a spicy broth and couldn't get enough of it. She liked every dish she tasted, and Shu King was charmed by her joy. He handed her a whole plate of shelled shrimp. She ate every bite with relish. But she noticed that Shu King hadn't started eating yet. Shu King was so mesmerized by her beauty and actions that he didn't feel like eating. He explained that he was full and offered to clean everything for her because it would be faster and friends should help each other. Jen-hee believed him and agreed, and now she knew that in modern times, we need to help each other. Later, they ate all the dishes, and there were empty plates on the table. Shu King noticed that she had eaten well. He began to dress, suggesting that she take a walk home to make sure the food was properly digested, and she liked the idea. He began to put on her hat. When they were dressed, they left the building. Shu King looked at her in silence. I decided to take a different route. As they passed the stream, he wondered if she could walk on water like those monks with a reed. But Jen-hee didn't know how to do that, and she found modern humans even stranger. He pointed to a rock, telling her to break it with her hand. But even Jen-hee was skeptical because the hand cannot be stronger than a stone. He started looking around for something to lure her in. Abruptly, he took her hand and pulled. Shu King pointed at the tree, wanting to see how she would smash it. Jen-hee swung her fist at him to show him off. She hit the trunk with great force. The tree broke in half and fell apart. Yu Ching realized that they had committed a crime and caused damage to private property, so they urgently needed to escape. He grabbed her sleeve sharply. After a while, they ran a good distance away, but their hands were still connected. Johnny reminded him to let go, and Shu King did so with a displeased face. He went ahead, intending to go home and play. When they arrived, he sat down wearily on the sofa. He watched Jen-hee with a smile. Suddenly, she was curious about the word seduce. Shu King only realized her question after a second and jumped. The room filled with silence at his reaction. He quickly approached her, but Jen-hee pointed to the monitor where she was told these words. He immediately clicked on the voice chat button. I spoke in a gruff voice to this player. He was immediately excluded from the team, and he sent Jen-hee to prepare dinner while he dealt with everything. She left, tying up her hair, and he sat down at the computer. With a serious face, he began to quickly take action. I immediately added this guy to the blacklist. He hasn't even started trying yet, and someone's already hitting on him. Now he eliminated the potential threat and exhaled. There was a knock on the door, and my father was standing behind it. Shuing was surprised that he came for rent so early, but his father just came to check on him. And I thought that his heater wasn't working, wanting to help him as a landlord. In the middle of a sentence, he stopped abruptly. Jenhee didn't expect to meet him either, as she carried the plates to the table. This wasn't part of his plan. When he walked home, he imagined putting him in his place, going to see them in the dirt and without money, thinking that he would soon start looking for a job. He abruptly started looking around. The entire apartment glistened with cleanliness. But on his last visit, the house was more like a pigsty, not understanding how things had changed so quickly. He said that he came to check the heater, but it was working properly. Then my father decided to go home already, otherwise my mother will swear. And before leaving, he turned around. In a loud voice, he ordered me to call on them sometime. Yai quickly slammed the door, and Jinhee went to continue cooking dinner. He looked at her at once. I watched her move around the kitchen. Just the sight of her exuded grace and beauty, and the entire room glittered with her presence. His face turned red at the feeling, as if he had gained experience in a game. While they were eating rice, Hu-Ching asked her about the future. Jian-hee had no doubt that the future would be no different. He accepted her answer, assuming she would. But she immediately clarified that she would not continue to inconvenience him. And she felt uncomfortable that they were strangers to each other, and he was helping her. The second miss once said that no one owes anyone anything, and actions are done out of kindness, and you can't take advantage of it. Shu-Wing didn't expect such wisdom. He blushed as he decided to move on to this conversation. Shu-Ching suggested that she stop being strangers, and their meeting might have been fate. Jinhee immediately rejected his idea. She couldn't do that, thinking that he was just patronizing her, so she had to thank him. Her words felt like a stone had been dropped on his head. And then he turned on his imagination. Jinhee tearfully admitted that she didn't have any money, so she could only thank him with her body. Shu-Wing didn't ask her to do this, and he wanted to be in a relationship of his own free will. And they sit there, holding hands and looking into each other's eyes. He wanted it to be like this. But the audience was not happy with this plot, because consent to marriage is usually considered the payment of all debts. But the second miss demanded that all debts be returned, and it is shameless to agree to marriage as payment. En stormed into the room, blaming the second miss for ruining his relationship after 1,000 years. She used scissors to cut the red threads of fate between her lovers. Shu-King clenched his jaw in rage that everything wasn't going according to plan. He asked not to be treated as a benefactor, but in Jinhee's opinion, he was. Her goal was to earn money so as not to make life difficult for him. He realized that her principles had triumphed over him. He hadn't expected his own help to be the main obstacle to their relationship. Some time passed, and they sat and went about their business. Judging how much money she will get for increasing the level, it will take her years to repay the debt. He imagined himself attacking her like a hungry wolf, and she was pinned down with bunny ears. But he remembered how she had taken down an oak tree with a single blow, and he squeezed back in fear, knowing that this was not an option. Melon squirmed on the pillow, trying to find a comfortable position, but Shu-Ching took him by the scruff of the neck, suggesting that he go to Jian-hee. Jinhee needed to learn how to earn money for herself, not just get used to the modern world. Otherwise, she will never come to this case. It was the beginning of December. Shin Hao started asking where his girlfriend came from. Shu-King admitted that she simply didn't have any relatives here, and out of pity, he took her home. Wangzi choked on the water, not understanding how this could happen. Shin Hao didn't understand why he was lying about his cousin, but he was only helping her hide her identity because she was homeless at first and had been in an orphanage before. He was afraid that she would be sent to some rehabilitation center, and so he took her in. Chin Hao decided to believe this time. Zhu reminded him about the conversation at the kebabs about the documents and asked for help. Wang Su was demanding to stop talking nonsense while Shu Qing was pestering his friend. They clinked their glasses together, noting all the events. Chin Hao later left first because he had to go to work tomorrow. His friends joked, thanking him for his work. Then the two of them drove together in the car. Shu Qing asked Wang Su if he had a place where he didn't need any work documents. Wang Su could easily pick up something for her, but she needed to be warned in advance. Shu Qing wanted to find a job for the time being until she applied for the documents. It will be hard if everyone sees her as homeless, but a certain past can help, and work is the only option. Wangzi could find a way to write off her extra years of working in one of his stores, and was willing to help each other out, and they bumped fists. The door to the apartment opened. He immediately turned to Jian-hee, asking if she had eaten or not. She ate and even left him some food. Shu Qing sat down on the sofa in a relaxed manner, surprised that she even learned to leave food for other people. He began to talk to the cat that was scolding him. Jinhee abruptly approached him, sniffing. She pinched her nose, knowing that he had been drinking again and was in a brothel. Shuing twitched, not sure where she got this from, but she could smell it on his body and imagine him with a bunch of women. He sniffed himself, assuming it was because of h's womanizing friend Wang Zi's car, and he was an exemplary citizen and did not go to such places. Zhu explained that brothels were now illegal, and there was no need to worry that he would sell her to someone. Jinhee was surprised by the number of rules. But if they didn't exist, the trade would go much further, and the sale of organs would be legal, but that didn't mean the world was blindly safe, and there were still crooks around. Jinhee started to shake in fear, imagining a bad person, happy that Shuqing didn't want to sell her. He looked at her thoughtfully. I noticed how relaxed she'd been lately, but I asked her to pay attention. Jinhee couldn't hear anything anymore, imagining the terrible events. He decided to get up from the couch, determined to see what she had left for him to eat. Shuqing entered the kitchen. There was a plate of food in a bag to keep it dry. He smiled tenderly, his cheeks flushed. He was very pleased that someone was leaving him food and decided to eat some, even though he wasn't hungry. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to leave him anything. After that, he washed the dishes after himself. He walked out of the kitchen exhaling. He passed by Jinhee, who was sitting at her computer. He sat down on the sofa. He looked at Jinhee every time, and each time he wanted to hug her more, but he was afraid of her power, and he was shy. Suddenly, he asked her how she felt about meeting his father, but Jinhee didn't know what to say. Shuqing called him stubborn and a person who asks a lot of questions with a stony face, and he used to envy others because of their fathers. After all, they could chat with them at dinner together and spend time together. He recalled when he was little, his father never hugged him, and he always wanted a simple hug. But they never existed, even though it's silly to dream about it. So he turned to Jinhee for this, so that she could help him experience what is called a hug. Jinhee stiffened, realizing that he had dragged her into this conversation so easily. He turned away, determined to forget the conversation. After all, this will not replace the hug of his own father, and he can't force her to hug if she doesn't want to. Jinhee gave him a piteous look and silently squeezed. Her fist clenched in her lap as she began to doubt, and in the end, she decided to help him with this problem. She walked slowly over to him. She held out her hands, not knowing exactly how to do it. Shuqing immediately reached out his hands to her, and he held her tightly in his arms without a shred of hesitation. Jinhee tried to push him away, becoming nervous and shy. But in the end, she gave in to the hug and squeezed his sweater in her hand. So they sat on the couch, hugging each other in silence. Jinhee thought it was enough, but Shuqing asked for just a little more. She was shaking with embarrassment, and her face was flushed, but she was doing it for him so that he could finally feel the embrace and trying to keep her mind clear. Shuqing smiled slyly, enjoying this moment. He could smell the clean smell of her shampoo from her hair and the warmth of her body. He was afraid of startling her, but he wanted to squeeze her harder. Finally, he pulled away from her as she pressed her face together in embarrassment. Shuqing thanked her for the opportunity to experience what a hug was like. She was very nervous about not asking for thanks and started waving her hands in shame. Zhugang slowly got up from the sofa, deciding to take a shower to remove the effects of the alcohol. Jinhee looked after him questioningly. She sensed that his relaxed appearance was just a cover. Jinhee started practicing with the sword. She continued to practice her moves. She was doing it right in the hall while Shuqing was filming everything on his phone. Jinhee turned to look at him and only noticed. They just said hello. Zhuang was interested in whether martial arts affected one's health and how effective they were. Jinhee really liked the arts and decided to show the difference in their power. He glanced at her powerful fist, which was bursting with her power. I started Googling why martial artists have such a strength and inner core. They spar with their colleagues because they prefer an active lifestyle. He called out to her at once, and there were tears in his eyes. He opened his mouth, but no words came out, but it was obvious that he was delighted. Zhuxing collapsed to his knees, realizing that he really wanted to learn martial arts. Jinhee didn't understand the sudden request. He understood that martial arts were an important part of tradition, and he didn't want to lose them as time passed. Therefore, he was willing to study conscientiously, wanting to become a better master, and was even able to get into the correct posture right away. 10 minutes passed. His soul started to leave his body while he was on his knees, because he wasn't ready for this. Jinhee continued to command, ordering him to stand up and continue with his hands raised. Training was practice and perseverance, which you need to do slowly and carefully. But Shuqing didn't want to become an art master anymore. Now he just wanted to strengthen his body, and Jinhee was asking him to at least hold out until the end, and when he could stand in a stance for an hour, she would teach him the techniques. A bald master appeared in his mind, practicing half-naked in the snow, wishing he could do the same. Jenhee was shocked that he wanted to stand naked in the snow. Finally, there was the first snowfall of Jongchung's winter, and the first day Shuqing started practicing martial arts seriously. They went outside and the ice cracked under their feet. Jenhee really enjoyed walking on slippery ice. Shuqing recalled how sullen she was in the beginning, but now she was full of life, and it looked like a blooming flower. She ran forward on the ice and glided as if on ice skates. Jenhee turned around with a huge smile because she was having so much fun. Shuqing interrupted her entertainment, and they had to go now. They were in a taxi. Jenhee noticed how relaxed the driver looked, and he didn't have to endure the cold in his transport, and at work, all he had to do was sit and turn the steering wheel. She suggested that she could drive too, but it was too hard and he couldn't explain everything to her. Woqing didn't want her to end up hitting someone and causing them problems, so she couldn't learn to drive yet. She didn't understand why he couldn't drive if he could, but he was just poor. They got out of the taxi and closed the door. Shuqing asked him not to worry in front of his parents because they were just going to have lunch and chat and not to forget the story about coming from the mountains for work. She was looking around, but Shuqing had already noticed a familiar person. Shuqing called out to Uncle Chin and asked him to join hands quickly. She grabbed the edge of his coat. She tried to convince herself that it was only a sham and that her mind was clear. Uncle Chin recognized him immediately, asking what they were doing here. He introduced his girlfriend to him, and Uncle Chin almost became his father-in-law a couple of years ago. The dog started barking, and he started him up a couple of months ago, calling him Tyrant. His uncle cautiously beckoned him closer. I asked him to teach Chin Hao a few tricks if he was free, because he still didn't have a girlfriend. Shuqing grinned and thought of something. He admitted that Chin Hao was too decent, so he preferred to go on regular dates. Jenhee was playing with the dog. After the dialogue, they started to leave, saying goodbye to their uncle. Shuqing didn't wait for thanks for helping him solve life's problems, while Jenhee looked at him with bewilderment. They continued to visit their parents and discuss their relationship. Shuqing explained that just because a play ends, it doesn't mean that you have to stop playing the role even if no one is around, but Jenhee didn't understand the meaning. He assured her that it was normal for couples to hold hands, so she didn't have to worry. And when she talks to his mom, she will definitely ask a difficult question, and you should just agree with her on everything if she doesn't know the answer. But Jenhee is very confused about this instruction. Shuqing decided to start the first lesson, and he gave an example of the question of whether it is local or not. In the bad example, she just agreed, and in the good one, she explained with a bright smile that she came from another place. Jenhee didn't even see the difference in these examples, but there was a huge difference in the answers. And if she answered in one word, then her mother would be unhappy. But thanks to the detailed answer, she would look more sincere in her eyes. Shuqing started the second lesson by giving an example of the skill question. You can't tell her that she's just playing computer games. Jenhee should point out that she just works for herself. She didn't know what that meant, but it could only be said that she was self-employed. This word was also not clear to her, but it directly meant that she was minding her own business. But she still didn't fully understand what he was talking about. They were going up and he suggested that they just adapt to the situation and he would be there all the time, so you just need to play the role of the girl. When they entered the apartment, my mother immediately greeted them with joy. He introduced his girlfriend to his mother so they could meet. Jenhee's face radiated nervousness and shame. Shuqing asked to call his mother auntie and she immediately bowed to say hello. Mom's face radiated kindness and joy, immediately inviting them into the house while the food was being prepared. She was very surprised that the girl looked even better than in the photo. Shuqing led her around the house by the hand so that she wouldn't be nervous. He started helping her take off her outer clothing because it was already warm at home. My father watched it carefully and couldn't believe his eyes. Shuqing demonstrated that he had actually brought his girlfriend to meet them, but there was a gloomy atmosphere around him, and he couldn't say anything back. He started hanging up her jacket, and her father noticed their matching sweaters. Shuqing was incredibly happy, giggling at his father. His father was extremely displeased with his snide face, but he was incredibly happy that he had a girlfriend. Shuqing knew that his father had devoted his entire life to historical research, but he had never guessed that this was a person from ancient times. And this was also his girlfriend, which made it all the more beautiful. Later, they all sat on the sofa, waiting for the food, and Shuqing peeled the oranges again. He handed her a freshly peeled orange to ease her tension a little. Suddenly, he realized that he had forgotten to buy some goodies for the first meeting. My father assured me that everything was enough for them. Mom finally prepared the food and asked everyone to wash their hands and sit at the table, beckoning Shuqing to help set the table. He shows her where the bathroom is while he helps his mom with the food. When she washed her hands, she came out of the bathroom. Mom immediately called her to the table, where everyone was already sitting. Her eyes sparkled at the sight. and she ran to the table, where they were waiting for her with a smile. When she sat down, a bowl of rice and chopsticks were handed to her. The table was set and they could start eating. Jianhee kept shaking and nervous, knowing that it wouldn't end with just a simple meal. Zhuking noticed that she couldn't start eating and put a homemade rib on her rice. He gave her a taste of the best ribs of his life. Their parents looked at their relationship, which made my mother shine with happiness. But after a while, all the happiness was gone and the air was filled with awkwardness. Jianhee was finishing her second bowl of rice and ribs with a satisfied face, eating more than all of them. After dinner, Shuqing started washing the dishes, and his father called him to the study. Her mother handed her a glass of water, and Jianhee didn't expect such hospitality. She invited her to sit next to her aunt on the sofa, and she realized that Shuqing didn't need to keep quiet about such a girl for so long. Jianhee confirmed that they were together now, even though she didn't fully understand what that meant. Mom started asking around when they first met, and Jianhee explained that it was a long time ago. She asked about her family and where she was from, and Jianhee remembered that they had been working on such a question. She gave the answer Shuqing had told her, but her mother wanted to know more specifically, so Jianhee told her about the mountains. His father started asking him about his future plans, since they were already living together. Zhuking didn't see anything like them just living in the same house and eating together. His father was annoyed by his blunt response and was afraid that something unexpected might happen in the future. Xu Wing was confident that nothing would happen between them and only asked his father to cancel the rent payment. He was starting to raise his voice, not wanting to talk about rent right now, suggesting that they discuss their cohabitation. Xu Xing turned to his father, and he admitted that he has more experience in this. After these words, his father could not stand it and quickly kicked him out of the office. He came out and saw Jianhee and his mom on the couch, completely forgetting about their conversation, and this might lead to plot holes in their story. Xu Qing turned to her, realizing that it was already quite late and would like to go home. He immediately put on his coat. He helped Jianhee get dressed, deciding to return home early since it was cold outside. They quickly left the apartment. The door slammed shut and my father stepped out into the hall. He asked his wife for her grade, and she thought Jianhee was cute. But then she realized that she hadn't asked about her classes, but only told her about working for herself. My father didn't understand what it was at first, but according to Jianhee, she was self-employed. Then he inquired about her homeland, and she came from the Zhejiang Mountains, namely from the mountains near Zhejiang. Their characterization of their son's girlfriend was completely blank, with no definite answers. My father realized that they had come and eaten, gotten away from paying rent, and hadn't even been able to find out more about his girlfriend. He glanced irritably out the window where they were running down the road. Jianhee was full, so she didn't see the point of cooking more at home. He explained that she was moving less, so she was using less energy, and her appetite might have dropped. And now she had a variety of food, which gave her a quick satiation and pleasure. Zhuwei noticed her blowing on her palms. Then he suggested that she eat less, otherwise she would get fat and not be able to use her skills. Jianhee was very scared and immediately refused to eat. But he didn't want her to starve herself out by suggesting that she just burn calories during her workout. He decided to buy her a scale to track her weight. Jianhee didn't know what scales were, and Zhu Qing joked that they were used to weigh pigs. And he explained how people lift you up and tie you to one end of the scale. She screamed in fear, imagining the torture in her head. But he admitted to the joke right away, and he wanted to use that time for jokes, otherwise she would learn too quickly. When she wanted to say something, they finally came. She was looking at the monitor while playing the game, and she doubted that under such conditions, she would be able to pay off his debt and live on her own. She turned to Shuqing, trying to find other ways to earn money. Zhuing knew that there were a lot of ways to earn money online, but he couldn't think of any suitable ones for Jianhee, so he suggested that he keep playing and think of other ways. She looked at him sadly, knowing that she couldn't raise her salary yet. For Shuqing, the most important thing was to enjoy life, and she needed to find her own business. But Jianhee didn't have one. She looked at him, and I remembered about Melon, who lived and enjoyed life. Xu Qing didn't know if this was really the case, but he envied Jianhee for not being held down by public opinion. Johnny didn't understand these words, and Xu Qing wanted to explain, but I realized that she wouldn't fully understand it. It infuriated her that he didn't even try to explain and immediately discarded the idea, and she wanted to trample him in the mud. Xu Qing changed the subject again and went to take a shower, leaving an enraged Jianhee behind. He abruptly stood in front of the bathroom door. So I decided to tell you about two types of people I hate. The first ones were people who don't finish their sentences. Jianhee asked about the second one while he remained silent, but he abruptly shut himself in the bathroom without finishing. Jianhee clenched her fist in anger, vowing to destroy it. Xu Qing started talking about the two types of merchants in the game. The first type were monopolists that used their wealth to get all the resources, and the second type enjoyed an information advantage. If they don't know what others don't know, so do the authorities from her time. He gave an example of a situation where, if they know about an impending disaster, they will use that knowledge to stock up on supplies, and they will be sold at an increased price when families start selling all their possessions, which will allow them to monopolize the available resources and strengthen their position. Jian-hee screamed at the thought of being taken hostage. She started to blame it on Xu Qing, who was just joking. Xu Wang considered her a blank slate that learns completely from scratch, and without a general understanding, she wouldn't be able to understand his explanations. Suddenly, he remembered something. I immediately asked her to find information about the humanities on the internet. The two of them sat down at the computer to fulfill his requests. The internet has issued a request about the humanities, submitting the terms sciences of evolution and the foundations of human society, which describes their culture. This was exactly what she was missing. It included literature, art, music, theater, and other forms that made the pinnacle of humanity. He wanted to find the right books and movies for her to spend a little time with. Jian-hee suggested that this might reduce the information advantage between the two. This can help her even banally understand his jokes. He decided to send her to shower and sleep since it was too late. Jian-hee remained silent until she thought that he wanted to take advantage of her and make her his girlfriend. Xu Qing choked hard and started coughing at the suddenness. He panicked, knowing that she understood, but he didn't know how. Jian-hee knew that she was right in her guess just by looking at him, but Xu Qing considered it a slander. He quickly sent her to the shower to stop asking questions. He just stared at the closed bathroom door. And I felt that something was happening to her, so I immediately went to look for answers in her query history. The story was filled with questions about Xu Qing, where she noticed his oddities and felt the impurity of her mind, sensing that he wanted to make her his girlfriend. He was shocked to realize that something had definitely happened to her, but it was normal for a guy and a girl to have feelings for each other. Jian-hee even considered the idea of running away and tried to search for answers with his name on them, as if the search would give her the exact answer. All this time, she looked normal and behaved obediently, but it was all a sham. He was even willing to award her an Oscar. After a while, Jian-hee came out of the bathroom. She looked up at him, wiping her wet hair with a towel. His face was as suspicious as possible, but he pretended that everything was fine, beckoning her to dry her hair. After that, she sat in her room on the bed. Now she understood that he was trying to make her his girlfriend, and he could only hope that she was still helpless. But now she didn't know why he would want to reduce the information advantage between them, and it seemed to her that she was just thinking too much and that he genuinely wanted to help her. In the morning, Xu Qing was sleeping face down on the bed when his phone vibrated. He reached for it on the nightstand. He immediately picked up the phone without moving from the pillow. An enraged Qin Hao started shouting into the phone, complaining about his words to his father. Xu Qing only remembered what he had said about the tyrant dog that was so well named, but Qin Hao reminded him of their dialogue and their dating advice. He blushed, pretending that it wasn't his words that his father had thought up because of the appearance of his girlfriend. Xu Qing boasted that the girl had made him a delicious breakfast as he hung up. It was very pleasant for him to wake up like this, and he left the room satisfied. Jian-hee stood in the hall with a sword in her hand, wondering how early he had woken up. He decided to start training his body, and Jian-hee decided to volunteer to help him. With her sword, she was hitting him in the wrong places where he needed to correct his posture. Xu Qing could no longer stand on his feet, and his entire body was red. So he started asking her about techniques that would allow her to obtain a large amount of energy, and gave her the example of the evil technique that increases the skill through castration or paracultivation. Jian-hee was shocked that he suddenly wanted to castrate himself, but Xu Qing confidently said that he would like to use paracultivation. She blushed horribly as she disowned him for such shameful words, and denied that such a technique could exist. Xu Qing continued to stare at her, making her even more embarrassed. He could even see from her face that there was such a technique, but naturally she didn't own it. Jian-hee clenched her fist out of anger, trying to contain her emotions. Xu Qing continued to train, increasing his physical strength and level more and more. He shot into the bathroom in front of the mirror, and he began to feel his hands and shoulders, not feeling any particular changes yet. But in his story, first he had to meet her and wake up with the knowledge of ultimate techniques, and then they had to become powerful that hid their true strength. Along the way, they had to exterminate a couple of evil organizations, feeling the connection between each other and nature. But he couldn't forget about his parents, so he couldn't live in the wild. Therefore, he would have to continue living as an ordinary mortal. After a while, Xu Qing was sitting on the sofa. Melon began to fight with the books on the sofa. He looked at it in silence. Then he turned to Jian-hee, explaining that it would only make her short-sighted. She glanced at him, looking up from her book, and Shuqing advised her to read while sitting up straight. She got up from the sofa, not understanding the word, but Shuqing explained that she wouldn't be able to see well without her glasses. To show it clearly, he decided to find glasses without diopters. And I brought it to her so that she could try it on and understand. He remembered that his father also wore glasses and reminded her. Johnny put on her glasses, not understanding exactly how to do it, and Shuqing immediately took a picture. I showed her so she could see how they looked on her. He glanced. Jen-hee was engrossed in looking at the photo, and she was looking at it. He was filled with the urge to hug her again, finding her charming, and told her that he had suddenly remembered his father. But he hinted directly, asking if she had ever experienced a hug with the second miss. She remembered how often they'd hugged, especially on winter days when they needed warmth, and he knew the plan wasn't going to work. At that moment, his phone rang again. It was Wang Su calling. He rode in the car, wondering if he was home or not. And he said that he had already studied the issue of employment and could help him with this. He was outside and had already prepared all the documents, offering to come in and sign everything. There was a knock on the door soon after, and Shuqing wanted to get up to open the door, but Jan-hee jumped up first, deciding to open it on her own. Zhuing was pleased with Wang Zi's work, but he didn't understand why Jan-hee was looking so closely at the peephole. She continued to stare without opening her eyes. Jan-hee was only surprised by such an invention, which allows you to see the identity of the person behind the door, and in advance to pierce him with a sword. She clearly remembered the guy standing there because he was a rich man. She finally opened the door for him while he was shivering from the cold. Wang Zi opened his eyes expecting to see Shuqing, but there was a neutral Jan-hee standing in front of him. He was afraid to go in at first, but Shuqing pulled him into the apartment. Wang Zi didn't even realize at first that he had knocked on the door to the apartment, but they had already met Jan-hee before. He sat. Now it was clear why they hadn't seen each other for so long, since Shuqing was hiding his girlfriend. Zhuing was not satisfied with his jokes, and he only hoped that his version of work would be reliable, and Wang Zi promised guarantees. He took out a folder of documents, offering him notes on his work experience, which would help him as a promoter. At work, it was only necessary to record the amount of liquor sold by the end of the shift and make a summary of discounts by the end of the week. It was the safest position, and no one would know about it. He handed him all the papers that are even now in the system. Zhuing was satisfied with the outcome, which made her more inconspicuous, and one had to be careful. He immediately called out to Jian-hee, who was sitting at the computer. I immediately asked her to sign the document. She started to read the paper, not understanding what it was. Shuqing immediately reassured her that this wasn't a slave contract, and this paper would confirm her work for the past 2 years. So he decided to show her how to spell her name. Shuqing showed on the phone how to write her name so that he could use it as a signature. Wang Zi was shocked that she didn't even know her own name. He sighed, realizing that this was too long a story to explain. And while she was signing the document, Zhuqing began a fantastic story about a 10-year homeless hike until he picked her up from the street. When he picked her up, all she could do was smile while snot ran out of her nose. As Jan-hee listened to this, her hand gripped the pen tightly. Wang Su laughed at his story, not believing a word of it, and Jen-hee wanted to hit someone, even though she couldn't. Zhuqing suggested that his friend stay for dinner, because it was so cold outside, and he liked the idea. Then he asked Jen-hee to prepare a little more food today. She went into the kitchen and put on an apron. Wang Zi was very surprised that she went to cook on her own instead of them going out to eat. And now he really wanted to know that he could cook. Wang Zi remembered something and got up from the sofa. He wanted to buy himself a new computer and asked him for advice on components. Shuqing had a friend who knew how to build computers and could send them for money. Wang Su sat down at the computer and saw that the language on it had changed to traditional Chinese. But Shuqing pretended to like it so much. Wang Zi found him strange lately. He knew that traditional Chinese was harder to understand, but Shuqing was a person who knew everything. He didn't deny it, describing himself as a poor person who likes to spend time with benefits for the brain, while there are rich people who spend time buying their time. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. Wang Zi dropped an orange slice due to his words in shock. He couldn't believe it was the same Shuqing, and he knew that the previous Shuqing would have sent him to hell for saying such a thing. He pushed it back to calm him down, but he was surprised that he started talking like Jan-hee. Shuqing explained that too much had passed in these half a year, not mentioning the Tang Dynasty girl who lives in the same house with him. Wang Zi didn't understand what could happen to an unemployed guy who stayed at home all day and assumed that it was all the influence of a relationship. Zhuing asked if he had seen a movie about romance. Wang Zi looked at him in silence, and he remembered that there was a mad scientist and an alien in that movie, starting to laugh that he called Jan-hee an alien. But what Shu Qing meant was that it was useless for him to explain anything with such a low EQ. Wang Zi immediately fell silent, realizing that he had been humiliated. Shu Qing decided to leave it and look at Jian He if she needed help with cooking. He walked over to the kitchen where Jian He was calmly cooking. Shu Qing looked at her. How neutral her face looked when she was doing household chores. She pushed her hair back from her face with wet hands, and Shu Qing couldn't help but call her cute, because she looked like a wifey, which made Jian He blush sharply. She immediately called him a knife-wielding pervert. Xu Qing noticed the blade in her hands, explaining that he just stopped by to take a look. But I realized that she didn't need any help and decided to leave before it was too late. She loudly placed the pepper on the chopping board, and her face radiated shyness until she understood what he was doing with the compliment. Later, she prepared a meal, and the three of them sat down at the table. Wang Zi took the first bite, and he expressed his admiration for the taste of the food. Shu Qing advised him to eat more, and the two of them were happy, sitting at the same table. Jian He felt a little strange, as it was very much like a married couple preparing dinner for the guests. When Wang Zi left, he reminded him of his request with the computer, asking him to assemble it as soon as possible. Then he left and Jian He went to the kitchen. She wanted to wash the dishes, but Shu Qing decided to do it himself because she was preparing dinner. I decided to take the opportunity to talk to her about something. He started washing the dishes, explaining that from that day forward, she was no longer an ancient human, wanting to clarify her identity. A film about her past based on Shu Qing's script began. As a child, she lost her parents and wandered the Jiacheng Mountains. A friend brought her to Zhongcheng when she was 16 and left her to work hard. But one day she was able to meet a kind person named Shu Qing, and they were able to quickly become friends while spending time together. But when they talked, they had feelings for each other, which was obvious. And when they had feelings, they fell in love. They knew that their feelings were mutual and slowly joined hands. When they became a couple, Shu Qing helped Jian He find her parents by putting up flyers on the streets, but all attempts were in vain. So Shu Qing decided to put her up in his apartment, where they started living together. And so their story ended. Shu Qing found this option more plausible. If she wasn't his girlfriend, there would be no reason for him to devote so much time and effort to her, and everything happens thanks to deep feelings for each other. Jian He understood as she repeated the words after him. He abruptly grabbed her face, gently cupping her ear, but at the same time he lowered his hand, leaving her speechless. He said that when she gets used to modern life, they will be able to go to government agencies and tell them that only then they decided to settle the issue with the documents, right before planning the wedding, which will explain everything. And this legend can convince others that Jian He was here all the time. Her fist began to shake with rage when she realized that he had just tried to hit on her. Even though her face was showing displeasure, her heart was beating so fast, even though it hadn't happened before. Shu Qing flatly refused her words, pretending that he didn't do anything of the sort. Sweat rolled down his face when he was afraid of her dark gaze, but it was normal for couples to fix each other's hair. Jian He reminded him that they weren't really a couple, and he was just providing for her, but that didn't give him the right to do so. Shu Qing asked her to relax her hands, promising that he wouldn't do anything. He was very disappointed that he had let his guard down, starting to spread his hands. But at that moment, he thought about it. And I decided to confess everything right now. He decided to tell her about his ulterior motive. Shu Qing explained that they had lived under the same roof for so many months, and such close relationships can generate sympathy. He explained that he liked her immediately, but in the end, he gradually fell in love with her, and this was normal. Johnny didn't fully understand the meaning of his words, but Shu Qing was sure that he liked her now. She blushed deeply, starting to ask them to stop loving her because she wanted to keep their minds clear so they wouldn't have anything to hide. Zhu Ying stared at her with a blank face as she tried to think of a way to avoid it. He assumed that she had once been married, but since the answer was no, he didn't understand her reaction since they were both single. Shu Qing explained about the term help after rejection, and he was ready to do it. He was the man who hated sycophants. The idea of a novel popped into my head, where a guy's obsessed with a girl, but she's too stubborn while he's chasing her. He's fascinated to the core by her, but she resists. Jian He instantly blushed over such fantasies, refusing such help. After a moment, she fell silent. She quickly got up from the couch to leave, but she still had a sense of duty. Shu Qing immediately said that she didn't owe him anything. He explained that for half a year he had helped her explore the world, and she had taught him martial arts in return, and now no one owed her anything, so she could just leave. But before leaving, he asked her to teach him more martial arts, and in return, he is willing to help her with the rent. Jian He didn't understand why he was doing this, but the answer was no different. He liked her. He couldn't control his feelings, and that had nothing to do with duty. But he didn't make her feel the same way in return, because there were many reasons why she didn't like him. But it wasn't that she didn't like him because he was helping her. It wouldn't be fair. She turned away wanting to say something, but he cut her off. Shu King recalled the second Mrs. words about paying off a debt by marriage, but that suggested a lack of feelings. He didn't understand why he couldn't enter this list. Jen-hee turned back, shouting that she had never read him out of this list. Back then, he couldn't understand why she was leaving, but she misunderstood, thinking that he wanted to lick her. Shu-ing froze on the spot in shock, not knowing what to say. And I tried to explain that this is not a desire to lick, but a desire to sincerely help. He sat back down on the couch. He offered to sit down next to her to clarify everything in detail again, but she didn't express any desire. Jen-hee felt that it shouldn't be like this, even if it made sense. She sat down on the bed. I was trying to figure out why she wanted to leave this place. She was sure that Shu Qing was her patron. Their relationship was close. And she definitely has thoughts that shouldn't be there. A realization dawned on her, and a blush rose to her cheeks, and she thought that she only thought it was abnormal. Shu Qing sat on the sofa with a melon on his lap as the sunset illuminated him from the window. Jen-hee was still in his mind, and he sighed as she pondered her decision. She had been sitting in her room all evening, and he had assumed that she would leave after all, so the tears began to flow freely. The door from the room creaked and footsteps were heard. She confidently walked out from behind the wall, which Shu Qing immediately noticed. Her face expressed the seriousness of her intentions. She looked at him sharply, as if she was no longer afraid of anything. But then she immediately turned away. She walked into the kitchen in silence, pretending nothing had happened. Shu Qing immediately jumped off the sofa to take a look. Then his face lit up with happiness. She put on an apron and started cooking, and he assumed that was her decision. Jen-hee started washing tomatoes under running water. Still, she realized that his words were reasonable, and duty had nothing to do with love. She whirled around to say something serious. Jen-hee officially allowed him to feel anything in her direction, but she didn't give him permission to lick her. And she forbade me to cross the line, giving the example of that moment with the lock of hair, after which she was nervous. Shu Qing agreed to her terms, promising not to do it again. She knew that leaving now would be disloyal, and she wanted to pay the price first. She decided to talk about it later, her ears on fire. Shukong made her promise that they would continue this conversation. She started chopping tomatoes, but I couldn't stop being nervous because Shu Qing was still standing in the kitchen watching her. He wondered if she could tell gratitude from sympathy. Jin-hee was interested in this question, and he was afraid that he might confuse her. He tried to explain that she shouldn't confuse gratitude with sympathy because it wouldn't be fair. Jen-hee screamed at the entire kitchen, her face turning completely red as she denied having any sympathy. Shu Qing agreed with her words, covering his ears against such a shout. She pressed her lips together, wanting to ask a question. She twirled a strand of hair on her finger, too embarrassed to ask how to tell them apart. Back then, Shu Qing asked her to stand still to check it out. He asked her not to hit him or threaten to leave. He held out his hand in her direction. He hugged the dumbfounded Jian-hee tightly. Her mouth dropped open in shock, but she didn't say anything, sweating profusely. His arms wrapped around her waist in a hug. There was confusion in her eyes, and her cheeks couldn't stop burning with embarrassment. After a second, Shu Qing released her, and he admitted that in case of sympathy, his heart should beat faster, and his heart was pounding like mad. She looked down without making a sound, her face devoid of any emotion. Jen-hee just turned around, ordering him to leave before dinner if he finished his check. Shu Qing didn't dare resist and left the kitchen, but he still turned to look at her one last time with a satisfied expression on his face. He was sure that if she didn't have feelings, she would have pushed him away right away. Johnny slowly parted her lips without making a sound. To then completely cover yourself with red paint from shock and an overabundance of emotion, realizing that everything is gone. After a while, she served dinner. But when Shu Qing was around, she would immediately turn around and leave. Shu Qing put the issue of their relationship on the back burner to prioritize her training in their culture. She still lacked basic knowledge. She couldn't even smile. Shu Qing knew that she only smiled when faced with something unknown, but it can't accept different forms of entertainment. This she could learn through watching comedy films. Then he suggested that they watch a movie together, connecting the laptop to the TV. While they ate, the TV was playing a comedy that made him laugh, but Jan-hee's face was neutral. He could see that she still didn't understand. And he sighed because it was not an easy task to introduce a person from the past into modern society. But he smiled anyway, knowing that even this process was something he enjoyed. On the monitor, warriors were overthrowing an orc. It was Jan-hee who was playing her video game, while Shu Qing was filming it on camera. A Tang Dynasty girl playing video games looked very harmonious. He got up from the couch, stretching as he prepared to go to bed. Jan-hee also wished him a good night. He turned off the light and went to his room. But Jianhee was still a little confused, not knowing how to deal with him now. It was 10:30 in the morning. She continued to play her game. Shuking was already asleep without a second thought. At that moment, the door to his room opened slightly, and a dark silhouette appeared behind it. A quick shadow darted to the corner of the room, and Jianhee peeked out from behind the bed like a cat. She looked at Shu Qing's sleeping face. I watched him, thinking about my own thoughts. Then with the same sound, she left the room. Morning came, and the doors to the room opened. Shu Qing greeted her as usual, but Jianhee was stunned. He noticed the bags under her eyes and the tired look on her face, suspecting that she was having trouble sleeping. Jianhee admitted that she didn't get much sleep, even though she stayed up all night. They ate a quiet breakfast, and Shu Qing suggested taking a walk today to show her some cool stuff. They went out into the winter street. Jianhee didn't know if this was considered a cool thing. Shu Qing was showing her the art of holding hands, which helped her feel her heartbeat. He asked her if she felt any different, but Jianhee's face remained unchanged, which disappointed him. He began to tickle her palm with his little finger, which immediately threw her off and confused her. She couldn't understand what he had done, which made Shu Qing sigh. Zhu Ying tried to beg her hand back, losing his trust. So they walked hand in hand. This was the happiness of life, showing beautiful things as you walked, holding hands. They boarded a city bus, and only jokingly answered Jianhee's questions that their path was interesting. She didn't fully understand his jokes, but Shu Qing only asked for trust. Later, they arrived at one of the bus stops. Jianhee realized that she didn't need to think or worry as long as Shu Qing took care of everything. He led her by the hand as he told her funny things. It was the first time she'd felt this way, and her face was a little red. They came to a special store. Her legs were shaking when they first rode the escalator, and her eyes sparkled even more with interest when she saw a store that specialized in selling computers. There was a guy in the stall who was sorting out parts with a cigarette in his hands. Shu Ying called out to Gao Bo, who hadn't seen him in a long time. He decided to build a computer and gave it a budget of 20,000 yuan to make a spectacular case. So I decided to write down all the requirements on a piece of paper. He relayed everything to Gao Bo, demanding to get it done quickly, and asked for the computer to be delivered by calling this number. Gao Bo accepted his order without any problems. Zhu Ying decided not to waste any time and immediately left in a hurry. Gao Bo didn't expect him to just leave, but his voice filled with pleasure when he talked about going out with a girl. They walked out of the store together, holding hands. Gao Bo adjusted his glasses, looking at the cute couple. They arrived at Zhangchun Square, and Shu Qing asked them to remember this place. He pointed to the monument that stood among the trees. Then he pointed to the intersection, showing her the route across the road. After a while, they arrived. It was the place that counted as her job when she sold alcohol for 2 years. Jianhee didn't understand, but then I immediately remembered their scenario, which he had mentioned earlier. He hoped that she would remember the route and walk to work herself. At that moment, she glanced back at the building. She wanted to go in there to see the inside, which Shu Qing didn't expect. But he immediately forbade her and quickly took her away, because you should not be curious in such places. She didn't know what the big deal was, but she wasn't really reaching out. They continued their walk around the city, and Shu Qing offered to go to the barbecue buffet if she was hungry, still holding hands. They arrived at the restaurant, and Shu Qing started roasting the meat. The bacon made a delicious noise on the grill, giving off a pleasant smell. She's been watching carefully, but she'd rather have a Hogo buffet where you can just drop off the food and not keep track of it. But Shu Qing had more fun with different ingredients and suggested that he enjoy the meal instead of just filling his stomach. He put the finished piece of bacon on her plate. Shu Qing gave the example of the cold street that was outside while they were roasting her favorite food in a warm place, which made it possible to enjoy life. Even a walk by the hand is a unique experience. He continued frying bacon while Jianhee ate. He warned that after eating, they can start to get mentally satiated. Later, Jianhee placed the chopsticks on her plate, and he assumed that she was full. She clutched her stomach, and with a sweet face, she asked for permission to eat another cake. Zhu Ying jumped up from the table, intending to quickly fetch it. Jianhee had originally planned to bring it on her own, but it had already run away. In the end, I brought 2 pieces of cake. She broke off a piece with a spoon. I ate it, assuming it was satiation. Zhu Ying looked around while Jianhee ate the cake, and suddenly he noticed something. The restaurant held an action where you can eat a certain amount of food and get a reward for it. Zhu Ying suggested that if she wanted to participate, all she had to do was finish everything on her plate. She was surprised by such a good offer when you can eat and get a toy. Zhu Ying was sure that even in the past, girls were unable to resist plush toys. His daydreams made him smile. He knew that girls usually like cute things, so he offered to choose any of them. Jianhee didn't see anything good in it, but she chose Sitting Bear. After all, it was the same color as the melon. They left the restaurant with a large teddy bear in their arms. Jianhee didn't see much use in him, but she could sleep with him in her arms. And Yu Qing suggested that he imagine the bear in place of him while she hugged. She immediately started ripping the poor bear's head off right in front of Shu Qing's eyes. The date plan was almost complete, and all that was left was to go to the movies. He was far away from their location, so he suggested taking a walk to save up and digest the food. Shu Qing already imagined a rich guy's girlfriend who would already start acting up, not wanting to go. Jin-hee didn't understand this approach. He realized that she didn't know the term naughty and cleared his throat before telling her. Suddenly, he started stomping his feet convulsively with his purse in his hands, shouting that he couldn't walk anymore. Jin-hee looked at him with disgust. Shu Qing quickly finished his demonstration. I suggested that she try it as well. But at this moment, the bear's head was already bursting at the seams from her power. He pulled away from her, fearing for his life. The vending machine gave out movie tickets. Jin-hee looked around with admiration. She recalled that you can watch the film at home, but the movie was an important part of the date, especially since it's a completely different feeling from home. At home, Jin-hee takes the movie too seriously, like she's on a mission. But the movie should be relaxing. He explained that they would be sitting in a dark room, and they would need to be quiet during the session, leaving their conversations for later. And it led to the most important question of whether he could hold her hand during the session. Jun-hee stared at him in silence as he patiently waited for an answer. She didn't understand why he should touch her rough and ugly hands, not knowing why he liked them. She thought of Den Tusi, who had an ugly wife with disheveled hair, mismatched ears, and no teeth, and who also suffered from scabies, but he still loved her. She was shocked to realize that Shu Qing was Deng Tusu. Other than that, there was no logical explanation for his addictions. She slammed her fist down hard on the bear's head. She asked him to repeat what he'd said, but he didn't want to do it again. Shu Qing decided to clarify if she would decide to hit him somehow, but she assured him otherwise as she continued to tear at the bear. She blushed when the idea came to her. Jin-hee decided to urgently teach him martial arts so that they could fight against each other. Shu Qing immediately refused, and he pulled her by the hand for the session that was about to begin. He bought some popcorn, and they went to the gym. They went into the hall and sat down in their seats. Shu Qing introduced her to popcorn, which is usually eaten during movies. The screen lit up brightly, illuminating the room. Jin-hee's mouth dropped open in admiration. Her eyes reflected the huge screen where everything was so bright. Suddenly, Shu Qing's hand grabbed her arm. She immediately pulled it back with a shocked face, but Shu Qing didn't expect such a violent reaction. Shu Qing, with a puppy-like face, begged for just a little hand-holding. She was sure her hands were unpleasant to the touch, but he still wanted to touch them. In her mind, there was a picture of Shu Qing demanding 5 children from her, like Deng Tusi. Her fantasy immediately went deep, with no end in sight. Shu Qing looked at her with interest to read her thoughts. After all, they had held hands before. The session ended, and everyone started to leave the hall. They went out with the other guests. Jin-hee dared to ask a question with red cheeks. She wondered if he really enjoyed holding hands with her that much. Zhu Ying blushed at this, and couldn't say for sure. He didn't have a particular hand fetish. He just wanted to hold her, but he couldn't ask for more. Jin-hee looked at him with a displeased face due to such an inaccurate answer, but she held out her hand for him to take. He'd seen her fight with herself to allow it. And they held hands, but Jin-hee was still nervous. Shu Qing started asking if she liked the movie. This was one of the best ways to improve her knowledge of the world. Her horizons were very broad, and it could help her think. And when she could expand them, her way of thinking would change as well. He thought about how to improve her awareness and instill in her modern views, change her worldview and goals for life. It will be a long process, and waiting for her independence will be a waste of time. He clenched his fist, determined to do it. Xu Wang explained that he wouldn't be able to be completely honest with her during this, and if she understood, he asked her not to hit her. Jenny started to stutter and blush at his confession, not knowing what to say. They held hands lightly, but she couldn't think of an answer. Some time had passed, and the sun was beginning to set. They were walking together, and he noticed that her demeanor had changed to a flippant one. Jin-hee hadn't noticed this. He thought uneasily of her early days, when she would draw her sword at any convenient moment. But a few months later, she began to use the sword less often, but she was still wary of everything. And now that he'd told her he liked her, she'd turned into a dummy who believed everything he said. And he even thought he could trick her into a kiss. She blushed completely, hiding her face in the plush toy, not understanding how things had come to this. Her hand was shaking violently with nerves. He believed that all girls in love were stupid, but she didn't believe in love, denying everything he said, holding her hand in a death grip. She began to squeeze it with all her strength, no longer wanting to experience the beauty of this world. Jenny heard his cries of pain and quickly released him. Shu Qing didn't want to rush her and was willing to wait for her confession. He suggested that this behavior may be not only because of sympathy, but also because of dependence, as with the second miss. Jin-hee couldn't deny it. He suggested that she think about it at home to distinguish between feelings of sympathy and gratitude. If she continued to be so frivolous, she might not be able to resist his attempts to get her into bed. Jin-hee had completely disavowed the single word about bed. Shuging was falling more in love with her by the second, getting closer and threatening to eat her out of emotion. She was confused, not understanding why he would tell her about this, because people should not warn about deception. But he did it because he genuinely liked her. Shuging was smiling brightly as he looked at her with clear eyes. She didn't know what to say, just letting the words hang in the air. He took her hand again to continue walking. They boarded the same bus again to head home. Jin-hee suddenly asked about the hand she was squeezing so hard. Shu-ching only asked to hit a little weaker next time. After a while, they opened the door to the apartment. A melon was lying in front of the door and started hitting on his leg. Shu-ching knew that this was his way of begging for food. He immediately took a huge bag of his feed, and he began to tease me, asking me to meow for food. Melon began to eat his food. Shu-ching watched him, realizing that Jun-hee still didn't know anything about romance, comparing her to a fifth grader. He recalled how, as a child, a girl gave him a gift. Inside the bottle were homemade paper stars. He turned her down dryly, thinking the cereal box stickers were better. It made him remember his painful past and feel ashamed. Shu-ching went to the computer, determined to help Jin-hee learn more about romance. He flipped through all the romantic movies from antiquity, and that could help very well. And after a while, he finished. Finally, he finished and stretched, but at that moment, his stomach rumbled. It was already 8:30 in the evening, but he was so engrossed in editing that he didn't notice. At this moment, he realized something. They usually ate dinner at this time, but there was no sound from Jin-hee. He knocked on her door. Jin-hee slowly opened the door. She hadn't expected him to come to her. It was clear now that she had been asleep all this time. She looked very lifeless, and he was worried that she was ill. Wei-king reached for her forehead to check her temperature, and she let him touch her, but her face turned red as she was about to go make dinner. The temperature was normal, and I remembered that she was a girl, and she had special days in the month. He decided to help her, asking her to rest and going to pour her some water. Shu-ching started pouring warm water into a glass. I handed it to her right away, knowing she could help. He offered her noodles, intending to make 2 plates. After a while, 2 plates of beautiful noodles were placed on the table, and he immediately offered her garlic, which she couldn't refuse. Only the fact that she ate onions and garlic made her better. She started drinking the noodle soup. She sighed with pleasure and satiety. Shu-ching asked her to leave the dishes and go to rest, but he was interrupted by the ringtone. He wasn't expecting a call, but it was a satisfied Wang Zi who was praising Gao Bo's friend. The computer was already ready, and he had already tried it out, and the new one was many times more powerful. While he was on the phone, Jin-hee sat down at her computer and went into search. She wanted to know the difference between liking and being addicted. After a few snowfalls, a frosty winter arrived. The father asked his wife to ask Shu-ching on his next visit if he ran out of money, and he still insisted on finding a proper job. Mom was pleased to communicate with this girl, but she could not find out anything, deciding to get to know each other better next time. At that moment, the door clicked open and Shu-ching appeared in the doorway. With him came Jun-hee, who was carrying a package. Her mother greeted her happily when she saw what she had brought. Shu-ching offered his mother help from Jian-hee with dinner, explaining how great she was at cooking. The father was displeased that his son was bragging over and over again. Mom didn't want any help, suggesting that they just wait for dinner, so Shu-ching decided to watch TV. They sat down on the sofa and started eating an orange, while their father watched them with displeasure. I decided to ask first what Jian-hee was doing. Shu-ching had prepared her beforehand for the questions that they hadn't had time to ask before. She provided a prepared response explaining how she connects to online services via modem and exchanges information with other users of the platform. Her father looked at her, adjusting his glasses. Even that sounded better than Shu-ching's, even though he didn't understand it. Shu-ching appreciated her work and confirmed that her work was difficult. Her father was interested in what exactly she did at work. Jin-hee once again gave out a prepared text about how she uses the keys to coordinate the positions of the on-screen cursor, starting the process of completing a set of interactions with other users. Her father still didn't understand, but he saw potential in her. And such a girl was a stroke of luck for his incompetent son. He looked at Shu-ching with a gloomy expression. The old man again began to insist that he get a job in some company, because his videos will not be able to provide him with everything. Shu-ching didn't see the point, so his father inquired about his plans. In his dreams, he wanted to grow into a large and powerful business, open an office, and start a company to get into the big market. And then I was going to become the founder of the company, so that my father would also become rich and respected. The glare cracked my father's glasses. He picked up the book, not knowing what kind of nonsense he was talking about. I wanted to hit him, but something distracted him. Jenhee watched them with a shocked face. So he held back, pretending that nothing had happened. He sighed, explaining that everyone in life has their own destiny, and he should accept it. At that moment, an idea struck him. He remembered how his mother had taken him to read fortunes, and the old man had given him a note. He was told that he would be against becoming an official because he liked to have fun, and he is aggressive, full of energy and compassion, having the temperament of a tiger. Xu Qing showed his fate on a piece of paper, mocking that there was nothing he could do about it. He began to click on the piece of paper. His father didn't understand why, but Xu Qing decided to make a copy so that he could take it for divination with his girlfriend, who believes in such things. My father believed that it was all made up for fools, but Jianhee was angry because she didn't believe in it. He started to think back to his dark teenage past, but Xu Qing reminded him that he was no longer in charge of it, and now he was making up his own mind. They competed against each other, glaring at each other. Mom came to them, telling them to stop arguing. She didn't want the girl to look at this scene. So my father went back to his office with a grudge. Mom assured Jianhee that the boys were just joking and dinner was almost ready. They sat on the sofa in silence after such an awkward scene. Xu Qing handed her an orange with a strange sound. Before she could react, he shoved an orange slice into her mouth. He complimented her on her excellent work since she was able to deceive her father so cleverly. Jianhee agreed with him, but she was still shy. There was a pile of orange peels on the table. Xu Qing was bored and started to look at her hands carefully. They didn't look any different from other girls' hands, but she had terrible strength. Jianhee was embarrassed that he was looking at them so closely, not understanding what was so interesting about them. She pursed her lips in excitement. Xu Qing didn't understand what was wrong, but she abruptly pulled his hand to examine it as well. She was looking at his large hand, which was bigger than hers. His fingernails were clean and clipped, and his palm was fleshy. But even so, she couldn't understand his interest in her hands. Xu Qing assumed that she could read the palm of her hand, which immediately put her off, and she quickly pushed his hand away, denying everything. Xu Qing quickly ran to the kitchen. He confided to his mother that since the end of the year is coming soon, he really wants to invite Jianhee to celebrate the new year together. Mom didn't expect her not to go home, but Xu Qing forgot to mention that she doesn't have a family. At that moment, her hand stopped moving. She hadn't expected it to be a joke. The food continued to fry in the pan, and Mom turned off the stove, offering to invite her to join them. She asked him if he had enough money to get a girlfriend, but he asked him to take care of himself. My mother began to fill her plate. Then she sent him to set the table. After dinner, they were already dressed to go home, but at that moment, a potato popped out of her jacket. The potatoes fell to the floor, which the parents immediately saw. They fell right at their feet. Mom picked her up from the floor, and they didn't understand why she had a potato in her pocket. Xu Qing made up the excuse that she was using it as a talisman since she didn't have a very strong connection to the earth element. He explained that potatoes are buried in the ground, so they could be used instead of earth because they are dirty. Xu Qing simply couldn't tell them that this potato was lying around in case it suddenly went back 1,000 years. My mother came up with the idea that next time she would cook more potatoes because it would work more efficiently in the stomach. Xu Qing supported her idea, explaining that she was very fond of potatoes. Jianhee thought about it, and a sudden realization hit her. She immediately gave a quick bow, thanking her mother. I tried to say more, but I couldn't. Xu Qing tried to help her, and her mother giggled as she recalled the first time she met Xu Qing's grandmother. They left the apartment, and my mother asked them to be careful. They began to descend slowly. My mother continued to watch them go, and I was sure they were very suitable for each other, hoping they wouldn't fight. They stomped along the snow-covered path. There were traces of their shoes in the snow. Jianhee asked about the word like. Xu Qing explained how people want to be closer to a person by doing everything to make them yours, comparing it to a delicious cake that you need to spend money on. She wondered if she couldn't afford it. Back then, Xu Qing came up with the idea of using it to buy a cake because it was a way to get what he wanted. If you like someone, you want to get that person and give them everything, but you can't get that person without effort. But if you can't get it after all you've done, then you can't steal it and use secret method. He exhaled a breath of warm air. Xu Qing didn't want to lie to her since he liked her, suggesting that she think things through on her own, but he would respect any decision she made. He called his desire to give her everything possible, even if she doesn't become his girlfriend, liking. But I immediately marked the boundaries that this is not the kind of love that she thought about. Jianhee felt that he was deceiving her, and it wasn't that simple. She wondered why he would touch her hands if he didn't want to make them his. Shu King insisted that cheating could also be a part of liking, to which Jin Hee began to deny everything. He talked about liking her in general and didn't hint at her feelings, but Jin Hee still pouted. She started to glare at him. A second later, she turned away. She looked down at her hands, which he liked so much, and wondered what she liked about him. Shu King helped her dry her hair, answered her questions in detail, helped her roast meat, and cooked her noodles. Or there was another possibility that didn't occur to her. She doesn't like the way he holds her hands. Jin Hee wondered if this was love. They stopped in the middle of the street. Shu King noticed that she was starting to think about it often and asked similar questions. He explained that in love, two people spend time with each other and their hearts merge together. She wanted to know how it felt. Shu King immediately started hinting at a kiss that would help her fully experience the feeling, but she wasn't easily fooled. A car pulled up to them while he was suggesting that she be cheated, but they finished the conversation and were ready to go home. They went home, and Shu King flipped on the light switch. The lights came on in the hall as Jin Hee took off her shoes. Before going to bed, he wanted to finish editing because he hadn't been home all day. He immediately sat down on the sofa with his laptop on his lap when Jin Hee came over. She sat down next to him. She wondered if he'd thought about her coming back to his own time. Shu King's eyes widened in shock, not expecting it, but he thought that in due course it would be successful. She now knows how to grow potatoes and can share these achievements to build a reputation and become a rich landowner. Jin Hee wasn't interested in her fate, but Shu King, because then it would be pointless to love her. But love was irrational, and he couldn't just stop loving her for some reason. There was no contradiction between these things. He couldn't stop loving her because she might disappear. Instead, he offered to enjoy the moment while she was with him, because fate is a hard thing. He gently smoothed the lock of her hair. Jin Hee didn't even know whether to consider it cheating or coercion. Shu King found their situation ambiguous since she didn't hit him yet, but he immediately took the bear to protect himself if he wanted to hit. She took the bear from his arms, and she hugged him, not sure if what he said was true or false, but now she wouldn't let go of him like she used to. Shu King gave her the opportunity to stick to her habits by offering to pinch him, but she didn't feel like it. She even felt pretty good. He concluded that it might be sympathy, that at least she didn't hate him, or maybe she was sick or tired. If you don't hate a person, then this is already a prerequisite for liking. Jin Hee felt that everything was going according to his plan, but he only subconsciously wanted to get closer to her, and they see each other every day. He compared himself to a peacock that shows its feathers to its relatives. He also tries to show the best in himself, to make sure that his attitude is good. Jin Hee was nervous as she started to tear the bear's head off, but Shu King didn't hide his intentions. She squeezed the bear's face hard as she insulted its dung to Z. Jin Hee couldn't stand his agreement with every word she said and abruptly stopped talking. Her gaze flashed red, and at that moment, she headbutted him in the chest. Shu King was left sprawled on the sofa exhausted as she left for her room. She quickly closed the door with a loud bang. Shu King barely got up from the sofa and caught his breath from her punch. Still, he couldn't understand her, since she might or might not like him, and she wanted to hit him. He was only lucky that she didn't learn martial arts to perfection. In the morning, she started another practice with the sword. She turned and slid the blade back into its case. At that moment, she noticed something. She swung the pen sharply. She used punches to correct Shu Qing's stance. And she ordered me to keep my hands level without moving. He realized that she was taking revenge for yesterday's events. Then Jin Hee remembered that he wanted to strengthen his body and offered to teach him martial arts. Shu Qing hesitantly refused. He claimed that training this position is more effective, and it is no longer necessary to train martial arts. Jin Hee started to entice him to learn martial arts so that he could hit her back, but he had no such desire. He knew that he would still be beaten. At this moment, she placed the sword on the floor, and she began to show the hand of tan technique. It focuses on the palms of your hands and works with a fist and foot grip that focuses on 3 main points. With a movement, she clenched a fist that exuded strength and power. A fierce fist appeared right in front of his face, causing him to almost faint. He dropped to his knees, promising to learn everything. But her chest still hurt from being hit by her cast iron head yesterday, so he started begging her to reschedule the training session for tomorrow. Jin Hee turned around, accepting his pleas, and went to prepare breakfast. She walked into the kitchen and stopped. Based on her knowledge, Shu Qing might be gifted in this regard if his skill level surpassed hers. Then he will stop being afraid when he wants to do something to her, because then he can just beat her and force her, and then she won't be able to change his mind, and he will force her to do what he wants. Shu King sat down on the sofa, sighing, afraid of her threats. She immediately peeked out of the kitchen, forcing him to work harder. Later, Jin Hee sat down at the computer and started working. Shu King decided to go out on business and was going to come back later than usual, so he asked to write if necessary and reminded not to open the door to strangers. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze in parting. He quickly ran away before she could hit him. He went to a friend's house. The door was opened by a rumpled Wang Su who hadn't expected to see him. Xu Ying decided to remind him about today's homecoming, intending to warn his friend. Wang Zi really forgot about it and let his friend in while he changed clothes. Xu Qing looked around, worried that something piquant might be happening here. But they had already broken up with the girl, and he reported about it in his stories. Xu Qing didn't even know who could watch his stories, and these words pierced his friend's heart. After a while, the two of them left the house while Wang Zi was complaining about his girlfriend who had abruptly barged into his house. Xu Heng remembered that his car was supposed to be parked here, and that was why he came to see him. But Wang Su's car was confiscated, and after a dispute with his father, he became just as poor. Xu Ying was angry, but he still took the train. They came to the station. While they were driving, Xu Qing noticed such a large number of people. At this moment, he glanced at Wang Zi, who was looking somewhere else. He asked where he was looking, and the friend pointed to the girl with the yellow bag. The girl was standing with her back to them, staring at her phone. Wang Su felt that she looked familiar, like one of his exes. The girl abruptly turned around and aggressively announced that she was his ex. The two of them felt awkward, and Xu Qing distanced himself from each other, pretending that they didn't know each other. Wang Zi was surprised by this coincidence, telling how he thought she was familiar, but the girl was not satisfied with this situation. He began to look at her. He noticed the brushes in her bag, pretending to remember her hobby of drawing. She was surprised that he remembered anything about her. They continued to talk about their own matters while Xu Qing stood off to the side. The girl noticed that he was not doing so well and asked about his route. Xu Heng was shocked that Wang Zi was able to meet up with his ex-girlfriend without causing a scandal, and even after breaking up, they still had the spirit of a couple in love. He stood resentfully, feeling lonely again. But at that moment, he thought of Jin He, wanting to inquire about her affairs. And I went to their chat. He sent her a message with a smile. There, he joked again, confessing to her in sympathy. Jan He was playing her own game. The computer made a sound. And at that moment, she received a notification about a new message. She read his message and blushed, thinking it was nonsense. I glanced at his avatar of Doraemon the cat. This avatar annoyed her as much as Xu Jing himself. She thought about it. She picked up the phone to answer it. I decided to ask if I should wash his clothes with mine. Xu Qing only gave an approving reply. So she went to his room to get some clothes. She opened the door, starting to look around. At that moment, she noticed a familiar item on the nightstand. There were her straw sandals, which Xu Qing said he threw away. She stared at them, remembering how she had come here in them. It suddenly dawned on her, and she wondered if he loved her feet as well as her hands. Xu Qing smiled tenderly as he read her laundry message. Wang Su immediately joined him, suggesting that Xu Qing should go on alone, and he would arrive in the evening, because suddenly there was an urgent matter. His face was suddenly dull with despair, and he got off the train alone, standing alone in the station. When he arrived, the hall was already filled with his former classmates, but they expected to see Wang Zi with him. Xu Jing honestly explained how he met his ex on the way, and they went to chat together. He immediately poured himself a glass of beer, while everyone asked him about his business. They were envious of how much free time he had while they couldn't even rest. Others generally worked overtime to break out for the reunion. Xu Qing couldn't stand the company anymore, and everyone started to get annoyed. So he went to a corner and stood separately against the wall. He leaned against the wall with his glass. At this moment, he glanced at the event, and he was very bored while he missed John He. The plates were already empty after their dinner. One of the guys noticed that Xu Qing wasn't in the mood, but he put it down to being tired. Then the guy suggested going to karaoke to cheer up, but he didn't want to go after so much alcohol. The guy immediately fell behind him, and they decided to go on their own. He looked around. All the guys were having fun. Beer bottles and various garbage were scattered on the floor, and others were covered in foam. Xu Heng didn't understand why so much farce was needed. He opened the doors resolutely, not understanding how such places could be enjoyed. He walked out of the building, and he realized that Jian He had really influenced him. Zhu Ging covered the sun's light with his hand, exhaling cold air. He clenched his fist, comparing her to the meteorite that had shattered his old monotonous life to pieces. At this moment, he received a call from Wang Zi, but the reunion was already over. When he picked up the phone, Wang Zi was shouting to a friend, begging for help. Half an hour later, he arrived at the right address. He knocked on a certain room. The door slowly opened. Behind her was a nervous Wang Zi, who had been waiting for a friend for a very long time in just a towel. Wu Ying handed him the bags of clothes, wondering what exactly had happened. He started to get dressed, telling her how he'd hoped to get his ex back on track, but she'd insisted on taking a shower. And when he left, the girl ran away with his clothes. Zhu Ying was disappointed at such a boring story, But Wang Zi was filled with rage. He was only glad that Wang Zi wasn't being blackmailed for fear of being stolen. Wang Zi decided to drop the subject, remembering that he wanted to go to karaoke. Xu Ying looked at him in silence. I refused, suggesting that he go himself. After all, he no longer likes noisy companies. In the last 6 months, he almost does not go out. Wang Zi was sure that it was the alcohol's fault and still insisted on a couple of songs. But Xu Ying sincerely refused, remembering how he had only been having dinner with people close to him lately. His cheeks were slightly flushed as he was lost in thought. He understood that all the money spent on alcohol and partying could be spent on the pork ribs that Jianhe stews. That thought alone had instilled in him a reluctance to hang out, and now he wanted to settle down. He sent Wang Zi to karaoke, preferring to continue enjoying the peace and quiet. Wang Zi closed the door, leaving the room that had been booked until the evening. Xu Ying felt that just lying on the couch wasn't the same as carousing for days on end. So if another person is nearby, it's not just another stick on the table. He wondered if he was constantly talking about getting married to Jianhe, but he didn't think about whether he was ready for it or not. After all, the word marriage meant too much. After a while, he took off his shoes. He started raving about Jianhe dragging him around because he was too drunk. She pouted, knowing he was drunk again. Xu Ying abruptly lifted her chin with his finger. He began to address her, as if trying to approach her, approaching her with his face. Jianhe just threw it on the couch. I covered my nose against the strong smell, wondering how much he'd drunk. Xu Ying drank a little more than usual, but he insisted that he wasn't drunk. He put the bag on the table. Xu Ying looked at it, not sure what it was. It turned out that Xu Ying had bought some ribs that Jianhe should put out, and then they would taste magical. She was glad, but decided to postpone it until tomorrow, intending to put them in the refrigerator. Jianhe glanced at him. I suggested that he go straight to bed, but he decided to sit on the couch for a couple of hours to get some sleep. Some time passed. Jianhe had a few tasks to do today. She was supposed to earn some money, and now she's in the process of studying Chinese phonetics. Xu Ying watched her in silence with a slight blush. Suddenly, Jianhe asked a question about the movie Golden Lotus that contained forbidden content. He immediately jumped up from the table, immediately grabbing the mouse, and immediately deleted this request, which contains such a movie. Jianhe didn't understand why he had deleted it, but he tried to make it sound like it wouldn't fit her current worldview and could be viewed later. He didn't even know that Jianhe would view his download history. She didn't understand why she should be so drastic. Xu Ying explained that he didn't delete it, but just hid it for them to look at later. He lay back on the couch and sighed, knowing that she was getting harder to deceive every day. Night fell. Jianhe turned off the lights in the hall. Xu Ying fell asleep on the sofa, just as Jianhe expected. She carefully covered him with a blanket, but she couldn't look at him because she remembered how he'd pulled her face up. She gently cupped his chin so as not to wake him. He began to mumble when he felt her touch. Because of this, she abruptly pulled her hand away from the sleeping Xu Ying, who didn't wake up in the end. Then she ran away, determined to cook dinner. Later, Xu Ying slowly opened his eyes. He didn't even remember falling asleep. Jianhe saw that he was awake and prepared porridge for his hangover beforehand. Xu Ying immediately noticed that not only did she prepare porridge for him, but she also covered him with a blanket. He walked past her as she sat at her computer. On her screen was a movie about ancient China. She watched it carefully as she ate her noodles. Xu Ying immediately recognized the movie Goodbye, My Concubine that told the story of this era. Even though it was a long time ago, Xu Ying believed that the people and habits would seem familiar to her. As time passed and things changed, Jianhe listened to him in silence. Since times have changed, then perhaps the second Mrs. Words are already outdated. She finished the noodles and put the chopsticks on her plate. Later, Jianhe took a shower. I stood under the running water thinking. Xu Ying walked over to the computer while she was washing up. He pulled Melon out of the chair to sit down. He sensed that her reaction was strange, so he needed to make sure that she wasn't going crazy again. So he decided to look at her search history, but it was already empty. Xu Ying realized that she had now learned to clean up history. She opened the door and stepped out of the shower. Jianhe immediately announced that she had finished washing up. As she passed by the sofa, Xu Ying glanced at her. Jianhe didn't say anything as she passed by while he was still watching her. She sat down at the table in silence, and he was still watching. Xu Ying started the conversation first, knowing that she could kill him in one hit. Otherwise, he might have committed a crime right now. Jianhe remained silent as she dried her hair. She wondered what he would have done at their first meeting if she had been a weak and helpless girl instead of a warrior. Xu Ying imagined what she would look like in a helpless state. In that case, he would have called security to take her home. If she also smashed his TV, he would have considered cosplay. Jianhe suspected that he would want to do something illegal, but Xu Ying wasn't a criminal, knowing what kind of punishment was terrible. He sat back inside. Zhu Ying chose a more appropriate description for this situation, as meeting John-hee gave him false hope for a relationship. She was drying her hair while Shu-ching lay on the sofa. He suddenly asked her a question she hadn't expected. He was curious about her current feelings for him. Jin-hee was surprised by his question and turned off the hairdryer. She didn't know what it was, and even this answer suited Shu-ching. After all, this answer was better than nothing. Shu-ging wondered if her current life wasn't doing better than her last wandering life. Jun-hee confirmed his words with a smile. Her life was beautiful. Shu-ging explained that life with him pales in comparison to others, and once she becomes a modern girl, she will understand how beautiful the world is. And the fact that Shu-ching remains one of the people in the crowd. Jin-hee didn't respond to his stories. Shu-king waited for her to respond, but she didn't even know what to say. He explained that their current life seems pleasant to her, but if you look at it more globally, this is only one of the stages. He has nothing but a pleasant appearance. Although he was able to lure her to him, the lack of everything puts an end to other opportunities in this world that exist. Jun-hee didn't see anything to be normal, because if it wasn't for him, she wouldn't be like this. Shu-king remained silent and leaned forward as she waited for an answer to the question. His face turned red, realizing that even if he always admits to liking her, he still constantly has thoughts of getting closer, and it makes him very uncomfortable and even a little scared. He watched her reaction carefully. Shu-king realized that he had become too greedy recently, and if he didn't think about it, he might make a mistake. But he still didn't know if he should do it slowly and calmly, or if he should try to win her over by tricking her. Jin-hee's back was turned to him, but her red ear was visible. She was sure this guy was looking at her sneakers again. Shu-king couldn't think straight, because every time he felt the pain where her head had hit him, he could feel the presence of an internal injury. He decided to trick her by rubbing the spot. He didn't think it would be hard for such a warrior to take responsibility for her actions and rub this place a little. Jun-hee turned around shyly, asking if it hurt that much. Shu-ching confirmed, reminding her how strong she was. Jun-hee slowly walked over to him as he held on to the sore spot. She sat down carefully beside him. The two of them were very red when she gently touched the same spot. She began to rub it gently. Shu-king could feel her touch well, which was different from the impact situations. He turned away as she continued to rub. And then the saying came to him that all meetings in life were long overdue reunions. He was sure that every meeting was preordained and a long time ago. Shu-king imagined if they could go back that day. And those words of his that she finally came were not so crazy. When she asked the question, if she had been defenseless and weak that day, Shu-ching was sure that things would have been completely different now. Jun-hee listened intently. She looked at him with her mouth hanging open. And now that she'd listened to all this, she expected him to stop lying to her. She kept fidgeting with her fingers, waiting for an answer. Shu-king was looking at her with a shocked face, and Jun-hee was afraid that she was being too direct. He explained that you should remove the word deception from your vocabulary altogether. Shu-ching spent the whole day thinking about how much of a rush he was in with his marriage and family, and even talked to his parents about it, worried that the move might damage her body and make her infertile. While he was thinking about all this, she was only worried that it was all a hoax. He had tried so hard, so he wanted to at least try and risk everything to give her a hug. He abruptly put his arm around her shoulders, his face set in stone. Jin-hee looked at his shaking hand with a question in her eyes. I thought something was wrong while he was sweating with fear. In fact, he just couldn't put his arm around her properly and move her, because she was like a rock. Shu-ching felt more uncomfortable as he held her shoulder. He just got up and decided to take a shower to lighten the atmosphere. Shu-king quickly slammed the bathroom door, leaving her on the couch. She froze in place, her face red, knowing she should let him move her closer next time. Shu-king stood in front of the sink, looking in the mirror. Drops dripped from his face as he realized that he was almost done. The tap was running water as he pondered. He knew that if she hadn't been interested in him, she would have pushed him away right away. After a while, he came out of the bathroom. He said that since it was almost 11 o'clock, it was time to go to bed, while Jun-hee continued to play. She wanted to finish her daily task before going to bed. He wasn't in the mood, so he decided to get to work while walking over to the couch. He realized that skyscrapers weren't built out of nowhere either, and that it took a lot of effort. He wanted to try writing a review for Goodbye, My Concubine to practice his film review skills. Shu-king sat there looking nervous. Because there was an interested Jin-hee sitting next to him, watching him work. He couldn't help himself, because when she was around, she was constantly stirring him up, but she didn't let him continue. Jin-hee asked why he was doing this, but it was his way of making money and helping pass the time. It was better than lazing around on the couch. Her eyes lit up when she realized that she could make money from it too. But Shu Qing cut her off because she didn't have enough education. He knew that she noticed a lot of things but couldn't express her feelings, and he gave her an example of how she felt about him. Jian He immediately denied that she liked him. Since that was the case, he decided to ask her opinion about the movie Goodbye, My Concubine. All Jian He knew was that times had changed. Then Shu Qing decided to teach her a lesson. According to his review, some people say that cinema increased life expectancy by 3 times, and this was even partly true, because it makes people look at life from a different angle. It didn't matter if these events take place in an opera or in real life, the protagonist is always suffering from love, and he gave advice to look deeper into this. He explained that she didn't understand the character, so she can't really appreciate the film and its true meaning. That's why he advised her to read and watch more, which would allow her to understand her inner self more. He asked her if she liked looking at books, and she didn't know the exact answer. And Lu Qing hinted who likes to look at her face while grinning. Jian He didn't even understand what he said, but she still felt something was wrong. He looked at her sharply, as if he had an idea. He shyly held out his arms to her, asking permission for a hug. Jian He clutched the melon in her hands, not sure why he would do that, but he just wanted to be happy. She remained silent, and Shu Qing took it as a sign of agreement. So I gave her a big hug with melon in my arms. He would start yelling and struggling to leave their union. Shu Qing once again confessed his liking for her. And for her sake, he was willing to be a gentleman who supported a family. Jian He remained silent, only blushing and breathing on his shoulder. Then they finished hugging and pulled away. Shu Qing held her finger, wishing her a good night. He immediately got up from the sofa and went to his room to sleep. Jian He also wished him a good night, thinking about everything. The next day came. There was a stack of bank cards on the table. The small change that was accumulated from the university reached the amount of 40,000 yuan. Thanks to Jian He, over the past few months, he had the idea to settle down. He leaked his stock on the stock market and failed to get into the bear market for the winter, and only a couple of thousand of his investments were affected. The videos he uploaded should have brought him between 4,000 and 6,000 yuan a month, but it's too unstable. So far, his reviews have not generated any revenue because he has only been gaining an audience. If they take it seriously, they will need to increase the number and speed of writing reviews in order to collect both comments and likes. Now, if you look at it from the outside, Father was right that Shu Qing was burning his life. After all, as long as no one is hungry and does not have acute necessities, it is very easy for a person to become lazy. But hard work doesn't always pay for itself, and when you don't work for 3 people, life is much more comfortable. Jian He can become a modern person in less than 3 years. He stretched in his chair and thought that if he was going to continue with this lifestyle, he should listen to the advice and find a job. Jian He came out of the kitchen, reporting that the food was almost ready. Shu Qing immediately smelled the wonderful smell of ribs, suggesting that he invite his parents to dinner sometime. She noticed the strange cards on the table. He said that they are used to store money, and while she does not have her own, she can use this one. Jian He knew that she could use an electronic wallet, but the cards were different, and Shu Qing promised to explain everything later. He was going to give her a red envelope for the new year, in which she can store money, and asked for a phone to connect the card to the app. A notification about successful connection appeared on the screen. Now Jian He has received a modern man's thing, a bank card. There were dirty dishes in the sink. The 2 of them were about to go outside. Melon saw them off while meowing, and Shu Qing suggested that he take a walk after eating as well. Shu Qing dressed him and put on the leash. The 3 of them went out for a walk. New Year's decorations were set up all over the area, and for Shu Qing, the year passed by especially quickly. This would be Jian He's first New Year, so it had to be celebrated in an unforgettable way. Melon stopped abruptly and lay down. Jian He couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Shu Qing recalled how he said that he picked it up from the trash. It was about here, so he lay down. Maybe he thought they wanted to keep him, so he doesn't want to go anywhere. Jian He pursed her lips as she looked at him. Abruptly, she snatched the cat out of his hands. She decided not to go that way anymore, and went the other way, to which Shu Qing only smiled. The 3 of them continued their walk together. They held hands while Jian He joked that he liked to pick up stuff from the streets. They walked while the children played outside. The kids ran after each other with toys and had fun. Jian He watched such a calm and peaceful world. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of people just having fun, like it was a dream. Shu Qing suddenly noticed something. He recognized one of the girls as Aunt Cheng's granddaughter, Yan Yan. Shu Qing immediately called out to her, and the girl turned toward the sound. Her face lit up as she recognized his face. The little girl ran up to him, throwing herself into his arms, and Shu Qing didn't expect her to grow up so much. He remembered that Jian He didn't know her. He introduced Yan Yan to her little sister Jian He. She looked at Melon, who was sitting next to her. Yunyan remembered how small and thin he was the last time they met, and now he was very big. Shuing gave an example on Melon, telling her to eat more, but she didn't want to get fat. He promised that she wouldn't get fat, so he suggested that she play with a melon. Yunyan carried the cat and showed it to her friends while they sat on the bench. Shu King knew that the neighbors here were all very nice. Even though Aunt Chung was a bit of a gossip girl, she was also a broad-minded person. He recalled how when he was a child, the house was closed at night, and he stayed outside. Aunt Chung invited him to her house until his parents arrived. Later, he and his parents moved out, but he returned when he entered college to live separately. He remembered running with his friends in the yard. All this environment reminded him very much of his childhood. Jen He didn't really understand why he introduced her to Yan Yan. Zhu Qing doubted that she hadn't noticed how cute Yan Yan was, but Jan He also thought so. She didn't know if he did it just because the girl was cute, but Zhu Qing wanted to introduce her to more people. But her life would be monotonous anyway. John He thought he had an ulterior motive. At this moment, Yan Yan ran up to them in admiration, asking if she was Zhu Qing's little brother's girlfriend. He was surprised that he knew those words at such an age, but it was normal. Zhu Qing decided to inquire and hear the term of the word girl from her. Her face immediately turned red, and her voice shook as she struggled to get the words out. She called out that the girl was a girlfriend. Shu King laughed at her, stroking her head as she once again confirmed that she was cute. But Yan Yan didn't want to appear like that. Jen He suddenly remembered that he had answered her questions exactly the same way. Her face immediately turned into a frown as she became angry at the deception. He patted the girl's head again. He suggested that she visit them if she'd like to play with Melon and her sister. Yan Yan smiled brightly at his suggestion. Shu King had a feeling that he really enjoyed holding hands. Jen He didn't expect such a confession, but he expressed a strong liking for her hands, even though it wasn't a surprise to begin with. Zhu Xing kept the reason for this love a secret, knowing that it was because of the limited access to her body, and if not, then she would truly know the real Deng Tuzi. It was already evening. Jin He described to him the Tang Punch, which means empty hands and focusing on the speed of hitting vital points, which guarantees victory. She offered to look at her palm, but Shu Qing only screamed at her not to show it on him. They were standing in a fighting stance, and first he needed to practice the stance to use his fist confidently, and when facing an opponent, he would have to figure out for himself when it would open. Shu Qing knew that he couldn't avoid training. At that moment, there was a knock on their door. Shu Qing immediately opened the door, wondering who was there. It was Yan Yan, who had come to play with Melon at the invitation. Shu Qing noticed the textbooks in her hands that she wouldn't need to play with Melon, but she lied to her grandmother that she was going to do her homework. Jan He was startled by such an active girl that she appeared out of nowhere. Yan Yan asked where Melon was, but he was fast asleep on the sofa. She walked over to the cat that was sleeping on its hind legs. I hugged him tightly, ready to wake him up so he could start losing weight. They opened her school notebooks with her homework. The entire page was completely blank, and she didn't even start making it. Back then, Shu Qing made her do her homework together with Melon first, but the cat had no idea how to do it. Shu Qing reminded her that she could teach him, and she liked the idea. Yan Yan was sitting at the desk with her homework while the kids were busy with their computers. Jen He looked back to look at her. Yan Yan was diligently reading a math problem together with a dissatisfied Melon in her hands. Yu King suggested that she look at Yan Yan's language homework so that she could learn some words and do a couple of tasks. Yan Yan reported to her little brother that she had completed all the tasks she could do, but only the difficult ones remained, so he came over to help. Jan He walked over to the table where all the books were placed with a determined face, and she picked up one of the books to read the assignments. But she couldn't focus on the tasks as she peeked at them from behind the book. Shu King calmly explained the task to Yan Yan so that she would understand. His teaching method was similar to the one she had been taught to read in the village. But in comparison, Shu Qing didn't sigh so much, and he knew more than that old geezer. It was already 15 minutes to 7 on the clock. Shu Qing considered it a late time, but suggested that Yan Yan have dinner before leaving. Jin He had asked her to accompany her when she needed to leave, and she lived on the floor above. When they finished eating, Yan Yan was already standing in the front doorway. Yan Yan wasn't afraid of getting lost after just a few floors. Shou Hing reminded her how scary it was to fall down the stairs, so Jin He took her hand. When they got up, Yan Yan started knocking on the door so that Granny would open the door for her. Her grandmother opened the door for her and immediately saw Jian He. Jian He was embarrassed to admit that she had walked Yan Yan home. Granny didn't want to make her uncomfortable while the girl bragged about her homework. My grandmother advised me to ask my brother for help with homework more often. Otherwise, my mother won't let her visit if she doesn't do it. Yan Yan thanked her sister with a bright smile. Later, Jian He returned home. Zhu Ying had already washed up, and he also advised them to take a shower before going to bed, because tomorrow they would go shopping for the new year. Jenny asked if they would go outside, but Xu Qing didn't see any other way out. He immediately sent her to the shower, and Yanhee pouted with anger. She picked up her pajamas in disgust and ran to the bathroom. Xu Qing wanted to make some ribs and noodles and asked if it would be nice, but Yanhee didn't even know that he didn't have enough dinner. Xu Qing was actually just starting to feel hungry very quickly, so he wanted to eat something like a second meal. After showering, she had a huge bowl of noodles in her hands. Her eyes glistened with appetite, and Xu Qing wanted to see her reaction when tasting the rib broth. He immediately tossed a clove of garlic into her broth, knowing that she loved it. They started eating noodles together. Janhee placed the empty bowl on the table, breathing heavily. She still didn't feel fully fed. Juging did not advise her to eat too much at night, which was unhealthy. Otherwise, she might become as fat as a cat. Jinhee claimed that it was all because she had just washed up. He suggested that she check it out and rub her stomach. If it sticks out, then she is full, but if not, then he will prepare another portion for her. Jinhee started to rub her stomach and noticed that her stomach was already starting to fall out. She claimed that her stomach wasn't sticking out, but she wouldn't eat anymore. Xu Qing didn't believe it until he checked it out for himself. Jinhee looked at him with displeasure, knowing that this was just a reason to touch her again. But Xu Qing, he didn't deny it. He set down the clean dishes and officially announced the end of dinner. He went to his room, reminding me to go to bed early. And I looked out again to tell you about the saying, where a full belly leads to crazy thoughts. He immediately warned her not to sneak into his room at night and do strange things. He went into the room, closing the door loudly. She was looking at him with a dark stare, her hands clenched in aggression. They went out into the street. Xu Qing glanced up, marveling at the good weather. They passed Uncle Cho, who was sitting under an umbrella with a cigarette in his mouth. Xu Qing immediately greeted him, reminding him that the new year was coming soon. He said that they went out to buy different things for the new year. At the end of the dialogue, they went further into the gate. Xu Qing advised his uncle to take care of his health and stop smoking. He took the cigarette out between his lips. He took another drag on his cigarette. After all, he was already old, and cigarettes helped him to continue living. They were walking down the street past various boutiques. As they stomped along, Xu Qing glanced at one of the girls in a skirt passing by. And then there was the second one, who was also wearing only tights. Then he told Jinhee about it, suggesting that she also try out tights that looked natural. She immediately declined, preferring to wear wool trousers for warmth, and I thought it was too cold for her to walk like this in the winter. Zhuing assured her that these tights were very warm and held her hand tighter. He urged her to go faster because there was a lot to do for the new year, and first she had to deal with her hair. When they entered the salon, they met a guy. He immediately put her behind a chair to get a haircut. Jinhee suggested that he do his mother's hair, but Xu Qing gave the master precise instructions on how to trim her hair, trim her bangs, and trim the back of her head. The master understood, and Jinhee continued to sit sulkily. He began his work, slowly cutting her bangs. Hairpins appeared on her head, and she completely squeezed her face when he held the scissors directly to her face. She endured everything in order to get used to this life. There was a pile of hair on the floor. After a while, Xu Qing began to evaluate her objectively. Her hair had thinned out, and now it looked neater than before. Jinhee herself was looking at the strands with interest. Jinhee asked what their next route was. Xu Qing grabbed her arm. And the next goal was the shopping center to buy her new clothes and shoes. Because in the new year, you need to be in everything new. But they hadn't even taken a step when a wild dog jumped out in front of them, and even without a collar. Xu Qing asked her to stay away from this dog, suggesting that she walk around it across the road. Johnny offered to kill her in one hit, but Xu Qing didn't see the need. He had forgotten that she had a habit of killing, especially animals. She didn't understand how people could be afraid of mere dogs. Jinhee walked forward and slowly closed her eyes. Abruptly, her eyes snapped open. It gave off a murderous aura, causing the dog to turn around and run away in fear. She explained that the dog realized its weakness and ran away. Xu Qing advised her not to do this anymore, and in this world, you don't need to take out a sword to fight, and you only need to hold the blade for cooking. He glanced at her, hoping she wasn't thinking about the blood-soaked days. Jinhee looked at him in silence, and I assumed that if everything was going so well, no one would want to fight. Xu Qing looked at her with a smile inside. He considered her completely right and offered to just live in peace. Jinhee felt that she had fallen into his trap. Xu Qing immediately beckoned her to move on, as they had so much to do. It was getting dark outside. They finally arrived home tired and brought a bunch of bags with them. Xu Qing immediately warned that it was all for the new year and asked her to help find the glue for the blessing. If you do not write them, it will even be strange to enter the apartment because it seems as if no one lives here and the New Year's atmosphere is completely absent. He asked her for her grade. Jin-hee explained that it looked much smaller than the others, and not particularly pretentious with only 6 characters. Shu King didn't understand why to compare the length of a couplet, but Jin-hee thought that the longer the better. He immediately warned that then he would be the best at it. Jin-hee didn't fully understand the joke. When they were standing in the doorway, and my aunt was surprised at how early they hung up the couplets, he immediately decided to take the opportunity and asked her to take a picture of them. Auntie picked up her phone and started taking a picture. The two of them were standing at the door. Only Shu Qing had a satisfied face, and Yan-hee looked like she was going to war. Auntie had specified whether they would be celebrating the New Year at home, but Shu Qing didn't see any other options. Now she was sure that since they were celebrating New Year's Eve at home, they would soon get married. The aunt suggested that they continue their work, and she and her granddaughter went for a walk. The door to the apartment slammed shut. They continued to sort out the bags and prepare for the new year. There was a pot of fish in the sink. They finally finished, and Shu Qing sat down on the sofa in a relaxed manner. He looked sideways. He picked up the phone. He started looking at the picture his aunt had taken. He saw Yan-hee eating nuts and asked for them too. She held out a nut for him to take. But Shu Qing opened his mouth, hinting for her to feed him. She gave him a sour look. She put the nut in her hand as if it were a slingshot. With a flick of her finger, she loaded the nut into his throat. Shu Qing was shaking in pain, but Jianhui was already in control of her strength. But he still started to chew on the nut and looked at her with a loving look. He started laughing at the picture of them together, which looked like something out of the past. Jian-hee didn't like his silly smile. Shu Qing showed her the face in the photo, asking her not to be so serious. He decided to show her the possibility of Photoshop and a filter to make the photo look like something from the past. Jian-hee didn't even have a clue what he was talking about. Shu Qing wrote to his mother that he would bring Jian-hee to them today to learn how to make dumplings according to her recipe. Some time passed and they arrived at their parents' house. Mom laughed as Jian-hee clumsily rolled the dough. She decided to ask what they usually ate. Jian-hee described how they eat oatmeal or noodles in the morning, and then she cooked something for lunch and dinner. Her mother was shocked by the 3 meals a day, but Jian-hee also mentioned temporary snacks. She was shocked that when Jian-hee appeared, Shu Qing started getting up even for breakfast. Everything really changed when you started living with a girl. Shu Qing, meanwhile, was snapping sunflower seeds with his father. They sat on the couch in silence, eating sunflower seeds. Qin Hao knocked on the door, saying that he wanted to share the food that was given to him with his uncle. But Qin Hao looked up and fell silent. A satisfied Shu Qing stood in front of him, offering to take a look at his packages. But Qin Hao didn't give him anything in his hands. The father started comparing him to his son, who doesn't even work, and the guy brings food from the station. Shu Qing had heard that Qin Hao had found a girlfriend on a dating app. He decided to save this friendly conversation for later, when he came to congratulate his aunt and uncle on the new year. Mom noticed how much he brought and invited him to stay for dinner with dumplings, but his father was also preparing something to eat. He turned to his aunt, but before he could finish, he noticed Jian-hee standing behind her. He immediately grabbed Shu Qing to discuss something. Qin Hao couldn't believe that his girlfriend was making dumplings, but Shu Qing didn't see anything wrong with it. While Qin Hao was dissatisfied, Shu Qing covered his mouth with an orange. He remembered complaining to the girl about Shu Qing that he had already found a girl and ruined his mood. Shu Qing was surprised that his friend was leaving so quickly, but he didn't want to look at his girlfriend making dumplings. Qin Hao was going to be on duty for the new year, so he asked a friend to have a drink with his father. Jokyo made him a promise. Plates of dumplings appeared on the table, and everyone was very tasty. In fact, it was the first time she had tasted dumplings. Her mother asked her to eat more if she liked it. At first, she thought that Shu Qing was talking nonsense about her, but now she was truly sorry, and no one knew exactly what kind of difficulties she went through when she came down from the mountains alone. Yu Qing also ate dumplings with Jian-hee. Later, all the plates were emptied. My mother was touched by her sincerity and how much she ate without hesitation. The father was furious that the brat brought his girlfriend a free meal. Later, they finally arrived home. Shu Qing asked about dumplings, and she almost managed to learn how to make them, but she just needed more practice. He sat down on the sofa, saying that dumplings in the north were a must-have part of New Year's celebrations, comparing them to mooncakes during the Spring Festival or rice dumplings during the Dragon Boat Festival. But the point is not where to eat, but the place affects our perception, because the cultures of the north and south are different. Jian-hee was interesting to listen to. Shu Qing explained everything and asked if there was anything else she wanted to know. But Jian-hee only thought about his attempts to hug her or hold her hand, but lately he hadn't even tried. Shu Qing could see her slight excitement, afraid that it was because of his boundless wisdom, so he decided to take a shower. The bathroom door closed. Jian-hee sat down at the computer, searching for something. She went to Shu Qing's account, where he made a selection of ancient people's kisses. Jian-hee resolutely took up the study. and I decided to go to the video selection. With each passing moment, her face was getting redder from the video and the Kiss soundtrack. In the end, she couldn't stand it because it was all too vulgar for her. When he got out of the shower, he found her shaking at the computer. He came over, rubbing himself with a towel, telling her to take a shower too. Jin-hee stared intently at the monitor. She said she'd be leaving later. She turned her gaze and could only stare at his parted lips. Jin-hee immediately looked down in embarrassment. Shu-king looked at her questioningly, not understanding her strange reaction. The monitor only showed a basic news release, which was unusual. Johnny didn't want to wash her hair today, and Shu-king was going to go to work. After a while, he closed the laptop, and it was almost 12 o'clock on the clock. When he finished his work, he stretched out on the couch, yawning. He went to his room to sleep and said goodbye to Jin-hee, who was still sitting at her computer. His door immediately closed. She felt a lack of something, knowing that he hadn't even touched her before going to bed. But her thoughts were interrupted by Shu-king's sharp voice as he waited for her to take a shower. She looked at him excitedly, and she confessed that she only wanted to wash her hair. At first, Shu-king didn't understand what she was talking about, but later offered to dry her hair, but Jin-hee quickly jumped off the table, refusing to help. She quickly went to the bathroom. When she got out of the shower, Shu-king was already standing with a hairdryer in his hands, but Jin-hee immediately turned around, pretending that he wasn't there. She sat down on a chair and he started drying her hair. The cat, meanwhile, wagged its tail, hitting it on the sofa. She sat there with a displeased face as her hair unfurled. Jin-hee asked why he was so silent today compared to other days. Shu-king explained that he was talkative when something was happening, but nothing was happening right now. He advised her to speak directly if she wanted his help drying her hair, because there was no other way for him to know. He advised her not to be embarrassed by stroking the head of a disgruntled Jin-hee. In her head, she was beating up the teddy bear instead of Shu-king, because that wasn't what she wanted to see. But she decided to forget about it, and she was sure that soon he would try to lure her into his trap. The next day came. She was slicing fish and pour the oil into the pan. On her phone, she was looking at a recipe for fried fish. Because of this, she felt like a modern person, and even yesterday, her parents did not suspect anything in her that showed her acting abilities. Shu-king began to suspect that she was up to something and asked directly. Jin-hee genuinely thought his family was very nice, and she really enjoyed eating together at the same table. He decided to clean up before the new year so that he could enter the new one. The entire apartment glistened with cleanliness as Jin-hee sat at her computer. It was Jin-hee's first new year, and it felt like she was being reborn, but he'd been confused by what she'd said about modern humans, and now he'd never know, since her search history had been emptied. He watched her as she flipped her through the video. Jin-hee came across something interesting. She asked Shu-king what was on the screen. It turned out that she opened a live broadcast of a person who played the game and received money for it. It sounded cool to her, and she wanted to try it as well, but Shu-king wanted to explain why she couldn't do it. Jin-hee answered her own question on her own. Knowing that her identity was still questionable, she admitted that she had conducted an investigation, and fake documents can be purchased directly on the internet. Shu-king immediately warned that you should not do this, and it is better to get the documents legally, but she already doubted that there was such a thing. Shu-king was sure that once she got used to the world, the solution would appear on its own. Jin-hee glanced at Shu-king, who was sitting on the sofa. She continued flipping through various videos. Shu-king himself had seen her grow as a person, and now she could not only listen to his words but also discuss problems. It was getting dark outside. Jin-hee decided to make dumplings with lamb and onions for dinner. She started cooking, and Shu-king slowly peeked at her. Shu-king decided to use this opportunity to view her browser history in case she forgot to clean it. He carefully entered the search history. At this moment, a gloomy voice was heard behind him, which set him ablaze while peeking. Shu-king turned behind him with a shout. Jin-hee was still standing in the kitchen preparing dinner. In the search history, it was written in black and white that she was well aware of his methods of peeping. He was speechless, realizing that she had already burned him down a long time ago. Shu-king awkwardly asked Jin-hee about the progress of the dumplings, but she only made the dough. He was sure that she could test him now, so he decided to help her with the cooking. Shu-king started kneading the mincemeat. Jin-hee averted her gaze because of her slightly red face, hoping that life would continue like this. It was New Year's Eve, and they were strolling along a street decorated for the holiday. Along the way, they met Chin Hao's father, who was walking his dog. They were on their way to dinner, and Shu-king was going to stop by later with a mini hogo. The old man had decided to bring water for cooking, and Chin Hao was on duty, so the feast would only be with them. Jin-hee glanced at the dog. The dog looked at her with fascinated eyes sticking out its tongue. The old man went on walking, leaving them. Shugik noticed that she liked the dog and then suggested that she get one. She knew that dogs of this size ate a lot, so she wasn't worth it. Shuking explained that people have dogs for fun and gave the example of Uncle Chin, who is bored without someone around. Zhenhe reminded him that they already had Melon, which Shuching had forgotten about. At that moment, it dawned on him that she was treating them as one, and he was incredibly happy. They went to their parents' very Aunhorn house. There was a fruit box in the corner that Chin Hao had brought last time. Shuking immediately saw the passion fruit inside, and they immediately sliced fresh fruit. He handed half of it to his father, telling him how this fruit was good for beauty, but the old man did not give up on beauty. Zhuging handed each of them a cut piece, and they all tasted it at once. Shuing asked if they liked it or not. My parents didn't give me a clear answer. My mother told me to try it myself, and Jinhee just kept quiet with a disgruntled face. He concluded that the fruit didn't taste good, so he decided not to even try it. Shuing took another passion fruit for them to eat more, but they all looked at him menacingly at once so that he wouldn't dare to do it. Then he decided to eat himself so that the good would not be lost. In any case, it was his fault for opening this box. On New Year's Eve, people get rid of their old clothes and dress up in new ones. After all, everyone grows up every year. My mother announced that it was time to sit down to dinner. My father opened the alcohol together with Shuqing. The cork quickly flew out of the champagne, and the drink began to pour into the glass. The father started to toast how quickly the year had passed, how different it was from the previous one, and how Shuqing had matured. He stared at it, not expecting this. My father just wanted this year to be better than last year, and all the best was ahead of us. My mother smiled as he made the toast. They all clinked glasses together, celebrating the passing year. Then the story started about little Shuqing stealing a piece of meat to show off to Chin Hao, but on the way he dropped it, and the dog stole a piece from him. Shuqing blushed terribly in shame. Mom didn't understand what was wrong with that, but he didn't want to remember the forgotten past in the new year. But she still went on to tell the story, where his friends decided to return this piece of meat straight from the dog's mouth. Shuing screamed, begging her to stop talking, while Jianhe smiled tenderly at the sight of such a family. The table slowly emptied of food, and the girls were already clearing the table. While Shukin was sitting on the sofa, his father suddenly called him over for a second. They went into his office together. Shuking was even curious as to why such secrecy was necessary. His father handed him something that needed to be saved, and he asked me to open this box only when he was home. Shuqing started to inquire about the contents, but his father immediately kicked him out of the study. Later, it was time for them to go home, and they said goodbye to their parents. They walked out onto a bright New Year's Eve street, and Shu Qin suggested that she stop by Uncle Chin's on the way, where she could stop pretending anymore. He asked her to think of herself as a modern person and practice speaking. Even if it was nonsense, the old man still wouldn't remember anything after a couple of drinks. Jinhee was flushed and panting out warm air as she answered with a delay. Zhuing could see that she was acting like a slow person, like she was drunk, but it was unlikely that she would get drunk from just one glass of wine. He decided to immediately open the box that his father had given him. Inside was a contraceptive that the parents decided to give as a joke, not realizing that they were not at the right stage yet. Shuing showed her the contents of the box, but Jianhe had no idea what it was. He pretended it was a balloon, even though he blushed. He explained that it can be inflated to a large size, but now it is of little use. Jianhe suggested that this ball would be useful in the future. Shuking didn't deny it. They arrived at Uncle Chin's place, wishing him a happy new year. Shuking thought, since Chin Hao is on duty almost every day, Uncle Chin might find another roommate. The old man didn't even know where to find such a person, because no one needed him. He came up with the idea to go to the square, trying to find someone in the square where all the old people are having fun. He liked the joke. Uncle Chin assumed that he was boring, and Jianhe immediately denied it. He started drinking alcohol. Uncle Chin remembered that they had celebrated the new year together, and now he was waiting for them to get married. Zhu Qing explained that they hadn't thought about it, but they would. The old man started asking if Jianhe had come with Zhang Cheng, and Shu Qing sent her a signal to answer. He wanted to give her a chance to practice her speech, and she explained that she had come with Zhe Cheng. The old man had also been to this beautiful place, but it was so long ago, and he had only been there for half a month. Uncle Nin thought that she came here to study, but she decided to work. He was very surprised that she went to work at such a young age, but she admitted that she didn't even go to school. Uncle Chin didn't see it as such, and decided to let Shu Qing take care of her. Shu Qing poured more alcohol into his glass. Jinhee just smiled, knowing that this was the best option. He was shocked that time flew by so quickly, and the brat was already about to start a family. Zhu Qing remembered that Chin Hao was also finding someone, and it would soon be his turn. The man himself hadn't seen her, and if it hadn't been for the photos, he would have thought of her as a ghost. Junhee listened to their conversation with her mouth slightly open and red cheeks. On TV, everyone was celebrating the new year, and Shu Qing advised against rushing into such things. She had a strong feeling that something was wrong, but she didn't know what it was. Later, they went outside, and they walked, exhaling the warm air. He told her about the same feeling in Wu Qin's house. There was obviously a difference between her and modern humans. She wanted to know exactly what was different about her. Zhu Ying scratched his head and sighed. He took her hand. He decided to let her think about it for herself, so that he wouldn't have to explain it to her all the time. Junhee squeezed his hand on her own as she passed his fingers. She really enjoyed this life, and she just wanted to rely on him. He turned on the TV in one motion, and I was glad that they made it right to the end of the special New Year's show. Tomorrow was the first day of the new year, and Shu Qing reminded her to put on the new clothes they bought a couple of days ago. Her head was filled with all sorts of terms about Den Tuzi, about attachment and life. Shu Qing didn't understand what had happened to her as she stared at him with displeasure. She abruptly got up and started to leave, and he still couldn't understand her behavior today. Junhee went into the kitchen and started rummaging around loudly. He didn't understand what she was trying to find there. When she appeared in the kitchen aisle, a bottle of alcohol was open in her hands. She stood there, wiping her mouth after drinking. Shu Ying immediately recognized the cooking wine that couldn't be drunk. Junhee stared at him in silence, her eyes blurry and her cheeks red. She doubted that their minds were still as clear, and she wanted to rely on him. Shu Qing took the wine away from her, assuring her that their minds were the purest. He didn't expect when Junhee grabbed his arm. With a sharp movement, she threw herself down on the sofa, holding both her hands. Her head was filled with the desire to rely on him completely, and she couldn't control herself. Xu Guang only stared at her with his mouth open, her face reddened from the unexpected actions. But he wanted to know what would happen next. The TV was playing a special New Year's program that officially announced midnight. As the time ticked down to 12 o'clock in the new year, Junhee's lips moved towards Shu Qing. When the Happy New Year arrived, their lips locked in a kiss. After a moment, Junhee bit his lip. Shu Ying blushed deeply, feeling completely helpless for the first time in his life. He couldn't even answer her because of her death grip. When their lips parted, his lower lip was slightly bleeding from the bite. Junhee clarified how pure their minds were at the moment. She herself was all red from what was happening. Shu Ying admitted that the minds were no longer clear after her attack. The situation was at its limit when a guy and a girl meet under the influence of alcohol, but he didn't expect it to be from the bottom. Now he asked to be released, but if she wanted to continue what she had started, he was willing to teach her everything voluntarily. Junhee silently released his hands and stood up. After that, without a word, she went into the other room, leaving him on the couch as if nothing had happened. He sighed, flexing his arms after her grip, not sure what was wrong with her today. At this moment, Shu Qing's eyes widened in shock. Junhee shyly held out her straw sandals to him, offering to take them away if he wanted to. He looked at them in bewilderment, not understanding the point of this sentence. She pressed her lips together, not knowing what else to do for him. Then she started waving her fist to motivate him to learn how to fight properly. Shu Qing dodged it, reminding him that it was already late, and today was a busy day, so it was worth getting some sleep before class, so it was also New Year's Day. Junhee looked at the fist drunkenly, knowing that he was right. After that, she turned around again, deciding to go to bed. She stomped off to her room. She bade him good night and slammed the door. Shu Qing didn't expect such drastic actions. He still couldn't figure out what had happened, intending to stay up all night initially. He clutched her sandals in his hands, blushing at the memory. But even after leaving, her face came around the corner. She was watching him closely, and Shu Qing was already beginning to fear what she might do this time. Zhu Qing took up a fighting stance, addressing her so respectfully that she wouldn't approach him again. Otherwise, something might happen that would cause her to beat him up in the morning. She walked slowly over to him. She shyly held out her hand to him, complaining that he hadn't touched them all that day. Shu Qing expected more from his behavior, but he didn't expect such a small thing. After that, she happily walked back with a smile on her face when he touched them. Shu Qing just hoped that in the morning, she wouldn't be ashamed of what she had done. He immediately began to close all the exits from the house so that she would not suddenly run away. The first day of the new year has arrived. Junhee was already standing by the refrigerator, and she even seemed to be in a good mood, putting on new clothes and even a new apron. Shu Qing carefully peeked at her from the room, seeing that everything was even too normal. It was even weirder than yesterday. He spoke to her, which caught her attention. Shu Qing immediately started with the main point, reminding her of yesterday's events. She was shy, explaining that now their consciousness is not clear. Shu Qing glanced down, realizing that he had gone to bed in an anxious state and hadn't taken a shower. So he decided to shower and change first, offering to talk about it later. He slammed the bathroom door shut. Janhee stood in a stupor in the middle of the room, and her mind went crazy when she imagined herself as Den Tuzi's wife with 5 children. 20 minutes passed, and they were sitting on the sofa while Shuqing asked why she had drunk the wine and kissed him. Janhee explained that she wanted to rely on him. He didn't really understand why she had given him the shoes that symbolized the breakup of her relationship. Janhee looked at him sharply with a displeased face. Her lips were pressed together with nerves. She just thought he really liked her shoes. Shuqing couldn't even understand where she came from. It turns out that the internet talked about a strange love of shoes, but it was not an indicator of certain deviations, so she was not against not wearing shoes. Shuqing was in a terrible shock, explaining that he had never liked shoes. He glanced down sharply, realizing something. Shuqing deduced that she had found her old sandals in his room. Janhee immediately twitched, realizing that she had been burned. She tried to reassure him that even then, she wouldn't look down on him. Shuqing immediately explained to her that he just wanted to sell her old shoes as antiques. Janhee was shocked, not believing that he wanted to sell sandals that were only taken off his feet. Shuqing gave her a resentful look for looking at such strange requests on the internet. Janhee started to suggest that he keep the shoes if he liked them so much, but only asked him not to sell them. Shuqing was now branded forever. He immediately reassured her that he had no such fetishes and would not sell her shoes, suggesting that they move on to the next topic. Shuqing rolled up his sleeves where the bruises from her hands were left. He reminded her of what she'd said, how much she wanted to rely on him, but he wasn't sure what it meant. Janhee knew that after a kiss, their minds wouldn't be clear, and she called herself his girlfriend. Shuqing immediately extended his arms to her, offering her a hug since they were now in a relationship. Janhee didn't budge as he opened his hands. After a moment, she shyly moved closer. He hugged her tightly with a bright smile because he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Shuqing realized that their understandings of pure reason had always been different. Their desires were also different. As long as he wanted a romantic relationship with her, she might not know what that meant. Janhee understood what it meant to be a guy and a girl. But Shuqing meant the next stage, which was marriage. Marriage was the end result, but not their goal. And love for the soul and for the body were different things. Janhee confessed that they liked their current life and would like to live like this forever. Shuqing snuggled up to her face, admitting that he would like to take the modern Janhee as his wife, but not the one who wants children for a stable life. He kissed her gently on the forehead as she stiffened. Shuqing hoped that she would learn to smile, but her second attempt was unsuccessful, so she scared him. He put his arm around her shoulder again. What Shuqing meant was that it wasn't that she didn't know how to smile, but that she wasn't used to it. When she saw snow, she smiled sincerely. And when she ate hot food and barbecue, or when she was enjoying a cake, her smile went from ear to ear, and Shuqing shared the joy with her through her smile. Shuqing could clearly see how much she had grown in all this time, and even her smile that sometimes slipped by. He only hoped that she knew the true purpose of the smile, but she still couldn't smile from the bottom of her heart. Now she understood why Uncle Chin didn't talk so much yesterday. Shuqing understood that she came from a world thousands of years ago, and she would have to realize a lot, and he gave her the opportunity to learn as much as she needed. He didn't want to force her to do anything for the sake of a stable life. He was willing to wait as long as it took. Johnny didn't force herself at all, so Shuqing took the opportunity to ask for another kiss. She pursed her lips but said nothing. And at that moment, Janhee gave him a soft kiss on the cheek, which he didn't expect at all. Shuqing explained that it wasn't too difficult, but asked him not to repeat yesterday. He was just asking her to acknowledge his liking, then he wouldn't resist her kiss, and he might even like it. Janhee apologized for her old behavior. She offered him her shoes again, but he immediately refused, reminding her that he still didn't like the shoes. A red envelope appeared in her hands. It was Uncle Chin who gave her a red envelope with a pair of lovebirds on it for the new year. She thanked him sincerely. Even so, she could feel how thick the envelope was. Shuqing's parents also gave her such an envelope, which was no less thick, and by the end of the holidays, she would have a lot of money. The two of them walked out of the house that Chin Hao had just arrived at. Shuqing immediately greeted him. Chin Hao just finished his shift. He decided not to lose the opportunity to make fun of him. I held up 2 envelopes of lovebirds right in front of his face. Shuqing started waving them around like a fan, bragging that his friend didn't have one, reminding him that his parents were waiting for a girl to meet them. Chin Hao knew that Shuqing knew about his imaginary girlfriend, and his father might find out that she didn't exist, so he couldn't let Shuqing tell him everything. He viciously climbed the stairs, not wanting to waste any time on him. Johnny thought that he might be able to help her with the paperwork, but Chin Hao was only a low-ranking police officer who didn't have much power, so he wouldn't be of any help. But still, a lot of dating also gives you security. Then there will always be someone who can help in different situations. Jin-hee thought it was great. Shu-ching didn't really understand what it was, but she was glad that she had been working toward the same goal for the past half a year. She sang lines from a song she listened to all the time. Shu-ching didn't even know what to say as his cheeks turned red. That was all she knew so far. He looked around carefully. And then, unexpectedly, he gave her a peck on the cheek. He thought it was a really good day, until Jan-hee's expression darkened and she started shaking. Jan-hee shouted loudly, insulting his dung tutsi. Chin-hao came home and started eating fresh dumplings. He was eating a whole pot of dumplings with a satisfied face. And he thought the homemade dumplings were the best while Uncle Chin was playing with the dog. He explained to the dog that he would have to try harder now that he wasn't neutered. The old man hoped that he would meet a companion and continue the Jin lineage. Chin-hao couldn't listen to this because Tyrant was actually a girl, and there was no point in having such a dialogue. His father didn't listen to him, sending him off to wish Uncle Shu a Happy New Year. Chin-hao came to Shu-ching's parents, wishing them a Happy New Year. They were just talking about the hard work of the police on New Year's Eve. His parents took out a red envelope, intending to give it to him when he brought the girl too. Even though he didn't have time for that, that's why they decided to make an exception this time. Chin-hao refused because he was too old for that. Mom remembered what he said about a certain girl, and that's why he deserves a red envelope. She forcibly stuffed it into his pocket, asking him to bring the girl next time. Chin-hao was going crazy as he was nagged about having a girlfriend all day. And when he finds her, everyone will be begging for her every day, and then there will be talk of getting married. Life was very unfair. He turned back to the door as his parents watched him cry with concern. My father asked me what Shu-ching had been doing lately. Chin-hao revealed that Shu-ching was now uploading videos to the internet and asked for his phone number to show. He opened Shu-ching's account for them. My father was terrified of his terrible nickname. Chin-hao showed him their son's entire page and showed him where to watch the videos he posted. My mother suggested that I take a break first, but my father really wanted to see how he made money on his own. His video included a collection of kisses from ancient Chinese movies. My father's glasses cracked again from the videos. He slammed the phone down on the table, not knowing what he was doing all day. Chin-hao was convinced that Shu-ching was definitely finished now. Shu-ching wished Auntie Chen a Happy New Year. Johnny also bowed, wishing her a Happy New Year, while her aunt marveled at her energy. Shu-ching crinkled his strange face sharply, and at that moment he sneezed. He sensed that someone was plotting something against him. After a while, they were sitting with Auntie Chen on the sofa at her house. Zhuing asked when Yan Yan would be back, because she really likes Jian-hee. The aunt said that her granddaughter would come after the festival ended and stay with her for another half a month until school started, and casually suggested that they also have children, since they like it so much. He fiercely supported her idea, immediately planning to send out invitations to everyone, while Jian-hee shot him a negative look. She immediately started insulting him dung tu zi, but Shu-ching didn't understand what was wrong. Suddenly, my aunt asked about the history of their acquaintance. The boys looked at each other, knowing it was time to tell their story. Jian-hee explained that they didn't meet online, but in Zhangcheng, and Shu-ching was angry as he had been chasing her for 3 years. His aunt thought that his efforts were worth it, and Shu-ching didn't doubt it either. Uncle Wang started to carry the food to the table, but they couldn't eat it all. But Uncle Wang still asked them to eat while they kept Aunt company. When they got home, Shu-ching was surprised that she knew about dating sites. Jian-hee went to the refrigerator to get melon food. When she turned on the computer, she saw an open page that gave her the necessary information. Shu-ing didn't even know if her ability to use the internet was a blessing or a curse. Initially, he thought that she was just an innocent soul, but Jian-hee had finally lost her way. He started toward the couch. I sat down on it with a sigh. Suddenly, he started talking about socks that are more sympathetic to him than slippers. But he only liked the extra-long socks, thin and black without any design. Jian-hee looked at him in disbelief. And at another moment, she just turned away without saying anything. He realized that Jian-hee knew what he was talking about. But to his surprise, she reminded him of the time he'd talked about other girls' tights on the street. They sat down to eat at the table. Shu-ching swore on his life that he would never look at other girls again. Jian-hee listened to his pleas with a neutral face. Shu-ching admitted that he usually doesn't stare at other girls, but sometimes he sees off long-legged girls, discounting his behavior as part of human nature. She lowered her chopsticks, stopping eating. In fact, she didn't see anything wrong with it, and she likes to look at them too. With a blush on her face, she admitted that she saw beauty in them. Shu-ching then suggested that she also try wearing them, wanting to see this spectacle. But Jian-hee didn't mean that, and she wanted to touch them instead of wear them. He tensed as he sat down at his laptop. I started Googling, not sure if it was normal that she wanted to touch them. Xu Qing thought that everyone would like it if the stockings were soft and silky. Then he offered to buy her 2 pairs to wear. But John He genuinely didn't want to wear them. He was resigned, but he still decided to buy them if she wanted them in the future. The order was placed immediately because planning ahead is his forte. He got up from the couch preparing to take a shower before opening the red envelopes. At this moment, Xu Qing abruptly suggested that they bathe together to save on water, but John He's face spoke for itself, completely turning red. She saw him off with flying pillows and insults. After taking a shower, Xu Qing solemnly took out the red envelopes and announced the opening time. The packs were already empty on the table. In Yana's hands was a huge wad of bills that contained more than 3,000 wen. She immediately gave them to him, not wanting to accept such a large sum. Xu Wing smiled gently at her reaction, but he refused the money because it was intended for his girlfriend. He gave her a gentle hug, reminding her that they had everything in common in their relationship. He reminded her that the second miss had given her some silver to keep in her clothes. He suggested that the money should be treated as a rainy day hoard to hide under the bed. She thought about the debt with guilt, not knowing how to pay it back. Xu Qing just decided to change the subject, and he smoothly brought her to the topic of kissing, offering to teach her. She turned red again and couldn't even answer.